Vegapunk creates technology in the ninja world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Driving the Tiger to Devour the Wolf. In the early morning, in the castle tower of the flower capital, Hiyori Kazuki slowly opened her eyes. Woo. With a slight hum, she stretched out her smooth jade-like arms from the quilt, and Hiyori Kazuki sat up lazily. Feeling the touch next to her, she turned her head and looked, only to find that her mother was sleeping on the side, and she was a little sober at this time. Master Vegapunk, has he left? After patting her face and completely waking up, Hiyori Kazuki smiled slightly, feeling that she and her mother had become accustomed to this kind of thing. What a bad habit. Hiyori Kazuki sighed in her heart, but she didn't regret it. No matter what, at least Vegapunk kept his promise and did not do anything to Wano country after dealing with the beast's pirates. Now Wano country has restored peace. In addition, those factories in Wano country that are seriously polluting have been completely closed, and even the technology of the Umbrella Corporation will have to be relied on in the future to deal with the pollution in Wano country. In comparison, the price paid by himself and his mother was nothing. Without waking up the still sleeping Kazuki Hiyori washed up a little and came to the hall outside the castle tower, where he saw Vegapunk debugging a door-shaped instrument. Are you awake? Come here and input your fingerprints and pupils. Also, add a little blood, Vegapunk said, pointing to the door-like instrument in front of him. Upon hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori obediently came to the instrument and input her personal information while curiously asking, is this an advanced machine, Lord Vegapunk? Vegapunk said as he debugged it, this thing is no different from a teleportation array. It's just a permanent portal with a personal identification code. Since you've become a general in Wano country, you'll definitely live there permanently in the future. It's a waste to use the teleportation array every time. It's just right to use this newly developed permanent portal. The portal will identify your pupils, fingerprints, and blood DNA information to ensure that only you can enter. If you want others to enter, they must be pulled by you. This can also ensure the safety of Fantasy Star. There is another point. You should know that the Kurazumi Orochi of Wano country has always had secret exchanges with the world government to purchase sea stone and some weapons. Now that the sea stone has been almost mined out by us and all the weapons factories have stopped, I believe the world government will get the news soon. Once the world government finds out that the beast's pirates have disappeared, it is easy to imagine what they will do. With such a portal, it will be easy to provide support at that time. After all, the relationship between Kazuki Hiyori and the mother and daughter is not ordinary now. Vegapunk certainly can't just throw the two of them to Wano country and ignore them, not to mention that the abilities of these two people are extremely special. They can be regarded as first-class experimental subjects, and their value is far higher than that of ordinary people. In this case, it is only natural to relieve the two of them of their worries. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were full of joy, and she took the initiative to lean against Vegapunk and gave him a kiss. Although there is not much affection between the two, even if it is only for the benefit of Wano country, joining Vegapunk is indeed a very good choice. At least this boss has a lot of good things, and is generous enough. The only thing that worries Hiyori is Vegapunk's indifferent attitude. If Vegapunk really doesn't care about the life and death of Wano country, she has no good solution. Now it seems that Vegapunk will still consider himself a little, which also makes Hiyori Kazuki put down the biggest worry in her heart. After Vegapunk killed the beast's pirates, it took more than half a year just to mine sea stone. After such a long time, the world government naturally discovered the changes in Wano country. Apart from other things, the sudden silence of the beast's pirates still has a great impact on the new world. Among the major forces in the new world, Whitebeard is content to live with his sons and has no ambitions. Red Hair is a pure adventurer. Charlotte Linlin is only interested in desserts and only occasionally thinks about dominating the world. It can be said that the most enthusiastic and active of the four emperors are the beast pirates and Kato. Now that this active member has suddenly disappeared, naturally, everyone feels that something is wrong. Whitebird and the red hair pirates, who are slow to react, are fine. For example, Doflamingo in the New World and Charlotte Linlin, who has a close relationship with Kaido, have already known the news of Kaido's overturn. The world government, which has the most information, and the World Economic News Agency, have even locked in the robot forces under Vegapunk as the culprit. After all, Vegapunk's robot army has never made any cover-ups in Wano country. In fact, the world government has suspected that the last natural disaster in the Red Earth continent should have been caused by Vegapunk. For such a behemoth, there is no difference between suspicion and certainty. The reason why they haven't taken action yet is that they haven't found out the details of Vegapunk, and even Vegapunk himself hasn't discovered it, so they haven't taken action. The world government doesn't know that Vegapunk has changed his body, and the information about the world's #1 scientist who faked his death is still in his original old appearance. Of course, they can't find Vegapunk's body, but it's impossible to say that the world government has no action because of this. Boss, the world government has given me a new task. Stussy yawned, huddled in Vegapunk's arms, arched twice, and then spoke. Huh, is it a task related to us? Vegapunk was slightly stunned and asked. As the most important leader of the world government's intelligence agency, Stussy handles a lot of intelligence every day, as well as various tasks issued by the world government. Under normal circumstances, she would not report ordinary things to herself, unless the task had something to do with herself. With the artificial nine-tailed fox fruit and the technology of the umbrella, Stussy herself has the ability to almost split herself, as well as a special clone. Even if she is the queen of Happy Street, the secret leader of Umbrella, and the trump card of the world government's intelligence agency, she can do it with ease. Therefore, the world government does not know Stussy's true identity yet. Yes, the task given to me by the world government this time is to negotiate with Charlotte Linlin of the Charlotte Pirates, and it would be best if she would turn her attention to Wano country, using the Charlotte Pirates to test. This is really something the world government would do. Whether it succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with them. On the contrary, they can benefit from it. Anyway, for the world government, the Charlotte Pirates are also an enemy. If they are really finished in the process of testing, the world government and the navy will just take over their territory. If they find that Wano country is a soft persimmon, then the world government will definitely not be soft-hearted. Although the Charlotte Pirates are strong, they are not strong enough to protect the core of Cake Island in the territory of Wano country. The world government values the various mineral deposits of Wano country. As for some floating wealth of Wano country, they don't care if it is plundered by Charlotte Linlin. It can be said that the world government has made very careful calculations. Even Vegapunk has to admit that this trick of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf is indeed a very effective trick. The premise is that the gap between the two sides is not too big. The world government may think that the forces under their command only rely on some advanced technology and Eastern technology to defeat Kaido, and at most have some large-scale lethal weapons. However, they did not expect that after the trip to the Naruto world, Vegapunk's technology tree has already made great progress, and the individual strength of his subordinates has been improved to a level that the big pirates in the pirate world cannot catch up. Because of Stussy, the intelligence of the world government is too far behind. With such a large gap in strength, the Charlotte Pirates can't play any role in testing. Seeing Vegapunk's indifferent expression, Stussy, who was drawing circles on his chest, also asked, "Boss, what do you think we should do about this mission assigned by the world government?" Vegapunk touched his chin and thought for a while. Well, Umbrella Corporation and the Charlotte Pirates should still have some relationship. Yes, unlike Kaido, Charlotte Linlin has always been the best partner of our Umbrella Corporation. Vegapunk was not surprised at all. When Vegapunk conducted underground transactions, he liked the Charlotte Pirates the most. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have different personalities. Although both of them can be called cruel and cunning, there is no doubt that compared to Kaido, Charlotte Linlin is much more emotional, except for mental illness, and she is not as completely profit-oriented as Kaido. Therefore, as long as you grasp her needs, it is much easier to trade with her. Not only is the transaction more cost effective, but Charlotte Linlin will basically not turn against you afterwards. In this case, it would be bad to cheat Kado like this. He should at least be careful about his eating manners, although the giants that the art traded for were also added by Vegapunk. Although the Charlotte Pirates are a family-style pirate group, in fact, their centripetal force is much worse than Kado's Beasts Pirates. After all, Kado is only cruel and tyrannical, but he has the heart of a hero, and he will also win over important combat forces. So the pawns under him don't have much loyalty, but the higher level combat forces are still relatively loyal. And Charlotte Linlin is a pure psychopath. Although she has a gentle side to her own children, she is more likely to be crazy. Coupled with the influence of Gillimia, it is actually just fear that maintains her rule. Vegapunk muttered to himself, and Stussy just leaned her head on his chest and listened quietly. She knew that Vegapunk had probably made a decision, and was just explaining his motives. So, if the Beasts Pirates want to conquer them, they must break up the entire group, completely eliminate their resistance, and then slowly subdue them. Even so, if there is no artificial devil fruit ability user to take the lead in surrendering, it will probably take a long time to completely subdue them. Even now, there are still many Dheads in the Beasts Pirates who are used as experimental subjects. Those people are basically Dheads, the kind that Vegapunk can't change. Fortunately, Vegapunk doesn't need their fighting power and can just use them as experimental subjects. But if it's the Charlotte Pirates, if Charlotte Linlin is defeated, it is indeed possible to subdue them. Charlotte Linlin's children are full of fear of Charlotte Linlin herself, but under that high pressure environment, their brotherly and sisterly love is even deeper. For their family, these Charlottes will not make unnecessary sacrifices. The pirates of the Charlotte family only fear Big Mom and have no loyalty. On the contrary, the feelings between them are their weak points. Therefore, as long as they defeat Big Mom with unparalleled power and show a gesture of surrender, it will be very easy to subdue the Charlotte Pirates. In this way, it can be regarded as worthy of Charlotte Linlin's friendship with us for so many years. I will find a better laboratory for her when the time comes. Well, in Vegapunk's opinion, this is indeed worthy of Charlotte Linlin. Didn't you see how miserable the Beasts Pirates are? Kado has now been injected with concentrated Seaston radiation factors and has gone from being the so-called strongest creature on land, sea and air to a useless person who has to walk with a cane. Stussy chuckled. She was not a pushover. She did not object to Vegapunk's statement. Instead, she started to plan with great interest. Then I will talk to Charlotte Linlin and ask her to come directly to Wano Country. After leaving Wano Country, without those homies, the Charlotte Pirates should be easier to deal with. Well, are there any outstanding and special sweets in Wano Country? I can bring some to Charlotte Linlin. Other things are hard to convince, but if there are outstanding sweets, Charlotte Linlin won't care so much, and the entire Charlotte Pirates will be tied to her carriage. For the Charlotte Pirates, all kinds of food, especially sweets, are real hard currency. After all, if Charlotte Linlin can't eat sweets, she might have to eat them. In this case, if there is any special delicacy from Wano Country that Charlotte Linlin likes, the pirates will have to bring it to her, even if they all go out to attack Wano Country. Otherwise, if Charlotte Linlin's Gillimia relapses, and she insists on eating that unique delicacy, wouldn't the Charlotte Pirates be in trouble? At that time, as long as Kazuki Hiyori refuses the Charlotte Pirates' request for food, the two sides will definitely fight. Chapter 177, Exploding Greed. Wango, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin once again held her own tea party, and various underworld bosses also sent gifts very tactfully. Charlotte Linlin would collect a batch of rare treasures every year through the tea party, but in fact, those treasures were just a drop in the bucket for those black bosses. The real output and exchange of interests had already been negotiated with the people of the Charlotte family, and participating in the tea party was just a superficial ceremony. Although some interests were lost, these underground forces could also get the protection of the Charlotte Pirates. As long as they did not commit suicide, other pirate groups in the New World would not actively attack them, which was mutually beneficial. Of course, no black boss dared not to attend the tea party, which was a matter of face. It was not a big problem to offend the Charlotte family. After all, whether it was Perispero or Katakuri, they were all reasonable. As long as the interests were doubled, they would not care about these face matters. But if you offend the crazy woman Charlotte Lingling, then you'd better find a rope to hang yourself. Charlotte Lingling may not remember who came to give gifts, but she can definitely remember who did not attend the tea party to give gifts. So the superficial work is often more important than the transfer of benefits below. Today is the day of the tea party again. How have you been recently? Wearing pink clothes, carrying a pink parasol, and with pink hair, the fat aunt asked the guests below with a smile on her face. When she was young, the aunt was also a famous beauty with a great reputation. When Charlotte Lingling wanted to find a husband, she didn't need to force it at all. She just waved her hand and a lot of men would automatically come to line up. Even after having a child, Charlotte Lingling would directly abandon her husband, and there would be no shortage of men who wanted to get close to her. Besides, running away with pants up is not Charlotte Lingling's own patent. There are many men who just want to have fun, and don't want to take responsibility. After all, Charlotte Lingling just abandoned her husband, not to kill her husband. Unfortunately, time is a butcher's knife, especially when Oda holds this knife. The beautiful girl in her youth has become a fat pig at her age. Of course, the guests below would not let down the aunt. They responded to the aunt happily and greeted her, and kept flattering her. We are all doing well. Mom looks younger. Yes, Mom is simply radiant. The world kingdom has become more lively, and everyone likes the atmosphere here. I brought new tea party gifts for Mom. Mom, do you want to open them and take a look? Mom is very happy to see that everyone is doing well. Charlotte Lingling seemed to be a little comfortable with the flattery. Her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she spoke happily. Then, Charlotte Lingling clapped her hands, and a lot of Homer's food automatically jumped out and jumped onto the plate. There were also many Homer's attendants pushing huge cakes out. Compared to Kazuki Hiyori, who didn't like to absorb other people's souls, and therefore had very few homies under his command, Charlotte Lingling could collect soul taxes from the people in the entire Wonji UOC. The soul reserves in her hands were astonishingly high, and the homies she produced could almost form a large army. It was even wasted to the point of giving souls to these foods, which could not increase the taste, but Charlotte Lingling found it more interesting to eat. Stussy took a knife and fork to eat a few puddings, and looked at the puddings, either in high spirits, or struggling and twisting, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Well, Stussy was also one of those who thought this way of eating was very interesting, which showed that she was not a good person. At the same time, the underworld bosses also began to present gifts to Charlotte Lingling. Looking at the various novel gifts, Charlotte Lingling was mumbling and laughing like a child weighing more than 10 tons. At the same time, the members of the Charlotte family who hosted the banquet also smiled in the same way, complimenting their psychotic mother, until Stussy began to present gifts. It's Stussy. What gift are you giving me this time? Charlotte Lingling blinked her big eyes, and came in front of Stussy. She didn't look cute, but a little scary. Fortunately, Stussy was good at dealing with people, and had rich experience in dealing with this mentally ill patient. She smiled and pushed Charlotte Lingling's big face, covered her mouth and said easily, "Don't worry, Lingling. The gift I give you this time will definitely satisfy you." Dang dang dang. Delicious sweets from the specialty of Wano country, rice cake red bean soup. She casually pressed the watch on her hand, and opened a small space bubble. She saw a huge wooden barrel like a bathtub, filled with red rice cake red bean soup, and a sweet smell was floating in the air. In the original work, Charlotte Lingling had a war with Quinn because of rice cake red bean soup, which shows that the saint is very satisfied with this dessert. Not to mention that the dessert in front of her was made by Kazuki Hiyori, who specially found the chef who is best at making rice cake red bean soup in Wano country. After being processed by Vegapunk's high-tech, the taste is naturally more rich and charming. Just smelling the taste, Charlotte Lingling couldn't help but secrete a lot of saliva from her mouth. With high-intensity acidity, the saliva fell on the ground like aqua regia, and even corroded the ground into small holes. Rice cake red bean soup smells so good. Rice cake red bean soup. I want to drink rice cake red bean soup. Looking at Charlotte Lingling's crazy state, Katakuri, who was sitting next to her, looked a little ugly. Generally speaking, everyone knows that Charlotte Linlin's favorite thing is food, but why do few people go to send it at tea parties? Firstly, it is because Charlotte Linlin is picky, and it is easy to draw a tiger, but end up with a dog. If she finds it unpalatable, this willful guy will not care whether you are his partner in interests or not, and it is not impossible to directly take out your soul. Secondly, some delicacies are either scarce, difficult to make, or the place of production is too powerful. It is easy to make them once or twice, but it is not so easy to keep them on hand. If Charlotte Linlin develops bulimia and insists on eating some rare ingredients, then even the Charlotte pirates will be in a very difficult situation. So offering precious sweets seems to please Charlotte Linlin, but in fact it offends the entire Charlotte family. You know, the ones who really manage the Charlotte pirates are the older members of the Charlotte family. If you annoy them, there are ways to kill these gangsters. Although the ingredients and cooking methods of rice cake and red bean soup are not very advanced, those who can make it to this level must have at least 10 years of experience as pastry chefs. The most important thing is that they are pastry chefs from the country of Wano, which naturally makes Katakuri feel a little troublesome. Perospero, who was standing aside, also glared at Stussy fiercely, but did not say anything. Didn't he see that his mother was happily drinking rice cake and red bean soup now? Unlike ordinary gangsters, Stussy still has a little status in Charlotte Linlin's heart, not to mention that she is also very good at fighting. The Charlotte pirates really have no way to deal with her. Don't worry, brother Perospero, the rice cake and red bean soup is just a little troublesome, not a problem. Charlotte Smoothie, who was sitting next to Perospero, said softly. She and Stussy have a good relationship, so she also said something at this time. After all, the method of making rice cake and red bean soup is very easy, and it is not a precious ingredient. At most, it takes some effort to make it authentic. With the face of the Charlotte pirates, it is not difficult to get a few chefs from Wano country. Besides, the chef team of the Charlotte pirates is definitely the best in the entire ocean. As long as there is a chef to teach for 10 days or half a month, they can learn it almost. This is still considering Charlotte Linlin's picky taste. Thinking of this, Perospero's face improved slightly, but he still glared at Stussy, who looked innocent. This troublesome woman must have done it on purpose. She just likes to do this kind of troublesome things. Charlotte Linlin opened her bloody mouth and drank almost all the rice cake and red bean soup in a few mouthfuls. Seeing this, Stussy opened the time and space bubble and took out more ice cake and red bean soup, almost enough to fill a small swimming pool. After Charlotte Lingling was completely full, Stussy asked with a smile, "How is it, Lingling? Are you satisfied with the rice cake and red bean soup?" Satisfied, really satisfied. This is the best tea party gift I have ever received. As expected of Stussy, the gift you prepared is just what I want. Charlotte Lingling patted her belly and said contentedly, "I'm glad you're satisfied. I risked offending your pirate group and finally found the right sweets." Stussy smiled and put some eye drops on the other members of the Charlotte pirates. The faces of Perospero, Katakuri and others turned blue and purple. Others care about the Charlotte pirates, but Stussy doesn't. Even when Vegapunk is not there, except for Charlotte Lingling, other members of the Charlotte pirates may not be able to beat him. What can these people do to him? Charlotte Linlin glanced at her children, looking very dignified. In fact, Charlotte Linlin was not brainless when she was not crazy. She certainly had some understanding of what the pirates did. Well, Perospero, do you think you can be the boss of the Charlotte pirates now? Perospero's face changed drastically, and sweat rolled down his forehead. Of course not. The only person who can be the boss of the Charlotte pirates is you, my mother. It's good that you know. I'm not dead yet. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly and did not blame Perospero anymore. As she said at the beginning, being crazy does not mean being brainless. When she was not crazy, Charlotte Linlin was still very clear that Perospero's approach was correct. The reason why she hid Perospero was just to maintain her prestige in the pirates. Okay, Linlin, Perospero is probably just worried. However, instead of worrying about your bulimia, Linlin, why not go directly to Wano country and ask them for some chefs? That should be Kado's territory, right? Now Kaido seems to have some problems, and the Beast's pirates are not in Wano country anymore, so it should be easier to get a few chefs, right? Stussy looked concerned, but the words he said made the Charlotte pirates a little silent. Even Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly. Wano country, Kaido. Although the Charlotte pirates are still unclear about what happened in Wano country, the Beast's pirates disappeared, and the weapons and seaston that were originally exported to Wano country have been cut off. The people in the Charlotte pirates still know about it. Not to mention that Charlotte Linlin still has Kaido's phone number. After realizing something was wrong, she also used Den Mushi to contact Kaido several times, but the result was always a failure. Obviously, Kaido's current situation is not good. Why didn't the Charlotte pirates immediately occupy Wano country after there was no news about the Beast's pirates? Was it because they missed their old friend and couldn't bear to do it? That's because they knew very well that the force that could silently destroy the entire beasts would not be much weaker than the four emperors, even if it relied on some conspiracy and trickery. In this case, of course they wanted to see more, but Stuss's unintentional move today made these Charlottes look at each other and wonder if they were thinking too much. Even Stussy could bring out desserts from Wano country, so the current Wano country should not be a dangerous place. Did the forces fighting the Beast's pirates leave, or did both sides perish together? Wano country is rich in resources and has a dangerous terrain. It is a first-class territory in the entire New World. If it can be successfully occupied this time, it will definitely allow the Charlotte pirates to grow again. As for the dangers that may be encountered, I and others are the Charlotte pirates. Perhaps the Beast's pirates, who are all animal type users, will be restrained by some special devil fruit users, or even designed well to annihilate them. But the Charlotte pirates are almost all superhuman devil fruit users. Maybe they are not strong in pure combat power, but their response to various special abilities is definitely far beyond the Beast's pirates. In the minds of the Charlotte pirates, the four emperors level strongmen are already the ceiling. The Beast's pirates suddenly disappeared without a trace, and even no news came out. It is still unknown whether they are alive or dead. It is impossible that it is because of the lack of pure combat power. It is more likely that they were tricked by the devil fruit ability. Chapter 178 Hancock blocks the road. These guys are so easy to fool. Stussy threw out a bait easily, and a group of people rushed to bite the hook. In Wano country, the flower capital, Vegapunk was speechless, looking at the Homer's pirate ship heading towards Wano country on the screen. After all, they are pirates. It is impossible to expect them to be smart and cautious. Generally, if the benefits are enough, as long as they feel that they are more than 30% sure, they will take a gamble. Not to mention the four emperors pirates, which have not encountered opponents for many years. They are not afraid of anything. A soft voice sounded, and Hancock, who was wearing a kimono, leaned against Vegapunk and said with a smile, "The characteristics of pirates are that they like adventure and despise authority. In other words, they like to die. They are stubborn. The more powerful the pirates are, the more obvious this characteristic is. Undoubtedly, the strongest pirate group, the four emperors pirates, is already the most stubborn and suicidal pirate group besides the protagonists. It is just because of their strong strength and deep background that they have never hit a wall. And now, the wall that will give them a severe beating has appeared, and it is a 24K titanium alloy reinforced version. It is the beauty next to Vegapunk, the current Hancock. With Hancock's current strength, she is the kind of monster that can completely destroy the surface ecosystem if she fights freely, and can slowly tear the entire planet into pieces with enough time. In a head-on battle, Vegapunk really can't think of anyone who can match her. Not to mention Charlotte Linlin. Even if the three generals of the four emperors are stacked together, facing the current enhanced version of Hancock, it is also a problem that can be solved with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The reason why Vegapunk called Hancock over was that he hoped that she could completely and thoroughly crush Charlotte Linlin, causing the greatest psychological trauma to the Charlotte pirates, and taking this opportunity to conquer the entire Charlotte pirates. The basis for Charlotte Linlin to implement a terrifying and high-pressure rule over the entire Charlotte pirates is her own unrivaled strength. Once Hancock can completely crush and win in a head-on battle, she can naturally collect the undefeated aura that Charlotte Linlin has created for many years. In addition, the brotherhood and sisterhood within the Charlotte Pirates makes it difficult for them to make a desperate decision while considering each other. As long as they use both kindness and force in the later stage, they can naturally be brought under their command. Then the person who can scare them has appeared. Hancock, what do you think of the nickname of Pirate Empress? After defeating the Charlotte Pirates, you will be the true Emperor of the Sea. After hearing what Vegapunk said, Hancock's mouth curled up slightly. Pirate Empress? It really fits my title. Will you be my queen by then, dear? Vegapunk rolled his eyes and gently pinched Hancock's creamy cheek. You think too much. Forget about being the Pirate Empress. Even if you rule the entire world government and become the queen of the world, you are still the same maid in front of me. On the blue sea, a huge battleship decorated in a cute style is riding the wind and waves. What is surprising is that this battleship is actually singing ballads while moving forward. Some pirate ships and merchant ships in the New World were so scared that they turned around and ran away when they saw this huge battleship singing. Because they have recognized that this is the Queen Mother song of the Charlotte Pirates, and in the Charlotte Pirates, the only one who can drive this huge battleship is Charlotte Linlin, who is one of the 4 emperors. Among the 4 emperors, Red Hair has the most friendly personality. As long as he does not express his hostility, others can have a drink with him. Whitebeard is more heroic. As long as he does not deliberately make enemies, he will not care about irrelevant people. Only Kato and Charlotte Linlin, one is warlike and the other is nervous. If you encounter their ships, whether it is a pirate or a merchant ship, it is better to retreat immediately, otherwise who knows if they will sink it at will. At this moment, on the Queen Mother song, Katakuri's face is heavy. Sitting on the deck, he faintly reveals a bit of anxiety. Brother Katakuri, relax a little. You seem to be too nervous during this period. Charlotte Smoothie, with a pair of long legs, walked over slowly, looked at Katakuri, and said casually, "It's different this time." Katakuri's voice was a little dull, with a hint of seriousness. His originally cold eyes were now even more worried. I have a very bad premonition. With my level of observation haki, there is no difference between premonition and foreknowledge. There must be unpredictable dangers in Wano country. We encountered a lot of dangers before. But didn't we make it in the end? We are the Charlotte Pirates. Charlotte Smoothie spoke indifferently. As a member of the Charlotte Pirates, the only female among the 4 generals of the desert has always been very confident in the strength of her own pirate group. Even if facing other 4 emperors' pirate groups, or even the navy, the combat power of her own pirate group is enough to retreat, even if they can't win. But after listening to Charlotte Smoothie's words, Katakuri remained silent. Unlike Charlotte Smoothie, Katakuri has truly experienced the era of the Rocks Pirates. At the end of the battle in the Valley of the Gods, Katakuri, who was still young and had no group at all, also had a bad premonition. Then the remaining crew members of the Rocks Pirates fought each other, and the pirate group completely fell apart. At that time, Katakuri, who was only 11 years old, had no other choice but to go with the flow. Although the crisis sense kept alarming at that time, he could only try his best to do his own thing. Fortunately, Charlotte Linlin was strong in the end, and the Charlotte Pirates were formed later. However, compared with the past, Katakuri is now almost 100 times stronger, but this time the premonition is not only not less dangerous, but seems to have increased. According to the same proportion, doesn't it mean that the opponent's strength is more than 100 times stronger than the monsters in the Rocks Pirates and the Navy heroes at that time? This is the source of Katakuri's worries, but he can't tell Charlotte Smoothie about this uncertain thing. Even Katakuri himself is a little skeptical. 100 times stronger than these top players in the sea. What kind of monster should that be? It can't be the invasion of the space pirates, right? It seems that it may be, because my observation haki is much stronger than when I was a child, so there is such a big premonition error. But even so, the strength of the opponent must not be underestimated, and it is even very likely that it is above the Charlotte Pirates. This time, I have to keep an eye on my brothers and sisters to avoid any accidents. Just when Katakuri was thinking, a towering waterfall appeared faintly in the distant sky. That was the Great Waterfall of Wano Country. For ordinary pirates, the waterfall of Wano country is a strong fortress, but for those top pirates who have gathered a large number of devil fruit ability users, the waterfall is just a little troublesome. The Charlotte pirates in the original work suffered twice at the waterfall. One reason was that Charlotte Linlin and Katakuri and other trump cards were not there at the time, and there was no strategic devil fruit ability user like Charlotte Bruley. Secondly, the two vice captains who were squatting at the waterfall happened to be the ones who could fly, so they naturally pitted the Charlotte pirates. Now that they had Charlotte Linlin herself, they naturally didn't need to use the primitive mode of pulling the boat with a carp. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand and ordered, "Zeus, it's up to you." "Okay, Mom, watch me." Zeus, which was originally just a small piece of white cloud, quickly expanded and soon covered the sky and the sun, turning into a cloud layer that was enough to cover a giant battleship like the Queen's song. Then, Zeus slowly descended, lifted up the entire battleship, and then soared into the sky. "Very good, let's go to Wano country in one go. Ma. But before Charlotte Linlin finished laughing, a lazy and sweet female voice came from the sky. "This is not okay. Wano country has now become my dear's territory. I can't let you little mice sneak in and cause damage." The lazy and sweet voice with a crisp and soft sound quality made all the people in the Charlotte pirates couldn't help but imagine what kind of beauty it was, and when they looked up, the beauty who appeared in front of them did not disappoint them at all. The black waterfall-like long hair, the white jade-like skin, the exquisite and perfect knot-like human appearance, and the extremely aggressive, arrogant, and cold temperament, almost in an instant, made everyone in the Charlotte pirates conquer her beauty. If Hancock came with the move of sweet wind now, the number of people in the entire Charlotte pirates who could withstand it would not exceed 3 fingers at most. However, long before the battle, Vegapunk had already made a request to Hancock. This time, when dealing with the Charlotte pirates, Hancock must show real hard power, and it is best to use less devil fruit power. Hancock's devil fruit ability is very powerful, there is no doubt about it, especially with her perfect appearance and figure, as well as her cold and arrogant temperament. Almost 99% of the enemies will be killed instantly by her devil fruit ability. But this kind of devil fruit ability that is against the sky can easily make people ignore its own combat effectiveness, which is inconsistent with the strategic goal set by Vegapunk this time. Those devil fruit abilities that are against the sky and kill instantly are rarely valued by the strong on the sea. On the one hand, it is a strong domineering aura that can resist the effect of the devil fruit, and this ability is not effective against the top strong. On the other hand, the devil fruit ability users with this ability are often due to the powerful devil fruit ability, but they neglect to exercise themselves, and there are few people with outstanding hard power. In this case, it is difficult to subdue the Charlotte pirates through such tricks. On the contrary, the upright strength can only increase the shock to the Charlotte pirates. Therefore, Hancock did not petrify all the members of the Charlotte pirates with a word of rudeness, but waited for 2 or 3 minutes until almost all the members of the Charlotte pirates came to their senses, and then slowly floated down and landed on the deck. Although the ordinary Charlotte pirates came to their senses, they still couldn't help looking at Hancock, breathing rapidly, their faces flushed, and their eyes had a tendency to turn into a heart shape. This was also the first reaction of most people who saw Hancock's beauty. However, Charlotte Linlin and Katakuri, who were standing at the bow, had a serious face and a solemn expression. They looked at Hancock with vigilance and even fear. There is always some induction between the strong. What's more, Hancock herself is not the type of person who polishes herself up and returns to her original simplicity. On the contrary, being the only one who is radiant and shining is more in line with her personality. In this case, whether it is the powerful Charlotte Linlin or Katakuri, whose observation haki has reached a certain limit, they can fully feel the terrifying power essence under Hancock's almost perfect appearance. Compared with Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri is calm, clear-headed, and almost perfect in all aspects, but he obviously lacks the domineering power of his mother. After sensing a certain essence of Hancock with his observation haki, his forehead was already sweating, his eyes were scattered, and even his body began to tremble slightly. Damn, how is this possible? What kind of monster is this woman? Charlotte Linlin took a step forward and stood in front of Katakuri. Under some unspeakable terrifying threat, the soft and crazy four emperors seemed to calm down in an instant and looked at Hancock with cold eyes. "Little rat, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. No matter who you are, since you dare to stand in front of us and say that, I think you are ready to face the consequences of provoking the Charlotte Pirates, right?" Hancock curled her lips slightly, revealing a disdainful look. "I don't know the consequences of provoking the Charlotte Pirates, but do you know the consequences of provoking me, you fat pig?" As soon as the word fat pig came out, the entire Charlotte Pirates instantly quieted down. The ordinary Charlotte Pirates who were originally obsessed with Hancock's beauty instantly turned pale, their legs trembled, and they retreated tremblingly. Even the homies stopped singing and tried to shrink themselves and reduce their presence. Chapter 179. Are you all playing the same version? It seemed that it was, because she had not heard insults for a long time. So after hearing the two adjectives fat pig, Charlotte Lingling was stunned for a moment and did not react for a while. But soon, a raging rage rose above Charlotte Lingling's head. This was not an adjective used to modify, but a normal statement. Prometheus, who was originally like a cute little sun, instantly merged into Charlotte Lingling's head. Charlotte Lingling's long hair also turned into a terrifying flame. With her twisted expression and witch-like face, it was enough to scare 99% of the people on the sea to death. Then, this terrible witch opened her huge mouth and made a terrifying sound, life or dead. Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit has the ability to directly extract the soul of those who fear her. Even some opponents who can compete with Charlotte Lingling slightly will be killed immediately once they are afraid of her in their hearts. However, this momentum seemed a bit petty to Hancock, who had seen a lot of big scenes. She raised her red lips slightly, and a contemptuous expression appeared on her perfect face. She did not answer at all, but clenched her fists. 80 God's Air Attack, Overlord Color Entanglement version. The originally overwhelming, integrated attack and defense, almost sweeping the ground physical attack was condensed by Hancock into a Pegasus meteor fist that bombarded one direction. While reducing the attack range, it also increased the attack intensity per unit area. The light blue chakra fist with black lightning instantly squeezed the atmosphere into a vacuum state. Charlotte Lingling, who also sensed the opponent's attack with the domineering color of observation, only had time to deploy the defensive armed color domineering all over her body before she was beaten and sprayed blood and flew backwards. The atmosphere was howling and the storm was screaming. The pink Charlotte Lingling was like an unimaginable cannonball. The moment she flew backwards, she had already smashed 7 or 8 members of the Charlotte family, turning them into a pool of blood foam. The original Mama Queen song was also split into 2 halves under this terrifying destructive force, and even the sky in the distance was directly divided. Not only that, the next second after Charlotte Lingling was knocked away, the surrounding air instantly flowed back, filling the vacuum channel, and set off an air movement that was almost like a storm. Everyone on the Charlotte pirate ship was like a dandelion in this storm, screaming and flying all over the sky. Until Hancock reached out and grabbed it, the powerful gravity attracted the scattered Charlotte pirates back, and even forcibly pieced the Mama Queen song back together, which prevented the Charlotte pirates from being completely wiped out. But now, all the Charlottes showed a look of shock. Their worldviews were shattered, and they were stupid, as if they were scared out of their wits. Even Katakuri, who was the calmest and most resilient of all the Charlottes, looked terrified after recovering from the appearance of a rice cake. It is conceivable how the other Charlottes are now reshaping their worldviews. Katakuri was unlucky. When Charlotte Lingling flew out, Katakuri behind her was immediately crushed. His tough body and powerful armed color domineering were completely crushed without any effect. Fortunately, the glutinous fruit close to the natural system played a pseudo-elemental role, which prevented the Charlotte family's highest masterpiece from being crushed into a pool of blood foam by their mother like those unlucky Charlottes. But it was also this personal experience that made Katakuri no longer have any luck. The strength of this unbelievably beautiful beauty in front of him had reached an incredible level, and even completely broke the ceiling of the pirate world. The general feeling is like a ninja who participated in the 3rd Ninja War suddenly came to the battlefield of the 4th Ninja War, and after watching a group of Otsutsuki gods perform various earth-shattering ninjutsu, he doubted his life. Are you really playing the same version of the game? Did the GM directly change the data? Exclamation mark. At this moment, standing on the broken deck of the Queen's Song, Hancock slowly retracted his hand and glanced at all the people in the Charlotte family. He said coldly and domineeringly, "Just now, that fat pig asked me whether I would give up my soul or die. Now that the fat pig in the way is gone, I also ask you a question. Surrender or die. Surrender. Surrender." Perospero immediately put down the candy cane in his hand and raised his hands. As if it was a chain reaction, a lot of members of the Charlotte family also raised their hands to surrender. Even Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri, who were arrogant, knelt down their long legs without hesitation. "Are you kidding? Didn't you see that the beauty in front of you beat my mother to death with one move? With this beauty's means, it would probably only take 1 or 2 moves to wipe out the Charlotte clan. There are many people in the Charlotte clan who are not afraid of death, but there are not many who are so stubborn that they don't even care about their brothers and sisters. Even those selfish guys care more about their own lives. In this case, whether it is for their own lives, or they are simply scared, or for the lives of their brothers and sisters, all the Charlotte clan's choices are very consistent. Let's vote." The only ones who chose to resist were the homies made by Charlotte Lingling. Prometheus and Napoleon were beaten away along with Charlotte Lingling, and the Mama Queen singing was even broken by a punch. The only high-level homies left was the Thundercloud Zeus that supported the entire battleship. In addition, there were many low-level homies on the Mama Queen singing battleship, some chess pieces, miscellaneous soldiers, activated cables and other messy things, and they also rushed towards Hancock while shouting and yelling. Hancock didn't even glance at those ordinary homies. The chakra in her body surged out and instantly annihilated those homies. At this moment, the entire ship suddenly fell down, and the black thundercloud Zeus flew up directly from under the ship. Golden lightning kept interweaving in the black thundercloud. "Damn bad woman, I want to avenge my mother." Raising her eyes slightly, Hancock blew a breath indifferently, and the vast chakra turned into a cold current that froze everything. In an instant, the huge thundercloud was frozen into ice, and then shattered into fine powder. The cold powder fell on the ship like flying snowflakes, and also fell on the hair of many members of the Charlotte family. The faint coldness penetrated deeply into the hearts of every member of the Charlotte family. The castle tower of the flower capital in Wano country. "So you don't know whether Charlotte Lin is dead or not?" Vegapunk said with a helpless look on his face. "Who cares about the life and death of that fat pig? And what kind of steel balloon is that? It's not durable at all. I only used 60% of my strength, and I don't know where the guy flew to." "Dear, you won't punish your little maid just because of a fat pig." Hancock leaned against Vegapunk, hugged Vegapunk's arms, and locked Vegapunk's movements with a pair of huge and fierce hands, while approaching Vegapunk's ears and blowing in his ears. At this moment, Hancock showed the charm of a little girl. Whether it was her slightly red cheeks or her big eyes, they were full of fascination and admiration for Vegapunk. On her beautiful face, there was even a sense of flattery, completely putting herself in a position below Vegapunk. This almost made the Charlotte family members who were kneeling below stare out of their eyes, especially Hancock, who claimed to be a little slave girl, which made all the members of the Aunt Pirates who had seen her show off her power, their glasses shattered. What kind of monster is this blonde young man, who can even subdue a woman like Hancock? Vegapunk muttered helplessly, "Forget it, I'll finish it for you. I have prepared a bed for Charlotte Lin's laboratory, but the last problem is to find someone. People in the pirate world don't have chakra. In other words, all the perception and jutsu that uses chakra as the positioning standard are useless in this world. It just so happens that the large-scale perception ability within the chakra system is almost all based on sensing chakra. The remaining 5 senses perception abilities such as the white eyes and enhanced sense of smell have very narrow sensing ranges. So it's really not easy to find Charlotte Lin. Of course, it won't be too difficult. Vegapunk has a lot of black technology in his hands, and he can definitely find her as long as he wants to. Vegapunk only hopes that the defense of this steel balloon can be tougher and the vitality can be stronger, so that he won't find the Sea Emperor in the end. You know, as the ceiling of the talented players in the entire pirate world, Charlotte Lin has a very high research value for Vegapunk. Although the chakra system and the power of the Otsutsuki clan are still above these sea emperors, the Otsutsuki clan relying on the chakra system has almost no value for cloning because the Otsutsuki clan is not known for its own physical ability, but for the power of chakra. There are only so many chakra resources, and Vegapunk has no idea of wasting it to make clones. Wouldn't it be better to strengthen himself? On the contrary, the strength of pirates like Charlotte Lin and Kaido comes largely from their own body structure and flesh and blood. It is true that this level of physical cloning is difficult and consumes a lot of resources, but compared with the nearly omnipotent biological energy of chakra, the cost of those resources is much smaller, and the cost performance is far higher than cloning Otsutsuki. However, Vegapunk couldn't blame Hancock for this little thing. After all, it was just a little more effort. Even if Charlotte Lin died of bad luck, she could still produce a lot of good things by conducting destructive research and cloning with her corpse. However, when hearing the words about the experimental bed, a certain top masterpiece of the Charlotte family suddenly shuddered, looked at Vegapunk with a sharp gaze, and then looked at Hancock thoughtfully. Unlike the original work, Hancock had long been famous as the Pirate Queen, and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the world's most beautiful woman. Hancock in this world has always been with Vegapunk. Even though she is strong and has experienced many battles, she is still rarely known to the outside world. You know, Vegapunk was not a pirate at the time, so naturally his forces did not have such a thing as a wanted order. Even if he himself was famous, many major forces had information about him, but not many people under his command cared about him. This also led to Hancock's reputation in the pirate world, although her strength and appearance were impeccable, but it was just a reputation, not an unknown one. At least most of the forces related to Vegapunk knew that there was a beautiful and very capable female bodyguard beside Vegapunk. As one of the actual leaders of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri was meticulous and had the ability to see the big picture from the small details. At first, it was just because Vegapunk had completely changed his body, so Katakuri didn't think of this aspect. But now, Vegapunk's experimental bed reminded Katakuri that there were not many scientists in the entire ocean who had set their experimental targets at the level of the 4 emperors. Or in other words, there was only one scientist who had such courage and ability, the legendary scientific legend who had died for several years, Vegapunk. Once it was confirmed that the blonde young man in front of him was Vegapunk, some of the previous things were also explained. Why was the beautiful woman named Hancock so strong? It was obviously the result of Vegapunk's human body transformation. The beauty, whose appearance and strength were beyond imagination, had such a humble attitude towards Vegapunk, which could be explained. Obviously, this beauty was not a naturally powerful monster, and only when she was weak would she have such a strong sense of dependence on others. However, seeing through Vegapunk's identity was meaningless to Katakuri now. He only hoped that the crazy scientist's intention of leaving his brothers and sisters behind was not to use him and others as experimental subjects. Seeing Vegapunk's gaze looking down, the group of people lowered their heads even more, touched their chins, and Vegapunk ordered, "Are you from the Charlotte Pirates? I don't have too many requirements for you. From now on, the entire Wano country will be my territory. Take a look at the rules I issued. As long as you don't violate the rules, Wano country can still be handed over to you for management. Just provide the resources I need." Chapter 180 Dressrosa. Naturally, no one in the Charlotte Pirates dared to disobey Vegapunk's orders, especially after they learned about Vegapunk's identity. Although Vegapunk was not known for his strength, he had killed a Navy admiral in Future Island. In everyone's opinion, Vegapunk's own power was not much worse than that of the 4 emperors. Especially now that Vegapunk has even changed his entire body, no one in Charlotte would think that the current Vegapunk is still the scientist who was powerless before. Most of the people in the Charlotte family were not in Vegapunk's eyes. The only ones that Vegapunk could take notice of were special level fruit users such as Charlotte Bryn, Charlotte Bruley, and Charlotte Nusi, or pretty good people such as Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie. However, although Charlotte Bryn and Charlotte Bruley had powerful devil fruit abilities, their own combat power was worrying, so they did not participate in this expedition at all. Fortunately, the entire Charlotte Pirates group has been subdued, so it is easy to transfer the two of them here, and Vegapunk is not in a hurry. There are two things that really need to be dealt with now. One is to find Charlotte Lin back, alive or dead. The other thing is to deal with the temptation of the world government in a short period of time, to prevent the world government from directly launching ancient weapons, to attack and destroy the entire Wano country, after discovering my existence. Of course, in Vegapunk's estimation, the possibility of Wano country being hit by IM's dimensionality reduction is not great. In fact, Vegapunk even suspects that the chaotic magnetic field of the new world itself can interfere with this super weapon that falls from the sky. Otherwise, the four emperors would not have been free and easy for so many years, wandering around and rarely staying in one place for too long. Not to mention the red hair pirates. The other four emperors pirate groups all have their own nests, and the world government cannot have not thought of directly using super weapons to wipe out these guys. Since the several pirate emperors of the new world are still fine, it means that the world government must have certain restrictions on the use of super weapons. Maybe that super weapon has a very long charging standby time and cannot be used continuously, or maybe IM himself will have some burden when using this super weapon, but the biggest possibility is that the magnetic field of the new world will affect the positioning function of the super weapon. Even if Vegapunk has some estimation of this, it is impossible to ignore the danger because of this speculation. Maybe IM is a psychopath, or he is too arrogant and looks down on the four emperors, so he didn't attack them. Or maybe this Lord IM has some ability to predict the future, so he is not interested in the small fights of those sea emperors. In this case, Vegapunk is still unwilling to gamble. Wano country is now his sphere of influence. Although the seastone has been mined out, it can still provide a lot of other resources. Even if Vegapunk doesn't care about the life and death of the people of Wano country, there is still the Pluto battleship hidden under Wano country. Before Vegapunk has a complete analysis and research on the entire Pluto battleship, he doesn't want the whole Wano country to be blown up. However, it is obviously better to let professionals handle this matter, so Vegapunk quickly handed the matter over to Stussy. Stussy, a versatile spy, is the best candidate to handle it. With her ability, after consulting with the Charlotte family, she can completely cover up the existence of Vegapunk and Hancock. It just so happens that now, Kazuki Hiyori, who rules and governs the country, is a member of the Kazuki clan. The orphan girl of the Kazuki clan staged a king's return, defeated Kado and Charlotte Lin successively, and occupied Wano country can completely deal with the world government. Kazuki Hiyori's strength is actually not weak. She has almost reached the level of the vice chairman. After obtaining the chakra seed, her strength has improved a lot, and she can barely support the shelf of a top powerhouse. What's more, in the later period, Vegapunk also opened his ninjutsu library to Kazuki Hiyori. As long as Kazuki Hiyori can learn some powerful ninjutsu and integrate the chakra system with the domineering system, it will be easy for her to become a top powerhouse on the sea. Even if the world government continues to test, it will take a long time, which is enough time for Kazuki Hiyori to be reborn. As for Vegapunk himself, after asking the members of the Charlotte family for Charlotte Lin's life paper, he began to use these life papers to make detection machines to find Charlotte Lin. Dressrosa is a country close to the entrance of the new world. For a long time, it has often been harassed by some pirate groups who have just entered the new world and don't know the height of the world. However, since Doflamingo ruled this country, such things have become less common. After all, the gold content of the 7 warlords of the sea is certainly not as good as the 4 emperors, and it is still easy to beat some small pirates who have just entered the new world. Therefore, over the years, this country has adapted to the atmosphere of peace. Until today, a meteor that fell from the sky directly shattered a large block of Dressrosa, causing panic in the entire Dressrosa. After the chaos, the Don Quixote family reacted very quickly, and soon several family carters came to the area where the fireball fell. However, when they saw the true face of the fireball, everyone's face changed drastically. First, they blocked the area where the fireball fell and prohibited others from entering. Then they hurriedly called the leader of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo. After receiving the information, Doflamingo, who was on the pirate ship, was startled and set off directly from the sky without hesitation. He returned to Dressrosa in almost the shortest time. A pink figure like a big bird fell from the sky. Seeing this, Gladius, who was wearing a leather jacket and had a hedgehog head, hurried to meet it. Okay, enough idle chatter, Gladius. Besides you, does anyone else know this news? Doflamingo waved his hand, signaling Gladius not to talk any more nonsense, and Gladius nodded tactfully and said concisely, at first, some people in Dressrosa saw her appearance, but it should be difficult to associate her with the four emperors. What I want is that the news must not be leaked. Get rid of those people. Don't worry, young master, those people have been locked up, and Sucrose has gone to deal with them. That's good. How is the monster's injury? Very bad. Most of the internal organs on the body are ruptured. 2/3 of the bones are broken or even shattered, and the amount of blood loss exceeds half of the body. To be honest, the fact that this monster is still alive is beyond our imagination. After hearing Gladius's exclamation, Doflamingo twitched his mouth. Otherwise, why do you think they are called monsters? Because these guys are no longer human in any aspect. I don't know why this monster was so seriously injured. Charlotte Linlin shouldn't have the same suicidal hobby as Kado, and even if she has this hobby, the body defense of this steel balloon is not much worse than Kado. Yes, the fire meteor was blown away by Hancock's punch, and flew from Wano country to Dressrosa by Charlotte Linlin. Only a person at the level of the Emperor of the Sea would make Doflamingo nervous, even if he was unconscious. Although Doflamingo saw Charlotte Linlin's injuries, he didn't expect that she was beaten like this, or Doflamingo didn't believe that someone could beat the Emperor of the Sea like this. More people thought that it might be that the Emperor of the Sea played some kind of death game, or was blown here by some super bomb or something like that. But no matter what, in Doflamingo's view, this is a great opportunity. Whether it is saving Charlotte Linlin and using it to connect with the Charlotte pirates, or finding a way to control the four emperors, or simply handing it over to the Navy and the world government, they can all get great benefits. Even if it really doesn't work, directly killing Charlotte Linlin can also be regarded as reducing competitors. The main business of the Charlotte pirates is in the underground world, otherwise it would not be known as the most informed pirate group. This business undoubtedly overlaps with the Jackie Doflamingo in the underground world, and with the size of the Charlotte pirates, it is still the absolute leader of the entire underground world. If the Charlotte pirates are not brought down, it is absolutely wishful thinking for Doflamingo to truly become the leader of the underground world. If Charlotte Linlin can be killed secretly without being discovered by anyone, the Charlotte pirates will undoubtedly fall out of the category of the four emperors pirates, and even a series of splits may occur within the Charlotte pirates. In this way, his own Don Quixote family will have the possibility of being in the dark world. However, Doflamingo knew that it was not easy to conceal such a thing. After all, too many people saw the meteor falling from the sky. Even if all the outsiders who saw Charlotte Linlin were dealt with, it was inevitable that the Charlotte pirates would have some doubts about it. For a pirate group of that level, suspicion was enough. The pirate group was a villain, not a judge. There was no need to find any absolute evidence. As long as there was a possibility, it was enough for them to launch a war against Dressrosa. And the sad thing was, even without Charlotte Linlin, the Don Quixote family was definitely not the opponent of the Charlotte pirates. Doflamingo was sure that he could never beat Katakuri, and he had no absolute chance of winning against Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Smoothie, and Charlotte Perispero. In this case, even if the Charlotte pirates were just a casual revenge, Doflamingo would definitely not be able to resist it. As for his backers, the world government and the Navy obviously could not fight for him, a Shichibuke, and it was more likely that they would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the original work, Kado, the backstage man, had already looked down on the garbage made by Caesar after he got the artificial devil fruit from Vegapunk. Although there was still some connection between the two, there was little hope for Kado's help. Not to mention that during this period of time, no one knew what had happened to the Beast's pirates. It seemed that all the members had been silent, and it was suspected that they had been annihilated. While thinking in his heart, Doflamingo gave up the idea of killing Charlotte Linlin, but when he thought of the Beast's pirates again, his heart moved slightly. Charlotte Linlin was seriously injured, and all the members of the Beast's pirates were missing. Is there any connection between them? Could it be the world government? But the secret trump card of the world government would not turn people into meteors, nor would it leave a bright and shining Wano country after destroying the Beast's pirates. When thinking fruitlessly, Doflamingo also put aside more ideas. Even if it was as he thought, 2 of the 4 emperors were broken. If he really encountered that kind of force majeure, he didn't think his Don Quixote family had any ability to resist. The most urgent thing is to rescue Charlotte Linlin first. It is not so easy to give Charlotte Linlin first aid. First of all, even if Charlotte Linlin is now beaten into a meat bag, her skin is still indestructible. Even if the first aid personnel use a chainsaw, they can only grind the teeth flat. Fortunately, Doflamingo himself has developed the string fruit enough. In the end, he used the armed color domineering to wrap the created thread and pierced the tough and sharp thin thread into Charlotte Linlin's body from the wound, and then used it to suture the blood vessels, fix the bones, and suture the internal organs. Finally, Charlotte Linlin was rescued. For a monster like Charlotte Linlin, as long as this breath is not cut off and can be rescued, it will not be far from recovery. A large amount of nutrient solution was injected through the wound, and Charlotte Linlin's injuries improved rapidly, and her breathing gradually stabilized. In just one day, the wounds on the outside of the steel balloon had all closed up. Now even Doflamingo couldn't use his string fruit to treat her. Fortunately, the previous treatment had already produced a lot of results, and Flamingo didn't have to do anything more. It's just that the nutrient injection can't be given again. Ordinary steel can't pierce the skin of this 4 emperors. There is no way to give a nutrient injection, so Doflamingo simply chooses to force it through the mouth, and Charlotte Linlin is worthy of the title of monster. A large amount of nutrient solution was poured into her mouth, and was directly absorbed by her. Not only did nothing go wrong, but it also made her injury recovery speed very fast. Around the second night, Charlotte Linlin had opened her eyes and regained a little consciousness. Chapter 181 Unexpected Disaster. I'm so hungry. I want to eat cake. I want to eat mousse cake. Mousse cake? Where is the mousse cake? Charlotte Linlin, who had just woken up, pulled open the nutrient solution bottle and roared wildly. Doflamingo, who was standing aside with a flattering smile on his face, froze and suddenly thought of something fatal. Matching Charlotte Linlin's powerful strength is her extremely cruel character. Among the rumors of her cruelty, at least half of the pot is caused by this guy's unique bulimia. Charlotte Linlin may be cruel, but she is not a pervert after all. Eating living people and even her own children is obviously due to the attack of bulimia. When bulimia attacks, this guy can even eat his own children, so you can imagine the extent to which he does not recognize his relatives. Doflamingo doesn't think he will be an exception. Doflamingo, who reacted, was startled and ran away without saying a word. At the same time, he stretched out a lot of lines from his hands, tied up his 2 men directly, and escaped from the door in an instant. Just a second after they escaped from the room, with a loud bang, the entire door was shattered. The terrible gluttony demon king's eyes were red, and the frenzied domineering aura was rampant, causing Doflamingo, who was escaping, to secretly groan. What's going on? I'm such a big villain from head to heart, and I finally saved someone, and did something good, but I ended up saving a big disaster. Oh, the one I saved was Charlotte Linlin, who was even more brutal than me. That's fine. Hurry up and tell the chef to make mousse cake. Doflamingo stretched out his hand, which turned into countless silk threads, and grabbed Buffalo, who saw the terrifying figure of Charlotte Linlin, and was about to fly away, and ordered loudly, "Ah, mousse cake?" Buffalo asked stupidly. How could Doflamingo have time to explain to this fat man? He slapped him on the head, causing a big bump on his head and stars in his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Go. Ask the chef in the kitchen to cook more." "Yes, young master." Covering his head and crying, Buffalo understood after being hit, and went to execute the order without saying a word. Although Buffalo's combat power is almost the same as that of a small fish in front of Charlotte Linlin, Charlotte Linlin can easily beat this little fat man with her homies. However, as a user of the rotate turning fruit, Buffalo still has his own special features. At least he has no problem being a human helicopter, and his mobility is full. Especially now, when Doflamingo must find a way to entangle Charlotte Linlin. The most mobile person in the Don Quixote family is actually this fat man. Seeing Buffalo flying away, Doflamingo did not delay any longer and immediately activated the power of his own fruit. He did not expect that he could fight Charlotte Linlin, but with the help of the power of the devil fruit, he could confuse Charlotte Linlin a little and delay her. He still had some hope. His ability of the string fruit was so well developed, and Charlotte Linlin, who was suffering from bulimia, had no brains. It should be easy to delay some time. A large number of thin lines gushed out. Relying on his unique Shadow Knight line ability, Doflamingo directly created many line clones and began to distract Charlotte Linlin's attention. The mousse cake is ready. Half an hour later, Doflamingo, who was almost exhausted, heard the voices of Buffalo and Baby 5 and almost shed tears of joy. Delaying time is not easy at all. Charlotte Linlin is a monster. The 4 emperors are all monsters. I almost got eaten. When Charlotte Linlin was ill, she was indeed unconscious, but that doesn't mean she is easy to fool. The thread clone she created was pulled casually by this guy, and Doflamingo himself was almost pulled out. The large amount of thread ocean created by the awakening of the fruit is no different from a spider web to the monster queen, and they are all things that will break if touched. Even when Doflamingo, who was almost exhausted and couldn't bear it, wanted to leave through the air, he was almost shocked by Queen Charlotte's strange sound and fell into her mouth. Sure enough, none of the 4 emperors are easy to fool. How can Charlotte Linlin become one of the 4 emperors, even though she has such a big defect of being mentally ill? Because when she was crazy, Charlotte Linlin's fighting power was often more abnormal. Fortunately, before Doflamingo reached his limit, the mousse cake was made. When she smelled the fragrance of the mousse cake, Charlotte Linlin immediately ignored the spider that was always jumping in front of her, turned around and walked to the cake, grabbed it, and put it in her bloody mouth. After chewing it for a while, Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, and she immediately started to eat the several meter high cake. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the mousse cake as high as a hill was eaten up. After eating, Charlotte Linlin didn't say a word, and she lay down and fell asleep. Doflamingo, who was out of breath, looked at his palace that was almost turned into ruins, and showed an expression of wanting to cry but not tears. The next morning, when Charlotte Linlin woke up from the ruins, she looked at the surrounding environment in a daze. Huh? Question mark? Where is this? How did I get here? Exclamation mark. And where did Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon go? Where are my children? Exclamation mark. After thinking about it, Charlotte Linlin realized that she was going to occupy Wano country with her children. Then, it seemed that she encountered something terrible in Wano country. What terrible thing was it? Charlotte Linlin covered her head, but she couldn't remember anything. Phew 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 phew. Captain Charlotte, are you okay? After a night's rest, Doflamingo put on his sunglasses again, walked over with a swagger. Since Charlotte Linlin has been rescued, Doflamingo naturally wants to get as many favors as possible from the Charlotte pirates. As for the idea of controlling Charlotte Linlin, it has long been thrown out of the window by Flamingo. Are you kidding? Whoever wants to control this crazy woman can control her. Anyway, she didn't have the ability, and she didn't want to leave such a time bomb in Dressrosa. Hey, you are that clown Jackie? Doflamingo? Charlotte Linlin may be a psychopath, but she still has basic IQ when she's not having an attack. Doflamingo is no small figure on the sea, so Charlotte Linlin remembered him a little. Yes, Captain Charlotte, you fell from the sky the day before yesterday and were seriously injured. You've just recovered. Seriously injured? Charlotte Linlin tilted her head. To be seriously injured, did she fall from outside the atmosphere? No, she seemed to vaguely remember that she was injured not because of the fall, but because, covering her head, Charlotte Linlin, who didn't know what protective amnesia was, always felt like she had blacked out after drinking and had forgotten something very important. Doflamingo didn't know that Charlotte Linlin was in the stage of protective amnesia. He pretended to care and asked curiously, Captain Charlotte, what happened? Did you fall from the sky because you fought with someone? Fight? The word fight seemed to turn on some mysterious switch. Charlotte Linlin felt a sharp pain in her head and messy memories emerged in her brain. A huge waterfall, a flying ship, a beautiful but domineering woman, a light blue fist, a fleeting scene, and her children scattered like stars in the sky. As the memories emerged, a crazy strange sound instantly roared out of Charlotte Linlin's mouth. Doflamingo, who was standing next to Charlotte Linlin, was caught off guard and was shocked by the terrible roar. His eyes turned black and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The violent strange sound finally converged, and at the same time Doflamingo also swayed twice and fell to the ground. He was already considered lucky. Under Charlotte Linlin's magic sound, no one knew how many people were killed in this area. Anyway, the ordinary guards and soldiers were basically wiped out. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Where did this little monster come from? How could there be such a monster? That blue fist, is it some kind of devil fruit ability? What kind of fruit ability user is it? While roaring, Charlotte Linlin hit the surroundings randomly like an angry gorilla. The terrifying power made the entire King's Highland seem to be earthquake-like. Doflamingo, who was shaky and almost unconscious, looked at Charlotte Linlin who was going berserk again, and felt extremely ironic. He was careful, and hard-working, and he thought he had achieved perfection in all aspects. But because he saved a crazy woman who could only eat and give birth, he ended up like this. Looking at the huge fist hitting his head, Doflamingo couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, and then his head hurt and his eyes went black. Found the location of Charlotte Linlin. On Phantasy Star, Vegapunk put the life paper sent by the Charlotte family into the machine and quickly determined the location of Charlotte Linlin. This world has a special thing called life paper. Through the research and development of life paper technology, Vegapunk developed a method of precise positioning through life paper a long time ago. Compared with the original life paper, which will produce a polymerization reaction, Vegapunk can accurately locate the main body and main paper of the life paper. Even if the person who owns the main body of the life paper discards it, the original owner can still be located. In theory, as long as there is a little cell material, a person's location can be completely accurately located. Of course, this is mainly based on the light of special materials, and Vegapunk's technology can only be regarded as a catalyst. Let me see, this location is Dressrosa? Well, judging from the status of the life paper, Charlotte Linlin is out of danger and is recovering quickly. Did the Don Quixote family save her? With Charlotte Linlin's terrifying vitality, basically as long as she is confirmed to be alive, she can slowly recover, but if no one takes care of her, the recovery speed will definitely not be fast. Judging from the status of the life paper, she is recovering so quickly now, so she must have been rescued and is being treated. Vegapunk is not in a hurry about this. What if Charlotte Linlin recovers? It's nothing more than letting Hancock punch her again. At most, Hancock will not use 60% of his strength this time, but only 30%, to avoid beating her to death directly. Since it is confirmed that she is not dead, there is no need to rush. Vegapunk slowly distributes and appeases as many Charlottes first. The most important thing is to hold the 10,000 kingdoms in his hands. As the base camp of the Charlotte family, Wano Torrents is far superior to Wano Country in terms of resources. The characteristics of Wano Country are air minerals, samurai, swordsmiths and other military characteristics. Wano Torrents is a rich country with abundant means of production. The Beast Pirates are all war maniacs, and the Charlotte Pirates are all foodies. This choice also meets their requirements. Vegapunk does not have high requirements for minerals. After all, he can directly crush asteroids to mine, but for organic resources, only the current pirate planet can provide them. After all, even if the pirate universe is a little more lively than the normal universe, and there is even thin air in the universe, there can't be too many life planets. Today's Vegapunk has just pointed out space technology, and has no time to explore life planets. Why did Vegapunk choose machinery as the basis of his army instead of choosing clones that seem to be easier to study in this world? A large part of the reason is the difficulty in food supply. The stronger the body, the more high energy food it needs. Compared with robots that can run for hundreds of years by simply installing an energy furnace and do not even need post-maintenance after using memory metal, cloning is undoubtedly much more troublesome. But if there is a rich territory, Vegapunk can completely make clones and hand them over to the Charlotte family to raise. The Charlotte family has no other skills, but they are definitely first class in terms of collecting food. The devil fruit abilities of these people are mostly related to food. Most of the territories they manage produce high quality food. Even the protection fees collected outside the Wonjuo are desserts and food. It can be said that the Wonjuo is completely overflowing in terms of food. Otherwise it would not be possible to create a country like Cake Island that is full of various foods. This is exactly the opposite of the polluted Wano country. Even at the beginning, Wano country was not famous for its fertile land and abundant food. Chapter 182 Chaos. After assigning tasks to the people of Charlotte's family, Vegapunk led his people to set out directly to find Charlotte Linlin. This time, in addition to Hancock, Vegapunk also brought Katakuri and Smoothie from the Charlotte family to see if he could directly persuade Charlotte Linlin to surrender. Although in Vegapunk's opinion, this possibility was not great. But even if they were very dissatisfied with this mother, after all, blood is thicker than water. Katakuri and Smoothie were also prepared to make an effort. The treatment of voluntarily surrendering was always better than being beaten down. Vegapunk relied on electromagnetic ability to teleport through wormholes within the planet, and Hancock also had time and space ninjutsu. Although it was not used much, in fact, the two of them traveled at an incredibly fast speed. After debugging the space gate several times, they soon arrived at Dressrosa. This was because the two had never been here before, and they needed to try to locate it many times. Otherwise the two could arrive directly in minutes. After experiencing the changing of time and space, Charlotte, Smoothie and Katakuri undoubtedly became more respectful. This kind of mobility combined with this kind of combat power makes its deterrence almost exponentially increased. It can be said that, if Vegapunk wants to hunt down someone on the sea, that person will die, no matter where he escapes. Finally here. This is Dressrosa. But what's going on? Charlotte Smoothie glanced at the city in front of her that was still emitting smoke, or the ruins of the city, with a strange look on her face. Dressrosa is known as the country of love and toys. It is a famous tourist attraction in the entire New World. It has its own special food and beautiful scenery, as well as arenas and various toys that other countries do not have. Charlotte Smoothie has actually been here several times. The size of the four emperors level pirates has completely exceeded that of ordinary countries, and they no longer make a living by robbing on weekdays. As one of the four generals of the desert, Charlotte Smoothie actually has a lot of time at her disposal. In addition, as a female hobby, it is normal to travel to Dressrosa, as long as she does not come with her own fleet. Even Doflamingo will turn a blind eye to Charlotte Smoothie. The last time she came here, Charlotte Smoothie still remembered that the scenery here was beautiful and picturesque. The pedestrians on the street were all smiling, and the whole city was prosperous and stable. Now, is there a war with which pirate group here? No. Although the Don Quixote family is not as powerful as the four emperors, it is also at the top of the second echelon in the New World. In addition, Doflamingo, the flamingo, is very good at being a human being, and it is impossible for him to provoke an opponent he cannot fight against. Therefore, the possibility of Dressrosa being invaded by the pirate group is actually very small. On the contrary, if her mother is really here, then the biggest possibility is that her mother is crazy here. Thinking of this, Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri were not in a hurry at all. They glanced at Vegapunk slowly and asked, "My lord, have you determined the more specific location of our mother now?" Of course, the two of them were not in a hurry. Dressrosa was not their territory anyway. In addition, they were followed by the terrifying Hancock this time. Even if their mother went crazy, what would it matter? As pirates, they had no sympathy anyway. Let Dressrosa be unlucky. Isn't it enough that their mother destroyed the country? I don't think I need to determine the specific location at all. Vegapunk rolled his eyes and pointed to the most lively place in Dressrosa. The terrifying roar of strange roars, the rumbling sound of buildings being flattened, and various sounds such as explosions and battles were echoing there. The resistance of the Don Quixote family is still good. It hasn't been flattened by my mother yet. Charlotte Smoothie said with some surprise. Don't underestimate that, Tinayasha. Don Quixote family may have an advantage over our Charlotte family in terms of devil fruits. Katakuri said lightly. Although the Charlotte family can be regarded as the leader of the entire dark world, Theoretically, the quantity and quality of devil fruits obtained should be higher than that of Don Quixote family. But in terms of network, the Charlotte family cannot compare with Don Quixote family. After all, Tanayasha was originally a celestial dragon and has inextricable ties with the world government, which makes them naturally have an advantage in collecting some valuables. In addition, because of Charlotte Linlin's own preference, many devil fruits collected by the Charlotte family are related to food or cooking, which undoubtedly has a great impact on the composition of Charlotte family's devil fruit ability users. Under normal circumstances, even some strange devil fruit abilities do not have much impact on Charlotte Linlin, but when Charlotte Linlin goes crazy, it is hard to say. Maybe Charlotte Linlin's life is not in danger, but it is still possible to trap her. Of course, the time cannot be too long. After all, if you want to trap such a crazy monster, the physical consumption of the devil fruit ability user is definitely not light. At this moment, on the battlefield in the center of the chaos of Dressrosa, a chubby aunt with glasses was panting heavily, with hot sweat dripping down her forehead. In her hands, a group of pink mists were condensing, and she kept throwing them at the monster in front of her. The horrible monster turned into a distorted work of art for a while, and then turned back into Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Damn it. Why can she break free from my art fruit? Finally, the aunt, that is, Jorah of the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but speak. She felt that she was about to collapse from exhaustion. She really thought that using the devil fruit ability did not require physical strength. People who have cultivated their haki to the limit, relying on the huge amount of haki in their bodies, have a strong resistance to the power of devil fruits, but this is the first time I have seen someone so strong. The bold old man standing next to Jorah, with veins popping out of his head and wearing reading glasses, spoke seriously. Don't talk nonsense on the side. Help to deal with this monster. Deal with this monster? Laoji glanced at Charlotte Linling, then looked at himself. Well, with his small arms and legs, he would not be eaten alive by Charlotte Linling if he rushed forward, right? Although Aoji is very confident in his strength and has a brave personality, even a world-class boxing champion would not have the confidence to challenge the Tyrannosaurus in Jurassic Park. As for the other Carters, Diamond, who was closest to Doflamingo at the time, Treble had already hit GG. Gladius wanted to confront Charlotte Linling head-on, but he was instantly beaten into a ball of blood mist. The explosion with all his strength did not even hurt Charlotte Linling's skin. Senior Pico, who can travel underground, took the young master away during the chaos. He is still receiving emergency treatment, and it is unknown whether he can be saved. Snow Girl Monarch wanted to free Charlotte Linlin with her natural ability. If Charlotte Linlin had not been mentally unstable when she went crazy and did not use armament haki, she would have turned into Monarch by now. If it doesn't work, maybe let Sucrose try. Maybe we can turn her into a toy. Ryoji said with a frown. Sucrose is now under the protection of Buffalo and Baby 5. The combat power of the two is ordinary, and it doesn't make sense whether they come or not, so they are asked to protect the most important part of Dressrosa, which is Sucrose. Otherwise, Charlotte Linlin is already a headache. If the toys controlled by Sucrose recover, the entire Don Quixote family can be declared finished. Even now, it is hard to say whether the Don Quixote family can survive this. Apart from other things, once Doflamingo is not rescued, the entire Don Quixote family will immediately collapse completely. And if Charlotte Linlin continues to make trouble like this, the Don Quixote family will have to be exhausted by this monster, unless they give up Dressrosa. Go call Sucrose. But, the young master said that without his order, Sucrose is strictly prohibited from appearing in such dangerous situations. Jorah said hesitantly. Now that the leader and several senior cadres of the Doflamingo family are not here, she and Laoji can only be regarded as middle-level cadres, and there is no way to command a key figure like Sucrose. You go and call Sucrose, and say it's my order. A shrill voice sounded behind the two of them, and a huge stone face appeared on the ground. This guy, this bastard who hurt the young master, let me deal with it. While shouting with a shrill voice, Pica, one of the 4 major cadres of the Doflamingo family and the user of the stone fruit, has gradually revealed his huge stone face. The ground shook with a rumbling sound, and a huge stone giant slowly crawled out. I have merged into the stones of the entire Dressrosa underground. Now I will not lose to anyone in terms of strength. Even the 4 emperors are the same. Oh my, now it seems that the battle has become more intense. Well, if you think that you can defeat your mother just by being bigger, then you are too naive. Charlotte, Smoothie and Katakuri looked at the stone giant standing in the distance and talked slowly. Although they knew that a battle that caused heavy losses to Dressrosa was taking place in the distance, whether it was Vegapunk, Hancock or the 2 Charlottes, they were obviously not in a hurry and still walked slowly towards there. On the other hand, Doflamingo, who was bandaged all over and his head was almost flattened, finally woke up slowly. Although his nose was crooked, his eyes were slanted, and his mouth was dripping with water, Doflamingo's mind was still very clear. Pike, what's going on now? Is that monster woman still going crazy? Peek, who was wearing baby clothes and sunglasses and looked like a pervert, nodded. Everyone is trying hard to stop this monster, but unfortunately there is no result. Also, Peek was silent for a moment, not knowing whether he should report the losses of the Don Quixote family. But who is Doflamingo? Even though Peek didn't say anything, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Veins on his forehead were bulging, and the wound that had been healed burst open again, staining the gauze red. He looked like a hungry ghost. Tell me, who in the family has sacrificed? Diamond, Treble and Gladius, they're all. Phew 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 ha 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 ha. Great, that's great. Charlotte Lindlin. Charlotte family. I can't believe that over the years, the Navy and those underground forces and various pirate groups haven't done anything to our Don Quixote family. Instead, it's this crazy woman who has caused us heavy losses. My family won't die in vain. Even if Dressrosa is reduced to ashes, I will never let you go. Charlotte Lindlin. After taking a long breath, Doflamingo looked at Peek and said coldly, Pike, bring the Den Mushi that contacts the Navy. Peek was stunned for a moment and looked at Doflamingo. Young master, are you going to? That's right. Now, we can only let the Navy enter. A crazy 4 emperor who has not yet recovered from his injuries is enough for the admirals of the Navy to take action. Doflamingo showed a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth. On weekdays, he certainly didn't want the admirals of the Navy to come to Dressrosa. After all, there are a lot of black materials in Dressrosa. Once they are discovered, even Doflamingo will be in trouble. But the current situation is not the time to consider these issues. Compared with the territory of Dressrosa, Doflamingo is more concerned about his men. Besides, after the admirals of the Navy and the 4 emperors fight here, it is hard to say whether Dressrosa will still exist at that time. Well, since this is your choice, young master. Peek's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, but he still took the Den Mushi. Hello, is this Marshal Sengoku? I have an important message to report to you, Navy. Almost all the members of the Don Quixote family were trying to deal with Charlotte Lindling, but a Don Quixote family outlaw took this opportunity to come to the dungeon of the palace. The entire palace had been destroyed by Charlotte Lindling, and now it was completely turned into a pile of ruins. At this moment, Violet, who came to the ruins, was trying to locate and find the entrance to the dungeon. It should be here. Damn, the entrance is buried. The hot dancer made a circle with her fingers and put them on her eyes. Relying on the perspective ability of the staring fruit, she finally found the buried entrance. But then, Violet was worried again. Although she also had a strong fighting power, it basically relied on her own devil fruit ability. Her physical strength was not a mess, but it could only be regarded as mediocre. It is not impossible to clear out the rubble and rocks that are covering the entrance. It just will take a long time and effort. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, The Nemesis of the Flash Fruit. A golden light rushed towards Dressrosa at a high speed. After a moment, a wretched figure condensed in the sky above the entire Dressrosa. Really? I finally got a vacation, but Marshal Sengoku called me over again. Is it so easy to entangle the 4 emperors? After this mission is over, I must take a vacation and get a pay raise. Muttering to himself, the Admiral of the Navy named Kizaru glanced down and saw Charlotte Linlin rushing forward like a big wild boar. Dressrosa was like a cornfield, and all kinds of corn-like buildings were knocked to the ground by her. In addition, there was a fragmented stone giant lying on the ground. It could barely be seen as a human figure. The entire lower body was smashed to pieces and was now recovering. That was Pika, who was trying hard to recover. The stone giant made by the stone fruit was not much stronger than cotton in the face of Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon, and was easily smashed to pieces. If it weren't for Charlotte Linlin's madness and the lack of her observation haki to lock onto the target, Pika would have been beaten to a pulp. Even so, in the process of constantly restoring the stone giant and then being broken, the stone fruit ability user also exhausted his physical strength and could only hide in the stone to survive. As for the sucrose that he had high hopes for, I won't go. Even if I die, I'll be eaten. I'll be eaten by that monster woman. Woo 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 wow 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 wow. I don't want to go. I don't want to be eaten. Leoji, Jorah, Bacaro and Baby 5 looked at Sucrose rolling on the ground, crying and throwing tantrums, all with helpless expressions on their faces. Sucrose is a devil fruit ability user who ate the childlike fruit, and the childlike fruit is also a devil fruit with supernatural power. Its function is to turn people or animals that come into contact with it into toys, and erase everyone's memory of them, and even erase their sense of existence, which is a bit like the free method in Shanna and Shikugan. However, although this almost rule-based ability is powerful, it is similar to most rule-based devil fruits. This devil fruit does not add any bonus to the combat power of the main body. In fact, because its ability is too abnormal, it has a lot of reduction. For example, after eating the childlike fruit, Sucrose's age and mentality have always remained around 10 years old. And a 10-year-old girl naturally cannot be expected to have the courage to deal with the terrifying Queen Charlotte Linlin, who is enough to scare ordinary people to death. Of course, it is fortunate that these people did not bring Sucrose with them. Otherwise, with Sucrose's psychological quality, that can be scared by Usopp's facial expression when she saw the crazy Charlotte Linlin, she would probably faint without saying a word, and Dressrosa, which was already in a mess, would collapse. At this moment, the ground behind everyone was rippled with water, and Pico, the user of the swimming fruit, emerged from it. What are you still doing here? The young master just gave an order for everyone to get on the flamingo and leave Dressrosa. Leave. Are we going to abandon the entire Dressrosa? Ryoji was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief. Pico nodded and then said, yes, the young master has asked the Navy for help. Soon, the admirals of the Navy will be here. With the combat power of the admirals and the 4 emperors, Dressrosa may be difficult to save. It will be very dangerous for us to stay here. As he spoke, Pico glanced around and then frowned. Where is Violet? Without her ability of the stare fruit, it will be difficult to find other family members. Violet? I don't know. Isn't she with the young master? A group of people from the Don Quixote family looked at each other, but found that no one knew the whereabouts of Violet at all. No way. Forget about it. Let's go to the flamingo first. Buffalo, you come with me. The young master is seriously injured now. You will be the one to transfer him. Just as everyone was discussing, there was a loud bang, and golden flashes fell from the sky, like the thunder and anger of the gods, smashing into the Demon King, who was roaring on the ground. The violent airwaves spread out, and the various buildings of Dressrosa were like pieces of paper in a storm, blown all over the sky, and the earth was shaking continuously, and the whole island seemed to be earthquake. No, everyone, let's go. The Admiral of the Navy has already fought with that monster woman. The violent airwaves mixed with small gravel made a group of people look dirty. Seeing the current situation, several people didn't say anything else and immediately scattered. At the door of the underground cell of the palace, after finally clearing the gravel and ruins, Violet saw the hole in front of her, and a smile appeared on her face. Then there was a violent tremor. Looking at the cracked ground and the shaky, almost collapsed underground prison, the smiling Violet's face changed drastically, and she rushed in a hurry. As for Vegapunk and his group, who were about to reach the center of the battlefield, they were also quite surprised when they saw the admiral who suddenly appeared. It seems that this time, there seems to be some unexpected gains. Looking at Kizaru, who turned into a golden light and flashed everywhere in the sky, Vegapunk smiled. Compared with a certain flying thunder god ninja, this guy may really deserve the title of Golden Flash. Well, the wretched version. To a certain extent, Kizaru's Flash Fruit is the closest to Vegapunk's Thunder Fruit ability. It's just that Vegapunk rarely uses the ability of the Thunder Fruit on weekdays, and often uses the power of the Thunder Fruit as a supplement and power source for the electromagnetic fruit. There is nothing he can do about it. As a scientist, compared with the Thunder Fruit with strong direct attack power, it is normal for Vegapunk to choose to develop the electromagnetic ability with greater potential, more comprehensive ability, and even direct access to the world's basic power. In fact, Vegapunk, who has deduced electromagnetic ability to a certain extent, can even imitate the Flash Fruit and use laser attacks in the same way. Of course, the cost effectiveness is not high in comparison, and it is not very meaningful. But anyway, light is a form of electromagnetic wave, and Vegapunk is still very interested in this Flash ability user. I was thinking about waiting until later, but now, it seems that I can get this experimental product in advance. Hancock, leave this guy to me first. It just so happens that my fruit ability completely restrains this guy. The Thunder Fruit and the Flash Fruit are not much different, but the electromagnetic ability developed to a very deep level is absolutely a natural counter to the Flash Fruit. Kizaru can be said to be the best test subject for Vegapunk. Dear, are you going to deal with this wretched monkey? Hancock looked up at Kizaru with disdain. In that case, leave that fat pig to me. Kizaru, who was constantly moving in the sky and releasing golden lasers to attack Charlotte Linlin, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. To be honest, although Kizaru was quite resistant to this mission at first, after arriving here, he found that Charlotte Linlin didn't seem to be scary. Although Charlotte Linlin now seems to have recovered almost completely, in fact, she was seriously injured and close to death just 2 days ago. Even if her recovery ability is strong, she has only recovered 70% to 80% at most, and there are still a lot of hidden injuries accumulated on her body. And because of the rapid recovery of injuries, Charlotte Linlin's physical strength has been consumed by more than half. For people of Doflamingo's level, she naturally looks like an unstoppable demon, but for Kizaru, who is similar to her, her current state is really too bad. Moreover, the Charlotte pirates are not by Charlotte Linlin's side now. The homies around her are all killed, and the whole person is completely in a frenzy because of Hancock's stimulation. It can be said that now is the best time to deal with her. The destructive power she shows now may not be much different, but in the eyes of masters of the same level, the threat has almost dropped by more than half. Yellow Monkey even believed that, if he spent a day or two like this, he would be absolutely sure to wear down this Soul Queen to the point of exhaustion. At this point, Yellow Monkey also got excited. If I fight the Soul Queen in her prime, I would definitely shake my head and refuse. If I fight the crazy old lady who is now isolated, seriously injured, and mentally ill, then this admiral will definitely hit hard. As long as I can defeat this 4 Emperor, then whether it is vacation or bonus, I will have as much as I want. It will also make me famous. Others will not care how I beat this 4 Emperor, they will only see that this Admiral of the Navy easily killed the 4 Emperors. Just when Yellow Monkey was feeling happy, he suddenly felt a silver lightning appear in his observation haki, and then the lightning came behind him and condensed into a human figure. With a whoosh, the strong electric light was condensed into a sword blade, mixed with a strong armament haki, and chopped straight at Yellow Monkey's back. Yellow Monkey was not panicked, even though he was extremely slippery in battle, bullying the weak, and retreating when he encountered a tough opponent, but this did not mean that he, as a Navy Admiral, had poor combat experience. Facing the lightning blade mixed with domineering power, Yellow Monkey immediately took the initiative to elementalize his body, trying to avoid the attack, but the lightning blade mixed with domineering power quickly expanded, almost forming the shape of machete, smashing down. What was even more terrifying was that Yellow Monkey could feel that his elementalization became extremely slow, as if some special power interfered with himself, making him unable to react at all for a while. Puff. With a miserable groan, the lightning blade chopped Yellow Monkey's back, cutting a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. Yellow Monkey, with a painful look on his face, relied on his own super fast reaction at the last moment to escape the result of being cut in two by one blow, but despite this, he still suffered serious injuries. Who are you? What kind of ability is that? Why did you block my elementalization? Standing on the roof, Kizaru's wretched old face finally showed a serious expression. Kizaru didn't care if there was another admiral or a sea emperor level strongman in the world. Those were issues that the warring states marshal and the world government should consider. He just needed to be a soldier and eat the emperor's food. But he cared about having opponents in the world who could restrain his devil fruit ability. The former might threaten the situation in the sea, but the latter would threaten his own life. Therefore, Kizaru, who had always been slick and unwilling to take on tough tasks, showed a serious expression for the first time and even erupted with a terrifying murderous aura. I won't tell you my name. As for why I blocked your elementalization, it's because I have the ability of the electromagnetic fruit. Don't you understand? Light is also a kind of electromagnetic wave. Naturally, when you are elementalized, I can also directly control your body. Don't be fooled by Kizaru's unlearned appearance. You should know that in the original work, he is the leader of the Navy Science Corps. Although the Navy Science Corps is mainly about fighting, being the leader of this corps itself shows that Kizaru has some knowledge of scientific knowledge. Kizaru is also very clear about the relationship between light and electromagnetic waves, but he is also very clear that those who can develop electromagnetic abilities to this extent are absolutely rare. After all, this is different from the awakening of abilities. Every ability user has a completely different direction for the development of their devil fruit abilities. Only those with extremely high scientific literacy will develop the ability of the electromagnetic fruit in this direction. If it were some uneducated guys, they would basically only be able to develop the electromagnetic fruit into a metal control fruit. Even if they were a little smarter, they could only develop something like an electromagnetic cannon. Even if the fruit ability was awakened, it would only be more powerful and have a wider range. Knowledge that you didn't know in the first place can't be understood instantly just because you've awakened. If you don't even know the direction, it's meaningless to develop it. Did the top scientist eat this fruit that is most suitable for scientists to develop and use? Kizaru's eyes gradually became sharper, and the murderous intent in his heart continued to surge. And, just now you actually used elementalization? Can you develop the electromagnetic fruit to the point of self-ionization? Guess. Vegapunk held the lightning sword derived from the Reiki ninjutsu in his hand, smiled faintly, and said to Kizaru, "How it seems that I have to change my target." Kizaru glanced at Charlotte Linlin, who had now calmed down, and Charlotte Smoothie, Katakuri, and Hancock who were standing in front of Charlotte Linlin, and muttered to himself. He didn't know the relationship between these people, nor did he see Charlotte Linlin's trembling body. In Kizaru's opinion, it was obviously because of the arrival of the two Charlottes that Charlotte Linlin regained some of her consciousness and became quiet. And looking at Charlotte Linlin's quiet appearance, it seemed that she had no will to fight, which made it convenient for him to attack this devil fruit user who could restrain himself. Chapter 184 Sealing Kizaru. Although Kizaru was full of killing intent, he was still extremely cautious when he actually took action. The opponent was a devil fruit user who could restrain himself. His specific strength did not seem too bad, otherwise he would not have been able to sneak attack him. Kizaru wanted to kill his nemesis here to eliminate future troubles, but he also knew that he might not be the one who had the upper hand. What if the opponent's strength was stronger than his, or almost the same as his? Relying on the restraining ability of the devil fruit, he might be the one to be killed. Therefore, while Kizaru was full of killing intent, he was also ready to retreat at any time. Yoshakuni no Magatama. The golden light that fell from the sky, carrying a terrifying penetrating power, shot at Vegapunk like a light gun. Seeing thousands of rays of light, all aimed at him without a single deviation, Vegapunk couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, Kizaru must have let him down during the battle at the top. During the battle at the top, he used the outline method, but I have a built-in fire control and aiming system. For different people, the difference is too big, isn't it? Although he complained, Vegapunk just waved his hand, and the Yosakuni no Magatama that was originally flying towards him suddenly stopped. turned into stars of light, and disappeared without a trace. Kizaru took a long breath and showed a shocked expression on his face. Okay, I think I should retreat. This is not just a little impact on his elemental body just now, but a direct impact on the light bullet attack he released. In other words, his devil fruit ability is basically useless. The elementalization will be affected, and it is obviously impossible to use the light speed movement of the elementalization. Although the long-range tricks have various names, to put it bluntly, they are just laser attacks, and the opponent will be immune to them. What will be left of the flash fruit? Try again. If it doesn't work, we can only retreat. With determination in his heart, Kizaru landed on the roof opposite Vegapunk, and with a casual pull, a golden laser sword appeared in his hand. The dark armed color domineering mixed in, dyeing the golden sword into a dark gold color. The laser attack performed remotely will be controlled, but it is too difficult for the opponent to control the laser sword in his hand, not to mention that it also contains Kizaru's domineering. Kizaru did not hesitate at all, and the whole person flashed out like lightning. Even without the elemental bonus, Kizaru, as a user of the flash fruit ability, his reaction ability and speed are far beyond ordinary people. The golden longsword chopped down on the head. No matter the speed, strength, or angle, it was impeccable. Don't look at Kizaru's wretched appearance. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he can almost touch the edge of the great swordsman. No matter how bad his physical skills are, he is still a Navy admiral, and there is no way he can have obvious shortcomings. Vegapunk did not hesitate, and the lightning sword in his hand was also coated with a layer of black domineering, and he immediately went forward without hesitation. Possessing the swordsmanship talent of the enhanced version of Cavendish, and with the addition of scientific means of development, Vegapunk's swordsmanship level could not reach the top level, but it was definitely the top of the first class, even better than Kizaru. Both of them were agile players, and the golden and silver sword lights were running in an interlaced manner, one after another, like a meteor shower interwoven with gold and silver, beautiful but with deep murderous intent. All buildings, trees, and stones that came into contact with the meteor shower were directly split open. Under the sharp sword energy, cracks appeared on the ground one after another. It seemed that the cracks were not large in scope, but in fact they were bottomless. As the scope of the two people's battle became larger and larger, everything within the range, surrounded by the two sword lights, was directly turned into powder. Although the two did not use large-scale killing capabilities such as flying slashes, their danger was even better. Charlotte, Smoothie and Katakuri, who were standing by, looked at this direction quietly, wanting to understand the strength of their current boss. I feel the boss's swordsmanship should be stronger than that monkey, but he seems to be a little inexperienced, and his swordsmanship is a little rigid. Indeed, but the boss's swordsmanship has a characteristic, that is, it is extremely stable. I don't know what the boss's devil fruit ability is. It should be quite powerful. Just as the two Charlottes were discussing, Kizaru, whose forehead was already sweating, took another sword from Vegapunk and finally withdrew from the battle. The opponent's swordsmanship was too weird, pure, mechanical, unstable. When he was at his peak, he could compete with him for a few times, but as the battle time prolonged, and his attention was slightly distracted, he was immediately at a disadvantage. And I don't know if it's my illusion, it seems that as the battle time drags on, the opponent's swordsmanship gradually changes and becomes more and more restrained. Could it be that the opponent has practiced a new swordsmanship on the spot? The swordsmanship model of this yellow monkey has only been deduced to about 20%. What a pity. Maybe the output of the combat program should be lowered. Vegapunk took back the lightning sword and thought silently in his heart. In fact, the reason why Vegapunk's swordsmanship seems so stable is naturally because of the role of the combat program. When he exerts his strength 100%, there is naturally no peak or trough. As for Kizaru's feeling that Vegapunk's swordsmanship has gradually changed and become restrained, it is also because the combat program is constantly absorbing the essence of his swordsmanship and deducing the reverse restraint of his swordsmanship. Things that the human brain cannot do are easy for the program. Well, it seems that I can't deal with you this time, brother. I really don't know when a monster like you will appear in the sea again. Then goodbye, brother. I hope I won't meet you again in the future. Kizaru said a few long-winded words, and then the whole person quickly turned into a golden light and prepared to leave. You want to leave after you've beaten me? How can it be so easy? Vegapunk sneered and stretched out his hand. Kizaru, who had already transformed into an element, immediately turned into a physical entity again. Does it make sense? Brother, as long as you are far enough away, you can't interfere with my transformation into an element. Kizaru said with narrowed eyes, and then he stamped his feet and disappeared in an instant. It was the Navy 6 style, shave. That's not necessarily true. I was just playing with you just now. Do you really think you can escape from my palm? Kizaru, who was supposed to disappear, suddenly felt an extremely strong gravitational force and was sucked into Vegapunk's palm. Damn, what is this? Gravitation developed from electromagnetic force. Impossible. Kizaru's face was horrified, and he screamed in an instant. Although the four basic forces have a certain connection, if the electromagnetic force can be developed to the point of extending gravity, then the opponent's devil fruit ability is estimated to be developed to the level of atomic recombination and void creation. That kind of ability can easily interfere with the movement of atomic nuclei, involving the formula of mass energy conversion. It can easily pinch out a sun, and it is just a matter of one move to kill yourself. Of course, Vegapunk cannot develop electromagnetic force to this extent. Although his talent is very compatible with the electromagnetic fruit, and he can even directly separate atoms and create small atomic explosions, it is still a long way from extending electromagnetic force to gravity and even completely controlling the four major forces. But he still has chakra in his body. Once the chakra system is extended to the level of bloodline network, it will almost have the ability to operate gravity. As a cosmic race, the Otsutsuki clan's own spatial ability is extended from gravity manipulation. It can be said that regardless of other powers in the bloodline network, it is inevitable to control gravity and repulsion. This ability, coupled with Vegapunk's quantum chip, shows that it is almost arbitrary and close to telekinetic gravity control. If Kizaru is elementalized, it will be fine. When he becomes a physical entity, he has no way to escape gravity control. Although he felt that the situation was not good, Kizaru was a veteran of many battles. Although he was not panicked, he pulled the golden laser sword in his hand again, aiming at Vegapunk and extending it in an instant. With a crackling sound, Kizaru's face changed. A layer of black spherical substance appeared faintly on Vegapunk's body. Although it looked like armament haki, it easily destroyed the golden laser sword. And seeing the black sphere, Kizaru had a bad premonition for some reason. Elementalization is indeed a very good skill. But when you are elementalized, your whole body should also be in an energy state. Vegapunk muttered something and looked at Kizaru, which made Kizaru shudder and sweat on his back. Hey, brother. Feeling the strong electric current magnetic field instantly covering his whole body, Kizaru wanted to use armament haki to resist without saying a word. However, in a flash, the feeling of the blood in his body almost boiling made his face change drastically. This ability is microwave. The microwave trap left by Vegapunk killed more than 10 Navy Vice Admirals in one breath and made the 2 Navy Admirals with elemental ability embarrassed. Since then, the power of microwave has made people shudder. This terrifying ability to directly attack the human body and eat the body fluids is the most terrifying thing, that the armed color domineering has almost no defense against it. It is precisely because of this that, even if the armed color domineering is cultivated to the point where it can bathe in magma, it is meaningless to face the high temperature emitted by one's own blood and can only use one's own physical strength to bear it. Perhaps Kato and Charlotte Linlin can barely bear it, but the physical condition of the Navy Admiral is a little worse, and the ordinary people who rely on the fruit ability and domineering to make up for it can't bear it at all. Thinking of this, Kizaru did not hesitate to transform into element again. What surprised him was that Vegapunk did not use his own electromagnetic ability to affect him. But before he could feel relieved, the black ball beside Vegapunk suddenly expanded, and at the same time, a large number of strange runes stretched out from Vegapunk's hands, covering the entire body of Kizaru, who had already transformed into an element. Sealing technique. In a bag was seal. Kizaru, who had already transformed into an element, only felt an irresistible suction force coming, and in an instant, the whole person turned into a ball of light, and then was directly wrapped by the black ball. Done. Vegapunk held the Seeking Truth Jade in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. I don't know what the use of the sealed natural devil fruit ability user is. Is it used to make weapons, or for human body transformation? Vegapunk was still thinking, but the two Charlottes beside him were already stunned. Brother Katakuri, what happened just now? How did that wretched monkey get absorbed into that black ball all of a sudden? It should be some of Vegapunk's black technology inventions, or some special abilities? When the two Charlottes first saw Vegapunk's strength, they were a little disappointed. After all, although Vegapunk's strength was very strong, and even his strength on the panel might be stronger than the four emperors, he didn't have the real shock of Hancock. After seeing Hancock's terrifying strength, Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri had infinitely raised Vegapunk's strength in their hearts, so they felt a little disappointed after seeing Vegapunk's current performance. It was only when they saw Vegapunk easily, and funny enough to seal Kizaru into the Seeking Truth Jade, that they felt extremely shocked and even horrified. At this time, the two of them vaguely realized that Vegapunk was a scientist. Compared with his actual strength, his strange inventions and various methods were the truly terrifying things. Not to mention that Vegapunk's own strength is not bad either. It is definitely the top level in the ocean. For a scientist, this strength is completely enough, and it can even be said to be off the charts. Holding the golden jade in his hand, Vegapunk slowly fell from the sky, and his eyes turned to Charlotte Lingling again. Charlotte Lingling, who was originally crazy, sobered up after seeing Hancock, and was looking at Hancock and her two children with great fear. When Vegapunk fell, seeing Hancock naturally standing behind Vegapunk, Charlotte Lingling naturally knew that this was the real boss. Well, who are you two bastards? Why are you against me? And Smoothie, Katakuri, have you betrayed me too? Charlotte Linlin's face was distorted, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. Although she also talked to her two children, she kept staring at Vegapunk. Obviously, although the Soul Queen was forced to calm down because of meeting Hancock, it did not mean that her madness would get better. It seems that you don't understand the current situation. Hancock, go ahead, use less force this time. Hancock raised her beautiful eyebrows and smiled. Don't worry, honey, this dead fat pig actually dared to be mean to you. I will control the strength and beat her up. Chapter 185 Violet. I'm Charlotte Lindlin. PFFT. MMMMM. I'm going to get serious. Ugh. Burn my soul. Let me show you my strongest state. Woohoo. Facing the nearly runaway Charlotte Lindlin, Hancock didn't care at all. She just turned on the chakra enhancement mode, combined with the 3-color domineering and her own body, and beat Charlotte Lindlin, who had already begun to burn her soul and lifespan, into a super large ping pong ball. It's just that the ping pong table is a little bigger compared to the fight between Vegapunk and Kizaru, who were still restrained and unwilling to expand the scope. Neither Hancock nor Charlotte Lindlin had the idea of deliberately restraining themselves. Charlotte Lindlin was like a ball, being hit from east to west by Hancock. Not to mention that she vomited several tons of blood. The entire Dressrosa was almost smashed into a small half by her body, and a long winding road was directly opened. Even though the people of Dressrosa had already begun to flee during this period, there were probably thousands of people who were affected by the aftermath of the battle and killed by the falling buildings. After all, reality is not a comic book. After every battle between the strong, those poor people can be resurrected with full blood. Even if the people in the pirate world are tenacious, their heads are smashed, and their internal organs are broken, they will still die. And there are not too many such poor people on the battlefield. With a loud bang, Hancock finally kicked Charlotte Lindlin into the air, then stepped on the air to pass over the flying huge body and pressed down again. The originally round Charlotte Lindlin was almost smashed into a triangle, and the whole person fell like a meteor to the King's Highland below. With a bang, the ruins of the palace on the King's Highland were hit again, and a pile of construction waste was almost shaken into powder. The violent air wave roared out, setting off a gale of nearly level 12. Violet, who had just run out of the dungeon with the prisoners behind her, saw the Charlotte Linlin brand meteor falling from the sky as soon as she walked out of the dungeon. Almost without hesitation, she activated her fruit ability, Hot Iron Tears. The red energy flowing out of her eyes, like a whale made of blood and tears, blocked her and the prisoners behind her. The red whale kept fluctuating under the strong wind, but it did not collapse in the end. Violet breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally saved her and her father's lives. RWU. Zaya. Charlotte Linlin. Violet was stunned by the bloody figure in front of her, and she almost groaned. As the user of the staring fruit and an intelligence agent of the Doflamingo family, although Charlotte Linlin had almost lost her human form, Violet recognized her identity at the first time. As if startled by Violet's scream, the murderer covered in blood looked at Violet, making her want to, so her mouth shut immediately. Damn it, why did he attract her attention? Is there something wrong with her brain? All of you, die. The slaps carrying the wind pressed down overwhelmingly. Violet desperately controlled the hot iron tears produced by the staring fruit to block in front of her, but they were completely blown up in an instant. The strong wind alone blew her and the prisoners behind her away. Wow. Violet was flying backwards, spurting blood and rolling her eyes. Just as she started to run, a jade hand grabbed her neck, and then a hot current flowed into her body, allowing her to recover quickly from her serious injuries. In a daze, Violet opened her eyes and saw a woman who was more beautiful than she could imagine, holding her hand and floating in the air. A devil fruit user? Hancock asked, looking at Violet, who she had saved. Violet nodded woodenly. Hancock took back the yang release chakra that was used to recover her injuries and casually added a light and heavy rock technique to her, throwing her to the ground, letting her fall lightly. Don't die. After all, she is a devil fruit user, so it should be of some use to my dear, Hancock said casually, not caring much about Violet, and her eyes were still fixed on Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin had been beaten so much that she seemed to have gone berserk. The domineering aura of the king surged wildly all over her body. The gravel at her feet began to float up, and her hair stood up, as if she had transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, the Super Saiyans all turned their hair into golden hair, while Charlotte Linlin's pink hair began to turn white. How much life will this fat old woman burn? You are the experiment that my dear asked for. I will not allow you to harm your body. Hancock snorted coldly, unlocked her own power slightly, and golden chakra flames began to emerge from her body. The 6 paths chakra mode. Hancock, who went all out, was a real monster that could destroy the surface civilization and slowly destroy the planet. After she really went all out, there was no suspense in the battle. The golden light and shadow flashed and appeared in front of Charlotte Linlin. Hancock seemed to slap her lightly, and it happened to hit Charlotte Linlin on the head. The strong armament haki and the tough steel balloon physique were not much stronger than a piece of paper under Hancock's white and soft arms. In just a moment, Charlotte Linlin, whose double defense was penetrated, felt a violent shock in her brain, and her skull bones made a crisp sound. Then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Retracting her hand, looking at the behemoth that fell to the ground in front of her, Hancock frowned and directly used gravity to control the unconscious Charlotte Linlin and wanted to leave. Wait a minute, benefactor. Hearing the shouting behind her, Hancock frowned, turned around, and saw Violet running over breathlessly. Seeing Hancock turn around, Violet knelt down on the spot with a pleading look on her face. My benefactor, please save my father. Violet's father was the previous king of Dressrosa, King Riku, whom she rescued from the dungeon of the royal palace. Although the previous king of Dressrosa was physically strong and tall, his actual fighting ability was not very good, and he might not be as good as Violet. Naturally, when Charlotte Linlin slapped him just now, King Riku did not withstand it. He was not a devil fruit user, and there would be no Hancock to save him. At this moment, his internal organs were torn apart, and he was dying. Seeing this, Violet remembered the situation when Hancock used Yang release chakra to heal her directly. At that time, Violet, who faced Charlotte Linlin head-on, was probably more seriously injured than King Riku, but was completely healed by Hancock's grab. In this situation, Violet, who was desperate, could only ask Hancock for help. Huh? Why should I agree to your request? She's just an experiment. Do you think you're so shameless? Hancock held her head high and ignored Violet. Just by looking at the battle between her and Charlotte Linlin, it can be seen that the Pirate Queen doesn't have so much sympathy. You know, Hancock could have brought Charlotte Linlin into the American English no Manakaku space to fight, which would have reduced the damage to Dressrosa. However, Hancock didn't think about this problem at all during the battle, which shows that she doesn't have this kind of sympathy. Please. I beg you, benefactor. I'm the user of the staring fruit. If you are willing to save my father, I will do anything for you. My ability is very useful. Violet kowtowed to Hancock repeatedly, with blood on her forehead. However, Hancock just walked over with his head held high. You are the user of the devil fruit, but your father is not. The experiment only needs you, and your father can die if he dies. Okay, Hancock. Don't be so rude. A wormhole broke in the void, and Vegapunk came out with two Charlottes. He glanced at Charlotte Linlin who had been knocked down, and then turned his head, and said something to Hancock. Violet is also a talent. Although the staring fruit is not as good as Vegapunk's satellite, the ability to read minds is still very useful. The most important thing is that the devil fruit itself has unlimited potential, and the staring fruit obviously still has a lot of room for development. Not to mention that Violet, who was kneeling on the ground with both knees, looked pitiful. Vegapunk was different from Hancock after all. It was not the difference in sympathy, but the difference in resistance to beauty. In Hancock's eyes, except for himself and Vegapunk, everyone else was ugly. Vegapunk was not so arrogant as to be obsessed. Seeing a beauty like Violet, Vegapunk's originally scarce sympathy increased a little. Of course, the most important thing was that Violet's request was just a piece of cake for Vegapunk. If it was too difficult, Vegapunk would not have any extra sympathy. Well, for the sake of my dear, I will forgive your disrespect. Why don't you thank me quickly? Violet was stunned for a moment, and soon reacted. Among these people, it was obvious that Vegapunk was the one who could really make the decision. Thank you. Thank you, my benefactor, sir. Please have mercy and save my father. I'm willing to do anything. Violet, who had reacted, thanked Hancock first, then turned to Vegapunk, with a begging look on her face. Violet knew that compared to a beautiful woman like Hancock, a man like Vegapunk would obviously be softer on her. Vegapunk took a look at King Riku, who was breathing out more than breathing in, and reached out his hand to input a little yang release chakra, which saved King Riku's life, repaired his damaged internal organs, and made his face slightly rosy. Seeing her father's condition, Violet couldn't help crying with joy. For the people in this world, as long as the injuries were not serious enough to kill them in a short period of time, most other injuries could be supported by their tenacious vitality. But before Violet could be happy for a while, Hancock next to her had already spoken. Hey, experiment subject over there, I remember you just said that you would do anything to save your father. Violet's body shook slightly. She glanced at Vegapunk and lowered her head carefully. Yes, sir. Now I belong to you. Speaking of which, Violet can't be considered a completely good girl. She has been able to stay in the Doflamingo family for so many years. Even if she still has some kindness and bottom line in her heart, it doesn't mean that she is a completely good person. However, looking up at Charlotte Linlin who was still unconscious in the air, Violet felt that she had better keep her promise. Even so, Violet couldn't say that she regretted it. After all, it was her own choice. After all, Vegapunk and his group were better than Doflamingo. But, sir, my father is in this condition now. I'm afraid he can't leave Dressrosa. Hearing Violet's timid words, Hancock's eyes suddenly became fierce. What? Do you want to go back on your word? Do you want me to tell you what will happen to those who don't keep their promises? No, no, no. I just want to send my father to my niece. Violet was so scared that she shook her head and explained. Then hurry up. I don't want to stay in this ruined city. Violet lowered her head with a gloomy look in her eyes. A large part of the ruined city was caused by you. However, after so many years under Doflamingo, Violet already knew what it meant to be a wise man who knows the times, and of course she didn't dare to contradict Hancock. Okay, take us to find your niece. I hope she's still alive. Vegapunk gave a casual order, and then opened the space wormhole. 3 huge robots appeared, grabbed Charlotte Linlin, who was controlled by Hancock, and floated in the air, and brought her into the space wormhole. Charlotte Linlin was already seriously injured, and was beaten up by Hancock. This time, Charlotte Linlin would not recover, unless she was unconscious for 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days was enough time for those robots to weaken this 4 emperors, so Vegapunk did not follow behind. Violet nodded, and when she looked at her father, she hesitated. Although King Riku was not young, he still looked like a muscular man. In addition, he was still seriously injured. Violet really didn't know how to move him. "Leave it to me." Katakuri, who had been silent all the time, said lightly, stretched out his hand, transformed into a glutinous rice cake, and directly rolled up King Riku, and carried him on his back. Chapter 186 Beating Violet. It turns out that Violet's niece is quite tenacious, or maybe she is lucky. She lives in a flower field far away from the city of Dressrosa, and is not affected by the battle. "Aunt? Is that you, Aunt Violet?" The 14-year-old pink-haired girl named Rebecca looked at Violet with some confusion. "Yes, it's me, Rebecca." Looking at her niece, Violet was filled with mixed feelings, and she didn't care about Rebecca's unfamiliarity. As early as about 8 years ago, when Rebecca was 6 years old, the two had never met directly again. Violet, who possessed the stare fruit, could see her niece remotely, and in Rebecca's memory, the impression of her aunt had become much more blurred. Of course, it was precisely because Violet joined the Don Quixote family that her father and the little niece were not killed by Doflamingo. Otherwise, in a small city-type country like Dressrosa, if the Don Quixote family really wanted to, they would have killed the pink-haired girl long ago. Even with the protection of the lame soldier toy standing in front of Rebecca, the result would not be any different. "What's wrong with Grandpa? He looks so badly injured." After exchanging a few words with her unfamiliar aunt, Rebecca focused on King Riku. Unlike Violet, who joined the Don Quixote family, King Riku was actually just expelled by Doflamingo at the beginning. Although he was hiding his identity, he was able to meet Rebecca for a while, so Rebecca certainly knew her grandfather very well. Later, King Riku was locked up because he was courting death and had been thinking about dealing with the Don Quixote family, so he was arrested by Doflamingo. This is probably also the butterfly effect caused by Vegapunk. In the original world line, King Riku did not have this prison disaster. So I hope you can take care of your father for a while. Dressrosa is now in chaos, and only your place is relatively stable. Looking at Rebecca, Violet spoke in a low voice. After such a destruction, Dressrosa is now in a mess. The key is that the main members of the Don Quixote family are also preparing to leave. Without Doflamingo's suppression, Dressrosa is now completely in chaos. Things like smashing, looting, and burning have begun to show signs, and the suburbs are now more stable. And although Rebecca is only 14 years old, her strength is far superior to that of an average adult. Otherwise she would not be able to survive in this seemingly beautiful, but actually dangerous flower field. The wilderness of the One Piece world is not simple. Think about the woods behind the windmill village. How many giant creatures and ecological chains that make biologists stunned and shattered their worldviews, and you can imagine what the wilderness of this world looks like. Even if there is a lame toy soldier to protect her, Rebecca's strength is at least much stronger than that of an ordinary person to be able to live to this age. Now that the biggest threat of the Don Quixote family is gone, it is not a problem for Rebecca to protect King Riku. I understand, but... Rebecca nodded, and a bit of hesitation appeared on her face. "If the Don Quixote family comes to me, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to protect my grandfather." Rebecca did not lack the courage to fight against the enemy, but she was also very clear about the limits of her strength. It was no problem to deal with some of the Don Quixote family's miscellaneous soldiers, but if she met the family cadres of the Don Quixote family, she would basically be defeated. Usually, the Don Quixote family basically didn't pay much attention to Rebecca because of Violet, but in this situation, Dressrosa was in such a mess, the Don Quixote family would definitely not give up, and it seemed a bit too risky to stay with her grandfather. "Don't worry, the Don Quixote family has already started to leave Dressrosa," Violet said with a smile on her face. It was precisely because the Don Quixote family left Dressrosa that Violet dared to take such a bold action. The Don Quixote family left. Rebecca showed a surprised expression on her face, and then she also showed a smile, but her face changed after a moment. That's really great. Wait, what's the matter with the chaos in Dressrosa? Is it possible that some powerful pirate group attacked Dressrosa, and the Don Quixote family has escaped? No matter how many bad things Doflamingo did behind the scenes, objectively speaking, he did guarantee a certain peace for Dressrosa. Don't you see? Charlotte Linlin's 10,000 Kingdoms needs to collect soul tax every year, and the residents there are still willing, and the bad things Doflamingo did, at least hidden in private. So, in comparison, Dressrosa is already a country with the highest living standards and happiness index in the entire New World. In this case, even if Rebecca hates Doflamingo, she doesn't want him to abandon Dressrosa and run away. Indeed, Doflamingo has met an opponent that he can never defeat. Violet glanced at Vegapunk and the others around her. After seeing Vegapunk's brilliant smile, she shuddered and said vaguely, "But, don't worry, those enemies have already left Dressrosa. Maybe they are going to hunt down Doflamingo, so Father can rest here in peace." Is that so? Doflamingo and his gang really get what they deserve. Rebecca was very excited when she heard Violet's words. That's great. This is the best news I've heard today. I'll treat you to a big meal. As she spoke, Rebecca had already pulled Violet into the house. Katakuri and the others looked at Vegapunk, who smiled and shrugged. Don't look at me. Why refuse a meal when someone invites you? Although the lame soldier toy standing at the door had no expression, he still exuded a serious temperament and was staring at the group of uninvited guests. Vegapunk and Hancock were better. After all, good-looking people always have advantages. Even if Hancock looked arrogant, it would not be offensive. But Charlotte, Smoothie and Katakuri, although they were definitely not bad in appearance, their clothes and height alone were enough to discourage ordinary people. The toy soldier with only one leg is Rebecca's father Cyrus. He was once the strongest gladiator in Dressrosa. When the Don Quixote family invaded Dressrosa, Cyrus fought back, but not only broke one leg, but was also turned into a toy by Sugar. However, Sugar had just obtained the power of the childlike fruit, and Cyrus was the first human to be turned into a toy by her. Therefore, Sugar, who was not familiar with the power, did not give orders to the lame toy soldier. This also allowed the lame toy soldier Cyrus to escape from Sugar's clutches and secretly protect his daughter. Unfortunately, because of the power of the childlike fruit, Rebecca had long forgotten her father, and the two could not recognize each other. Rebecca herself had no experience, but Cyrus was not a novice. She could see at a glance that the people brought by Violet were not ordinary people, and even Violet herself was extremely respectful and even afraid of them. In this case, Cyrus was of course on guard. However, with Vegapunk, both Hancock and the two Charlottes behaved very honestly this time. Even though Hancock was still quite arrogant, she did not speak harshly, and the two Charlottes were even quieter. Although Rebecca was young, she had lived alone in this flower field for nearly 8 or 9 years, and her cooking skills were still good. The only problem was that there was not much food stored, and several big eaters could only eat half full. Before leaving, seeing that Rebecca's food storage was running out, Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie each used their fruit abilities to give her a large amount of rice cakes and juice, and Violet simply gave her a large amount of Bailey. When they left the flower field, Violet, who was originally smiling, gradually calmed down, showing a cautious expression, and came to Vegapunk. "Lord Vegapunk, may I ask which organization you are from? What should we do next?" Although Vegapunk's name had been circulated on the sea for a period of time, it was basically among the top leaders. In addition, Violet was still young at that time, and she happened to encounter great changes, so she basically didn't know much about Vegapunk, and she didn't even know what Vegapunk did specifically. Or rather, Violet had never heard of the name Vegapunk. "Which organization are you from? You ask me this question. Have you heard of Umbrella? Umbrella Corporation? Of course I have heard of it. It is the largest technology company in the ocean. It is said that its strength is very strong, almost comparable to the level of the 4 emperors, but there is no real top-sea powerhouse in charge. Could it be that Lord Vegapunk, you are the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Umbrella Corporation? Behind-the-scenes boss? I guess I am." Vegapunk thought about it carefully. Logically, the boss of Umbrella Corporation should be Stussy, right? But if he said that he was also the behind the scenes boss, it seemed that he was also close. After hearing what Vegapunk said, Violet was slightly relieved. Although the Umbrella Corporation was not very law-abiding and often wandered on the grey edge, it could be regarded as a conscientious company in this worse pirate world. If it was really a purely conscientious company, Violet would not dare to believe it. In this terrible world, it would be good enough for a purely conscientious company to develop into a country. In this world, if you want to develop into the strongest in the world and still abide by the law, it is completely impossible, unless there is an absolutely strong person to suppress it. Look at Dressrosa. This so-called country of love, toys and passion is the best teaching material. It looks bright and righteous on the surface, but it is actually dark inside. As for the next step, Vegapunk thought for a moment, then looked at Violet. Didn't you just assign us a task? Assign a task? Violet was stunned for a moment, then saw Vegapunk's face full of smiles. Go hunt down Doflamingo. With so many devil fruit abilities, who else can we go to if not him? Doflamingo has a large number of devil fruit users under his command, and they are basically all parahumans with the highest research value to Vegapunk, and they are also rare awakened users themselves. Of course, the most important thing is that they are here now. In Vegapunk's eyes, all the devil fruit users in the world today are his potential experimental subjects, just waiting for him to defeat the world government before he can take action against them. But since he can take the Don Quixote family away with ease, Vegapunk will not hesitate to waste a little time. Violet turned her head and thought of what she said to Rebecca at that time. Her face suddenly turned red, and she stammered in panic. I'm sorry, Lord Vegapunk. I didn't say you were an enemy of Dressrosa, nor did I say you were pirates. Vegapunk waved his hand. No need to explain. It's normal for you to have resentment in your heart. If someone dared to come to my territory and act wild like this, I would have smashed his head into his ass. It's just because our strength is too strong, and you can't resist it, so you have to surrender to us, just like you did under Doflamingo. Violet's face was slightly pale, her body trembled, and she even felt a dampness under her body. Vegapunk looked at Violet with interest, but in Violet's eyes, those eyes were almost dark and bottomless, as if she had stripped her heart clean and there was nothing to hide. Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Vegapunk. I'll change. Give me some time. Violet waved her hands. Her mind was completely confused, and when she realized what she said, she almost collapsed on the ground. Don't worry, I don't care what you think, I only care about what you do. After Vegapunk nonchalantly pooing Violet, he smiled and gave her a task. Aren't you the user of the staring fruit? Go search for Doflamingo and the others now. I think you can definitely do this. Yes, I understand. Violet suppressed the fear in her heart and the slight chill under her body. Now she understood that what Vegapunk had just said was a warning to her, so she quickly agreed. Anyway, Violet didn't have the slightest psychological burden to attack her old boss. Chapter 187, Searching for Doflamingo. Young master, the battle seems to have subsided. Not far from Dressrosa, the flamingo was slowly floating on the sea. The snow fruit user named Monat landed from the sky. Although Monat did not undergo human body transformation this time, nor did she grow a pair of bad wings, she could still float in the air through the elemental ability with the power of the snow fruit. As for the Doflamingo family, another main force in the air, the spin fruit user Buffalo, was exhausted on the deck because he had been a means of transportation for too long. Doflamingo also stood on the deck, looked at Dressrosa, and frowned. It can't be so fast. The battle between the admirals and the four emperors should take at least days to decide the winner. And, why is there no flash ability of Kizaru? Kizaru's flash fruit ability can be said to be one of the most dazzling abilities. Even from such a distance, it should be clear. However, although there were a few attacks of the unique ability of the flash fruit at the beginning of Dressrosa, they were only short-lived and soon fell silent. Although the battle did not stop after that, and the damage caused was even more powerful, it looked like a fight between two top masters of physical skills and domineering, and Kizaru's devil fruit ability was never shown again. Could it be that Kizaru wanted to defeat Charlotte Lin by physical skills? When did that monkey come up with this new funny sketch? Although they are all the first echelon in the sea, Kizaru can be said to be the one with the weakest physical fitness and domineering cultivation in the first echelon. Abandoning the ability of the flash fruit and relying purely on the physical body and domineering, even Doflamingo has the confidence to fight Kizaru for dozens of rounds. And even if Charlotte Linlin is not the strongest person in the sea, she is definitely one of the strongest. Kizaru must have a brain pumping to dare to fight Charlotte Linlin in close combat. Isn't he afraid of being made into fried monkey brains? And although this battle was indeed extremely fierce, and half of the entire Dressrosa was turned into ruins by the aftermath of the battle, the total fighting time was only an hour. Could it be that the crazy woman Charlotte Linlin suddenly woke up? Or was it a relapse of an old injury? Or did someone else go to support Kizaru? Damn it, if Violet was still here, it would be great. There would be no need to blindly guess like this. Should I go back? Just when Doflamingo was thinking, Violet's eyes had already located the location of the Don Quixote family. Found it, Lord Vegapunk. Hearing Violet's words, Vegapunk nodded. Very good, don't resist, give me the coordinates now. As he spoke, Vegapunk stretched out his hand and pressed it on Violet's head. Violet resisted the feeling that her mind was seen through and her brain seemed to be stirred by a pair of cold hands. After a moment, she felt that all the memories in her mind seemed to have been read by the other party. Or, this is not a seem, but a fact. Or thought flashed through her mind, but Violet immediately suppressed it to the bottom of her heart. Even so, she still felt that Vegapunk seemed to glance at her, causing sweat to flow down her forehead. Her new boss seemed to be much more terrifying than Doflamingo. Although he might not be as evil and vicious as Doflamingo, his unrivaled power and the ability to see through the mind made Violet feel a lot of pressure. Vegapunk didn't care about Violet's wild thoughts. Of course, in fact, Violet was not just wild thoughts. For Vegapunk now, his armament haki was still large and messy, but his observation haki had almost penetrated into the molecular stage, and even derived the unique abilities of most of the top observation haki. Among them, after the mind-reading ability was combined with chakra and electromagnetic ability, it could be said that ordinary people could easily read not only their thoughts, but also their own memories. Violet still had some basic knowledge of observation haki, which prevented Vegapunk from reading her memory remotely. She needed contact to read her memory. However, Vegapunk did not say anything, but waved his hand. His magnetic field ability immediately opened a wormhole in the space, and he immediately walked in first. Hancock and others followed closely. Violet looked at the black hole, and walked in carefully. With a period of time and space conversion, the blue sea and blue sky reappeared. Violet was surprised to find that she had come to a ship, and this ship, wasn't it the Flamingo? What kind of devil fruit ability is this? K-fruit, transfer fruit? Not only Violet, but also Doflamingo's idea, after seeing a group of people suddenly coming to his ship. However, Doflamingo's eyes did not stay on Vegapunk and Hancock, but looked at Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri. After all, Doflamingo had never seen either Vegapunk or Hancock. Moreover, the two were not the kind of freaks who were several meters tall in the pirate world. After restraining their own aura, they looked almost the same as ordinary people. On the contrary, Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri were well known in the entire New World. Almost few pirates didn't know them, not to mention Doflamingo, a 7 warlords of the sea. Phew. I didn't expect that my flamingo would welcome the two great masters. Doflamingo said to the two with a forced calmness, sweating on his forehead. Damn, it's not good. It's just that I met these two guys at this time. I notified the Navy and asked the Admiral of the Navy to deal with Charlotte Linlin. Although this was a plan that had to be made because Charlotte Linlin ran away, Doflamingo didn't think that the Charlotte pirates would reason with him. The Don Quixote family at their peak was not necessarily afraid of the two Desert 4 generals. Even if they could not win, relying on the various devil fruit abilities, unless Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri were willing to fight to the death, it would not be a problem to repel them. But now, the entire Don Quixote family is basically dead or seriously injured, and even I'm still flat-headed. In this case, let alone Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie alone can wipe out the entire Don Quixote family, right? Exclamation mark. Doflamingo's face was full of caution, and even had a few hints of flattery. The so-called man who knows the times is a hero. Obviously, Doflamingo, who had been detoxified by Kato, knew this very well. Unfortunately, the expressions on Doflamingo's face were all wrong. The ones who really wanted to trouble him were not the two Charlottes. When Violet also walked out of the black hole, Doflamingo's eyes twitched slightly, and he finally knew how the other party found him. Obviously, the daughter of the former enemy has turned against us. What do you want to talk to us about? Phew 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 phew. Although there is a misunderstanding between Dressrosa and Captain Charlotte, I think with your help, Captain Charlotte should be fine, right? Thanks to you, my mother just fainted. There is no problem now. Charlotte Smoothie spoke in a cold voice. It's okay now, but it's hard to say in the future. As for thanking you, it's obviously not a real gratitude to Doflamingo, Charlotte Smoothie, or the entire Charlotte family, although they fear Charlotte Lin more than family affection. But it doesn't mean that they will be happy if someone beats their mother. Phew 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 phew. It's just a little misunderstanding. I think I can explain. Doflamingo was trying to say something, but Katakuri waved his hand and said impatiently, Smoothie, stop talking. Lord Vegapunk, the people from Doflamingo's pirate group should all be here. What should they do? Lord Vegapunk? Question mark? Doflamingo's mind was confused. He was not Violet. When Doflamingo captured Dressrosa, he had already become a 7 warlords of the sea, and the name of Vegapunk had already been circulated among those high-ranking officials. Doflamingo certainly had a very deep understanding of this super scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world, especially under his men, and there was a certain assistant of Vegapunk at the time, which deepened Doflamingo's impression of Vegapunk. Speaking of Caesar, he trembled when he heard the word Vegapunk. Is this crazy scientist still alive? Exclamation mark. Doflamingo looked at the blonde young man. Is this Vegapunk? Where is his big head? Even if Doflamingo is ignorant, he still knows the main features of Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk has gotten rid of the big head in the later period, it is not the same as the current image at all. Of course, just looking at the two Charlottes being so respectful, Doflamingo didn't dare to underestimate this scientist. He turned to look at Vegapunk and spoke directly. Lord Vegapunk, you should be the brilliant scientist who was said to be 500 years ahead of mankind. It just so happens that I have an assistant who escaped from your laboratory. I wonder, Dr. Vegapunk, do you still remember Caesar? Vegapunk raised his head slightly. Caesar? Is he the guy who likes to brag, cheat on funds, and is more courageous than a mouse? The guy who secretly ate the gas fruit and finally escaped from the ventilation duct of the experimental base? Well, speaking of it, the escape of the 3 assistants was indeed related to Vegapunk's own carelessness. The main reason was that after the experiment, to control the 3 of them failed. Vegapunk didn't pay too much attention to the 3 of them. Otherwise, those 3 self-righteous guys, although their skills are pretty good, and they can be called the top in the entire pirate world, are undoubtedly far behind Vegapunk, a cheating player. There are so many ways to restrict them. If it weren't for their lucky escape, those 3 wouldn't be so afraid of Vegapunk, and even trembled when they heard his name, because they knew very well that, if they were caught by Vegapunk again, they would never have a chance to escape. It's just that these 3 have their own backers, and Vegapunk at the time judged that the trouble of catching them was greater than the help they brought, so he didn't do it. Really? Phew 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 phew. Compared to you, Caesar's wisdom is naturally just a drop in the bucket, but I think he can still be of some help to you after all. Why don't I take you to find him? Doflamingo said while laughing. Vegapunk glanced at him leisurely and sighed. You are really sensible. What a pity. I'm going to capture Caesar, and I will not let you, the experimental subjects, go. The expression on Doflamingo's face froze, and his expression quickly became gloomy. Vegapunk, it seems that you think you can beat me? Don't you think that it is a matter of course? Phew 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 phew. Then be careful not to hit your teeth. Spear of God's killing. Doflamingo almost didn't hesitate at all, and he took action in an instant. Countless fine threads condensed into long spears and shot directly at Vegapunk. He knew that he was no match for Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri in his current state. However, although Vegapunk in front of him had advanced technology and changed his appearance, he must have undergone physical transformation, but he was not a warrior after all. As for Hancock standing next to Vegapunk, because of her beautiful appearance, Doflamingo thought she was Vegapunk's toy and didn't pay much attention to her. In fact, it was because Doflamingo knew that he only had this chance to fight. If he didn't take a gamble, the outcome would not be much better anyway. Then Vegapunk told Doflamingo what it meant to lose 9 out of 10 bets. A finger as white as mutton fat jade stretched out. The skin looked white, warm and seemed to be flowing with fluorescent spots. It was slender, white, and tender, and soft as if boneless. No matter how you look at it, it was completely inconsistent with the god-killing spear that was shot at high speed and wrapped in the domineering aura of armed color. However, with just this slender white finger, the original god-killer spear was instantly shattered into powder by just lightly touching the tip of the black spear. Doflamingo's face changed drastically. Looking at the finger that was still stretched forward, he wanted to retreat quickly. The finger stretched forward seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but it was far faster than Doflamingo's retreat speed. It slowly pressed towards Doflamingo's forehead. Doflamingo knew very well that it was because the opponent's speed was too fast, so it left an almost after-image-like impression in his mind. Finally, the finger approached Doflamingo's forehead by a few centimeters. Doflamingo roared, and despite the serious injury, he once again exerted the power of the awakened thread fruit. The entire ground instantly turned into a white ocean. Then, countless white threads condensed into ground spikes and gushed out. Chapter 188 Meeting Caesar. You are struggling to death, but it's all in vain, Hancock said with a proud and cold voice. She paused lightly, and the terrifying armament haki instantly extended out, covering the entire ship, and forcibly suppressed the white line of the wild wave after the awakening of Doflamingo's string fruit. What? Doflamingo's eyes shrank slightly behind his sunglasses. What kind of monster is this power? Most of the power of awakened devil fruits can naturally assimilate everything. Its power is almost close to that of natural devil fruits. Some powerful superhuman devil fruits even perform far better than natural ones after awakening. Although the string fruit is not a devil fruit that defies nature, whether it is an awakened superhuman devil fruit or a natural devil fruit, they are all good at large-scale attacks. Doflamingo's string fruit is no exception in this regard. And armament haki, just from the description of it at the beginning, it can be seen that it acts like invisible armor, which is obviously not a large-scale ability. The stunning woman in front of him could suppress the range attack of his fruit awakening ability with just the armament haki. To what extent has her armament haki been cultivated? However, Doflamingo could only think of this. As the distance between the two sides approached, Hancock curled up his fingers slightly and flicked them lightly. Black lightning flashed out of thin air, and Doflamingo felt his eyes go black. His head, which had already been smashed, suddenly spurted blood. His 7 orifices were all stained red with blood, and he fell directly to the deck and fainted. Young master. Damn it, I'll fight you. Snow Girl Monarch rushed up at the first time, and other members of the Don Quixote family also rushed up without hesitation. Hancock sneered, and a powerful and extremely domineering haki suddenly swept out. In an instant, all the members of the Doflamingo family who rushed up rolled their eyes and fainted directly. After so many improvements, Hancock's own domineering haki has almost reached a limit. When the Conqueror's haki is released, it can be said that only those who are really famous on the sea, the 7 warlords of the sea and the vice admiral level characters can withstand it. Those who are below this level, if they do not have the potential of Conqueror's haki, will be killed instantly. Obviously, the group of Doflamingo's men in front of him are within the range of being killed instantly. In fact, if the strong men of the Doflamingo family such as Piker are not injured, they may not be unable to withstand it, but in the current situation of exhaustion, they obviously cannot withstand Hancock's domineering. Among this group of unconscious people, a little loli who was so scared that she was holding her head and trembling, as the only sober person, was very conspicuous. This little loli certainly couldn't resist Hancock's domineering, but just now Hancock controlled the Conqueror's haki very precisely, just in front of her, and stunned the attacking Don Quixote family. The little loli was far away, and had no intention of taking action, so she didn't faint. Don't come over. I surrender. I surrender. The little lolly dressed like Little Red Riding Hood waved her hands quickly, her face full of tears and snot. Hancock snorted coldly, but did not continue to attack. Instead, Violet, who was standing at the end, showed an expression of impatience on her face. Be careful, Lord Vegapunk, Miss Hancock. This little girl is not a real child. Her name is Sugar. She is the user of the childlike fun fruit, and she is almost 18 years old now. And her devil fruit ability is very terrifying. Anyone she touches can be turned into a toy directly with easy commands. The most terrifying thing is that everyone else's memory of becoming a toy will completely disappear. It is better to kill such a dangerous person as soon as possible. Violet's face was excited, and Sugar was trembling with fear. She cried and shouted, "No, don't kill me. My ability is very useful. I can do things for you." Although Sugar is 18 years old, in fact, under the influence of the childlike fun fruit, her real psychological age is only about 10 years old. Although she is a hateful bear child, she is really not very courageous. Hancock turned her head slightly and looked at Vegapunk. Vegapunk smiled. The fruit of childishness? It sounds interesting. Spare her life. Violet bit her lip slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Vegapunk looked at her and chuckled. You must be hiding something from me. Otherwise, how could you be so excited to see Sucrose? Violet was slightly stunned. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she lowered her head, knowing that her performance had aroused suspicion. Or it was possible that Vegapunk had already known all this. Didn't that Vegapunk have seen her memories a long time ago? In that case, her concealment was actually useless. It's not difficult to help you solve the toy problems in Dressrosa. It's just that I hate people lying to me. Violet's body shook, and she wanted to say something, but Vegapunk had already waved his hand, and under the control of gravity, all the unconscious members of the Don Quixote family had floated up, and were thrown directly into a space wormhole by him. Okay, next we should go find that guy Caesar. Violet, you lead the way. Vegapunk clapped his hands and changed the topic about Sucrose, as if nothing had happened. Violet opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say a word. She could only activate the power of the devil fruit again and start to help Vegapunk lead the way. As for the Don Quixote family, Sucrose, the only one who was not unconscious, also came over with a flattering face, but did not approach anyone. She also knew her ability and was very feared by others, so she was naturally afraid that if she got too close, she would be misunderstood by others. Of course, she would not leave the sight of several people. If the others misunderstood that she was going to run away, it would be even worse. Soon, Violet had found the location of Caesar. Now Caesar was still conducting experiments in Punk Hazard. Although he had not fallen out with the world government, he had already had a lot of contact with Doflamingo in private, which was why Doflamingo believed that Caesar was his subordinate. Vegapunk was not surprised by Caesar's behavior. Among the three assistants, Caesar was a typical fence sitter. He was best at making multiple bets to defraud funds. Swish, my latest poison gas death paradise will definitely scare everyone. If we continue to develop it this way, it will only be a matter of time before we surpass Vegapunk. Swish. As expected, after Vegapunk dies, I, Caesar, should be the #1 scientist. Caesar, with a pale face, keratin on his head, and messy hair, looked like a ghost in Japanese legend. At this moment, he was adjusting his experimental poison gas, while boasting with a strange smile. Behind him, a dark round hole had opened, and Vegapunk and others soon walked in. Caesar, who knew nothing about this, was still adjusting his poison gas. Vegapunk had already walked to the side of the experimental table, and began to mobilize the data in the computer through electromagnetic force. What a mess. Is it just a poison gas created by exhaustive method, by relying on the convenience of devil fruit ability? This idiotic thing wants to surpass me. Caesar, your brain is getting stupider and stupider. Vegapunk curled his lips and disapproved of Caesar's research. The so-called Death Heaven poison gas is at most a more powerful biochemical poison gas, and there is no change in essence. In comparison, if you really want to kill people, highly contagious and replicable bacteria, radiation that directly attacks the human body's own genes, or large-scale natural disasters through the butterfly effect are much stronger than this so-called poison gas. The only benefit of Caesar's research on biochemical poison gases, that his own devil fruit ability is extremely compatible with poison gas, which allows him to reduce many detours when researching. At the same time, the process of studying poison gas can also develop fruit abilities, which is essentially the same as Vegapunk's electromagnetic ability. It's just that Vegapunk's electromagnetic ability is a thoroughfare that leads directly to the four fundamental forces of the universe. Theoretically, if he reaches the end, he can control all the movements of cosmic matter. He can be called the god of physics. As for Caesar's poison gas, after its development, its potential is just that. Who is it? Who is belittling Caesar, the greatest scientist of this century? Caesar turned his head and was immediately shocked. He saw a large group of people standing behind him with curious looks on their faces. The blonde boy in the lead was holding the semi-finished poison gas he prepared and seemed to be studying it carefully, but the look on his face was full of disdain. The greatest scientist of this century. Phew. This is the funniest joke of the century. Seeing so many people coming from behind, especially the tall Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie, Caesar instantly became a little scared, but after hearing Vegapunk's mocking voice, his face instantly turned red. Are you dissatisfied with me? My poison gas can kill everyone on an island in an instant. Yes, 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 okay, as long as you are happy. By the way, it's been a long time since we last met. Caesar, you are still like a clown. Who are you, guy? Do I know you well? This tone is really hateful. It reminds me of someone I hate the most. Caesar showed his sharp teeth and roared loudly. Vegapunk released his chakra to block the spit that almost sprayed on his face and shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that I would be so annoying to you before. You were so respectful to me every time we met, and you tried every means to learn something from me. Caesar, who was roaring, suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something incredible. He looked at the blonde young man in front of him, and his expression was distorted, which looked quite funny. Are you Vegapunk? Okay, don't step back, and don't press the emergency button behind you. This place has long been covered by my electromagnetic force. Even if you press that broken button to explode, there is no way to notify the guards outside. Vegapunk looked at Caesar, who was trembling and shrinking into a corner, as if he was extremely afraid, and said with a smile. Caesar's face suddenly froze slightly. Yes, as Vegapunk's experimental assistant and the same evil mad scientist, no matter how bad Caesar was, he would not be scared like this by Vegapunk. Well, even if he was scared like this, he would not have no idea of resisting. On the surface, he retreated in fear because he knew Vegapunk's identity. In fact, Caesar had been pressing the emergency notification button behind him with his body as a cover. Punk Hazard is still a naval base, and there are a large number of naval garrisons here. However, Caesar's laboratory is top secret, and he doesn't want others to see his research. There is no surveillance, and these poison gas studies are extremely dangerous. Ordinary naval forces will not have the brain to run here to patrol. This led to Vegapunk and others going straight to Huanglong and directly confronting Caesar, but there was no naval force to stop it. The emergency notification button pressed by Caesar represents the highest level of distress signal. In theory, after the signal is sent, the navy of the entire base should be urgently mobilized to come to rescue him. Unfortunately, in this experimental base, based on electricity and metal, Vegapunk, who has electromagnetic abilities, can be said to be a real god. He easily controls all electromagnetic signals in the base. Caesar's so-called help is naturally a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water, and it is not transmitted to the outside world at all. After hearing what Vegapunk said, Caesar's face changed, and he finally knelt down, and directly knelt, and rushed over to hug Vegapunk's thigh. Doctor, I was forced by those two bastards, Judge and Quinn. I didn't want to escape, but those two bastards held me hostage, so I had to go. Even if I escaped, I always wanted to return to your side. "Sir, but I was under the watch of these Navy, so I didn't find the opportunity to return to you," Caesar argued loudly with snot and tears on his face, which immediately made everyone look stunned. "This face is a bit thick." Vegapunk was not surprised at all. His 3 experimental assistants were not good people, and they were all those guys who looked tough on the surface, but were actually cowardly. But even so, among the 3, the most shameless one must be Caesar. His current behavior was normal for Vegapunk. Chapter 189 Devil Fruit Experiment. With a click, Caesar's face stiffened slightly, and he touched the collar around his neck. "Okay, since you've been looking forward to coming back to me, I will accept you as my assistant again. By the way, the collar around your neck is actually just a backup measure. The real means of control is the nanorobots integrated into your body through the collar. This kind of nanorobot can even assimilate your own elemental ability and transform it into a gas elemental body. So even if it's a natural elemental body, there's no way to get rid of it. As for the effect, haven't you been studying poison gas? Nanorobots can constantly transform their own form and reversely decompose your gas poison, which means completely decomposing you." After hearing this, Caesar opened his mouth wide, his face twisted, revealing a funny expression. "A baba. Vegapunk smiled and looked at Caesar. "I believe that you, who are the most loyal to me, will definitely not refuse this kind of monitoring, right?" Charlotte Smoothie and Katakuri both stepped forward at the same time and stood on the left and right of Vegapunk, staring at Caesar. Caesar swallowed. "Die or be a dog." For Caesar, this was not a choice that needed to be considered at all. "Lord Vegapunk, thank you for your award. I will definitely work harder in the future." Caesar's performance once again refreshed everyone's perception of his thick skin. Even Vegapunk showed a bit of helplessness. He suddenly felt that it was too embarrassing to have such a subordinate. What should he do? Fortunately, Vegapunk did not choose to chop this embarrassing thing with a knife. Instead, he acquiesced to him standing behind him and then asked about the situation of this experimental base. "Show me all the information about this base. The world government is still quite rich. There are many instruments that are not even on my fantasy star. Since I'm here, I can't return empty-handed." Yes, I understand. "Lord, please follow me." Although there are many naval forces stationed in this naval experimental base, it is obviously meaningless to face Vegapunk and his men. Vegapunk only used electromagnetic waves to distort the figures of several people, and then used electromagnetic wave ability to hypnotize them. Those ordinary naval forces turned a blind eye to them, and turned a deaf ear to them. Even though Vegapunk directly removed many large instruments, the Navy did not notice it in the end. Only the chief officer of this base, a rear admiral who had awakened to color domineering, seemed to notice it, but by the time he found out, it was too late. Caesar, the experimental base and many of the most advanced instruments had disappeared. The worst thing was that before leaving, Vegapunk directly opened the large gas bottle made by Caesar, and the lavender gas began to slowly spread. Faced with this situation, the ordinary Navy had no way to resist it, and finally had to retreat completely and abandon the island. Caesar's gas is actually a little special, that is, the effect time is very long. If there is no interference, the island covered by the gas may take several years to fully recover. As for the time it takes to restore the ecological balance, it will take even longer, and its effect is close to nuclear radiation. For the Navy, the current punk hazard has basically lost its role as a naval base, and it is even unlikely to be reactivated in the future. In Phantasy Star, Caesar and Quinn looked at each other, but the two did not feel that they were connected by the same fate. Instead, they looked disgusted with each other. As the top scientists in the pirate world, it can be said that Caesar, Quinn and Kaji are all extremely arrogant. Faced with a jerk like Vegapunk, the three of them had no choice but to flee in embarrassment, but to some extent, they just fled instead of completely surrendering, which also shows the arrogance of the three. In this case, facing colleagues with similar levels to themselves, the three of them felt that they were the most powerful in research, so naturally the relationship between them could not be very good. "Get along well, both of you." Vegapunk smiled and looked at his two assistants. They were startled and immediately hugged each other shoulder to shoulder. "Of course, Lord Vegapunk, please rest assured. That's right, Caesar and I are old acquaintances. Together, we are definitely the best experimental assistants. Vegapunk smiled and walked over. Then Caesar and Quinn looked at each other and immediately withdrew their hands like lightning, turning their heads and snorting, ignoring the little thoughts of his subordinates. For Vegapunk, as long as the two of them can complete the task, that is enough. Now, Vegapunk is ready to study his spoils this time, that is, the devil fruit ability users of the Doflamingo family. The power of the superhuman devil fruit is almost entirely the power of the mind, but it is actually closer to the essence of the devil fruit, the spiritual crystallization of wishes. The animal type devil fruit can be completely manufactured by relying on the research of bloodline factors, that is, genes. Although there may be a gap in the subsequent potential with the real devil fruit, it is impossible for it to enter the stage of awakening. But other than that, even the fantasy animal type devil fruit has no difference in power with the artificial devil fruit. Although the natural devil fruit cannot be completely obtained through the transformation of bloodline factors, it is not difficult to have certain natural abilities. Vegapunk in the original work can add the ability of the flash fruit to the transformed bear. For the current Vegapunk, except for the elementalization, other abilities of the natural system are not difficult for him. Of course, the transformed natural system has insufficient potential, and its power is definitely weaker than that of the real natural system, and it also loses the ability to be further developed. But no matter what, at least it has solved some of the secrets of the natural system devil fruit. But for those strange abilities of the superhuman system, Vegapunk is really confused. Some simple superhuman fruits can be copied using the power of bloodline factors. For more complex superhuman devil fruits, Vegapunk can only follow the original method to extract blood from the fruit ability user, to transform the bloodline factor, and then let others have it through the human body transformation model. But in essence, it can only be regarded as a transplant of ability, not a true copy of the original devil fruit ability. Once the transplanted part is separated from the main body, the so-called artificial ability user will be beaten back to its original form. At the end of his research, he only got a defective artificial soul fruit. Kazuki Hiyori was lucky, otherwise he would have gone crazy, or died long ago. In the past, the most restrictive thing for Vegapunk was actually the lack of experimental subjects. Even the world government could not give certain special superhuman devil fruit ability users to Vegapunk without limit. Most of the experimental subjects were obtained by Vegapunk from the Great Undersea Prison. However, the essence of the establishment of the advancement layer is to seal those powerful devil fruit ability users. Therefore, most of the experimental subjects obtained by Vegapunk are actually animal type. The strength of animal type devil fruit users is not necessarily weak, but the upper limit of their devil fruit abilities is not high, and they can't develop any tricks. Even if they die or have problems, it won't cause any trouble to the world government. However, the world government has never really provided those truly powerful superhuman devil fruits to Vegapunk, whether they have extraordinary abilities, terrifying combat power, or infinite potential. They are even willing to provide some natural devil fruit users, but they will not give the truly terrifying superhuman devil fruits to Vegapunk. Some superhuman devil fruits may not add much to combat power, but who knows what effect they can produce in the hands of crazy scientists? After all, superhuman devil fruits are the most unreasonable. But this time, Vegapunk got the best stuff. Among the devil fruit users of the Don Quixote family, there is never a lack of devil fruits with great potential or extraordinary abilities, but those people just don't know how to use them. Weapon fruit, art fruit, childlike fruit, even spin fruit, swimming fruit, ton pressure fruit. These fruits either have terrifying abilities, or have amazing potential, or their own manifestations are very strange, and they are all excellent research objects. Therefore, as soon as he returned to Phantasy Star, Vegapunk even threw away the idea of dealing with the world government, and started to study these devil fruit ability users day and night. Time passed quickly. After a few months, Vegapunk's research on the superhuman devil fruit was only halfway done, but in another aspect of research, there has been a rapid development. That is the extraction of devil fruit. Extract the devil fruit directly from the ability user. Even after that, it can still keep the life of the devil fruit ability user. Just extracting the devil fruit may be difficult for Vegapunk, but this kind of research does not take so long. But if after extracting the devil fruit, it can still keep the life of the devil fruit ability user, or even prevent the devil fruit ability user from any harm, it will be extremely difficult. After all, after the devil fruit and the ability user are fused, it is a complete fusion from the soul to the gene, and there is almost no good way to separate them. However, in the end, Vegapunk still figured out a way to use some kind of induction ability to make the devil fruit think that the host is dead and capture it at the moment of leaving the body. The reason why the progress is so fast is not only because of the rapid progress of his research itself, but also because he got a strange devil fruit. Long before knowing most of the plots in the pirate world, Vegapunk had used this foresight to find some benefits for himself, such as Blackbird, a body with an alien body, whose blood and hair were collected by Vegapunk a long time ago. Even because Vegapunk collected Blackbird's physical information at the time, it was commissioned by the world government's intelligence agency, which made the world government also notice this strange alien, so Blackbird has always been the focus of the world government. Blackbird, who originally had no bounty, now has a bounty of 300 million. This time, Vegapunk cut Blackbird's beard again. Through the monitoring of a small robot, the captain of the 4th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Thatch, was attacked and the fruit was taken away, just after he got the dark fruit. Afterwards, Vegapunk created a machine that specifically attracts the power of the fruit through research on the dark fruit, which is why his research was able to proceed so quickly. Will this machine really not have any problems? Yamato, a white-haired, horned, and hot-bodied demon beauty, secretly swallowed her saliva and asked, looking at the coffin-like thing in front of her. No wonder Yamato was a little terrified. It looked like a coffin, but there was also a red blood-like liquid in the coffin. It didn't look like a good way. If I fell into it, would I melt directly? Don't worry, there will be no problem. The red liquid in it will only put you in a state of suspended animation. Later, the devil fruit ability wave absorber I developed will directly attract the artificial devil fruit ability in your body. When the time comes, you can eat the real blue dragon fruit. Vegapunk shook the devil fruit in his hand and said to Yamato, the devil fruit has green dragon scales, and the 2 leaf stalks on it look like dragon horns. It is the most genuine blue dragon fruit. This is a devil fruit that Vegapunk extracted from Kato, and he called Yamato here because he wanted to use her for an experiment. Don't get me wrong, it's not a boring experiment to see if there is any difference between replacing an artificial devil fruit with a real devil fruit. Instead, he wanted to test whether the artificial devil fruit and the genuine devil fruit can be fused. What will happen after the fusion? Strengthen? Conflict? No reaction? What kind of changes will occur after eating this enhanced devil fruit? This is of course a topic that Vegapunk needs to pay attention to. There is almost no difference between the artificial blue dragon fruit and the blue dragon fruit. In theory, there will be no conflict, so Vegapunk naturally set his sights on this from the beginning. As for Yamato, of course, she is Vegapunk's experimental subject. As a member of the Ghost Clan, Yamato has a strong vitality. After being strengthened, her combat power has almost touched the floor of the top strong. Even if there is a conflict between the devil fruits, it should not take her life at the beginning. On the bright side, even if something goes wrong, Vegapunk can take out the power of the devil fruit in her body and save her life. To put it more cruelly, if her tolerance is too low and she dies too quickly, it will be difficult for Vegapunk to study her. Yamato, who didn't know that he had become an excellent experimental subject, made up his mind at this moment to cooperate with Vegapunk in the experiment in order to become a real blue dragon instead of a cute pink dragon. That is a bit funny. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Devil Fruit Awakening. Yamato lay in the coffin-like experimental equipment and soon fell into a state of suspended animation under the effect of the internal medicinal materials. The instrument placed on the top of the coffin immediately began to work, and a wonderful energy wave was gradually attracted out, and after a moment, it completely filled the transparent crystal ball on the top of the instrument. Vegapunk took off the transparent crystal ball that sealed the power of the fruit, and then placed the crystal ball behind a spiral-shaped instrument like a spear, and then pointed the tip of the spear at the Kinglan fruit, directly activating the entire instrument, and the energy wave of the artificial devil fruit was directly injected into the Kinglan fruit. It seems that there is no change. No, the energy contained in the Kinglan fruit has indeed increased, but not much. Looking at the instrument in his hand, Vegapunk touched his chin. The devil fruit does contain some strange spiritual power, which is very close to the so-called soul. This is also the reason why Vegapunk was able to test that its internal energy has increased. However, the energy of the two fruits did not increase much after fusion. If the energy contained in the original blue dragon fruit is 10 and the energy contained in the artificial blue dragon fruit is 5, then the energy of the fusion of the two devil fruits is 11. Scratching his head, Vegapunk was a little confused, but he still turned off the instrument and opened the coffin lid. Soon, all the medicine inside had been lost. Yamato slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt that the power of the devil fruit in his body, that was originally as easy as using his arms and fingers, had completely disappeared. There was a little loss on his face. But soon, this idiot turned his head and looked at Vegapunk, or to be more precise, the blue dragon fruit in Vegapunk's hand. Seeing Yamato's eager expression, Vegapunk did not hesitate and directly stretched out his hand to throw the blue dragon fruit. Yamato immediately jumped up to catch it and then bit it. Woohoo. However, Vegapunk's eyes were a little strange. Is this the awakening of the blue dragon fruit? From the energy index on the instrument, the power of the blue dragon fruit has indeed increased, but it does not seem to be permanent, but it seems to be an explosion. It seems that this method does not increase the power of the devil fruit much. Or, the integration of the same type of artificial devil fruit into the real devil fruit will not bring any essential improvement at all. It just makes the devil fruit's ability run wild in a short period of time. The result of this short-term runaway is naturally the awakening of the devil fruit, but it is obvious that this awakening should be a kind of forced awakening, which is obviously not friendly to the devil fruit ability user. Not to mention other things, the awakening of the animal type devil fruit ability is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be dominated by the powerful beast impulse and become a half human and half animal state forever, and even your mind will become muddled, almost the same as a beast. In fact, the awakening of other devil fruit abilities is definitely not easy. If the awakener cannot control it, he may be dispersed by the instinct contained in the devil fruit. The reason why this situation rarely happens is that those who can develop the devil fruit to awaken have a high degree of control over the devil fruit ability and are extremely powerful, which can suppress the power contained in the devil fruit. Similarly, the more powerful the devil fruit, the stronger the instinctive impulse contained in it, and the more dangerous it is to the awakener. However, because the stronger the devil fruit, the more difficult it is to awaken. When the devil fruit ability is really honed to the awakening level, the devil fruit ability user itself is often tempered in both mind and body, so those powerful devil fruit ability users are less likely to lose control. But although Yamato has also polished his mind and body, he is still a long way from the awakening of the blue dragon fruit. You know, even Kado has not really awakened the blue dragon fruit. Not to mention the current Yamato. The awakening of the animal system can be regarded as the most dangerous among the same level devil fruits, because the self-awareness of the animal system devil fruit itself is relatively strong, and the mythical beasts in the animal system are naturally dangerous. The blue dragon fruit is definitely the best among the mythical beasts. Naturally, once awakened, the danger brought by its instinctive impulses is far greater than that of ordinary devil fruits. To be honest, Vegapunk is not optimistic that Yamato can completely suppress the instinctive impulses brought by this devil fruit. In this regard, the human fruit is more advantageous, because the human fruit itself covers some intelligence capabilities, and the wild instincts in it are not strong. It will not make people lose their minds, but only change their personalities. The blue dragon fruit contains pure animal nature. Even if it is a mythical beast, there is no reason at all. Seeing the giant dragon flying in the sky, the lightning that was originally just flying in the sky has begun to strike directly below. At the same time, the giant dragon with bloodshot eyes began to spit dragon flames at the earth. Vegapunk frowned. This guy seems to be out of control. Sure enough. Let's catch her first. Thinking of this, Vegapunk directly turned on his electromagnetic ability. The blue dragon that was originally roaring in the sky fell down after a whine. Are you kidding? With Vegapunk's personality, how could he not have made some backup plans for Yamato? You know, the experimental product went berserk, then destroyed the entire experimental base, and killed the scientist who made the experiment. That is a commonplace classic plot. How could Vegapunk not have made preparations in this regard? With a rumble, as the blue dragon in the sky fell, the original storms and rainstorms all dispersed at once, revealing bright sunshine and rainbows. The blue dragon that fell to the ground smashed a big hole in the ground, twitched a few times, and then there was no reaction. Yamato, can you change back to your original form? Vegapunk walked in front of the azure dragon's head, patted the dragon's horn, and asked, but looking at the azure dragon's blood-red and turbid eyes, it was obvious that the question was asked in vain. It's really troublesome, but this seems to be a good opportunity. Vegapunk murmured, and then began to make seals with his hands. Katamatsu Kami no Jutsu. Yamato's strength was not bad to begin with, and he also possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Under normal circumstances, there was no possibility of being controlled. Although Yamato was quite close and obedient to Vegapunk at the beginning, because of eating the artificial devil fruit, now that the devil fruit was extracted and replaced with a real azure dragon fruit, the effect naturally disappeared. But now, this state of mental confusion is just the best time to control her, and Katamatsukami is undoubtedly much easier to invade. It can even be said that the current Katamatsukami illusion is a life-saving straw for Yamato. Yamato will instinctively rely on Katamatsukami's power to sort out his completely confused thoughts. In this process, he will naturally take Katamatsukami as the core of his thinking. It can be said that the effect of Katamatsukami this time is far beyond the usual. This is equivalent to Yamato actively letting go of all his mental protections and even actively accepting the power of Katamatsukami. The light red illusion light gradually extinguished, and King Long, who was lying on the ground, gradually revealed a bit of clarity in his originally turbid eyes, and his congested pupils also returned to their original state. What a strange feeling, Yamato said like a groan. And then his whole body began to shrink gradually and turned back to human form. Covering his head and slowly standing up, Yamato felt as if a steel needle was inserted into his head, stirring up his mind for a while, but the effect brought by Katamatsukami quickly made her determine her mind. When she looked up at Vegapunk, her eyes were already full of docility and obedience. What's going on? Dr. Vegapunk, is it really so dangerous to eat the genuine blue dragon fruit? It's probably because you originally ate the artificial blue dragon fruit, so the genuine blue dragon fruit and the artificial devil fruit power remaining in your body have a little conflict, so it caused your rampage. Vegapunk spoke nonsense without hesitation, and his words sounded really like that. Yamato, who had no experience, was naturally fooled by him immediately. So that's how it is. But as expected, the genuine blue dragon fruit is much stronger than the artificial blue dragon fruit. I feel that my strength has increased a lot, and it seems that there are some special powers. I can now directly summon wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and even control the weather. It's strange. I remember that my stupid dad didn't seem to have this ability. Probably because of the rampage of the power, your current devil fruit ability has awakened. It can be said that you are now stronger than Kado in the development of devil fruits. Vegapunk did not continue to speak in riddles, and spoke directly to Yamato. Yamato's face immediately showed an excited expression. Really? That's really great. It turns out that I'm more powerful than my bastard dad. As he spoke, Yamato raised his head and showed a smug expression. Vegapunk shrugged his shoulders, not caring about Yamato's quoting out of context. In fact, the top level mythical beast devil fruit like the blue dragon fruit has a terrifying power bonus after awakening. If Yamato really fights Kado at his peak, his chances of winning are indeed not small. He sighed slightly. Although this experiment was not without any results, Vegapunk was still a little disappointed. After all, the upper limit of the devil fruit's ability has not grown in essence. It's just that there is one more way to force the awakening of the devil fruit, and it's quite dangerous. Of course, this is not a complete failure. The awakening of the devil fruit has always been a big problem. It doesn't mean that, if you are strong, you can awaken the devil fruit. Sometimes it depends on the individual's situation and the development of the devil fruit, as well as the compatibility of the two parties. Now there is a forced awakening method, which is not bad. Anyone who meets the standard of strength and character can awaken the devil fruit in this way. For example, Nico Robin's flower fruit can be awakened in this way. Robin's strength is already enough, and the suffering in her childhood has made her character not bad. The most important thing is that the flower fruit is obviously a mild devil fruit. The difficulty and impact of awakening are very small. With Nico Robin's current strength, she can definitely bear it easily. The research on devil fruits has come to an end, and Vegapunk has turned his attention to the sea again. The time when Vegapunk studied devil fruits is almost the time when the story begins. Thinking that it is almost time for a certain straw hat boy to go to sea, Vegapunk can't help his curiosity and is ready to take a look at the current Nico fruit ability user. By the way, go to draw some blood from this fruit ability user. All along, I seem to have forgotten that the protagonist's devil fruit is also the top fruit in the entire pirate world. Well, it's probably because the fruit of this rubber fruit ability user has evolved too abruptly. Therefore, Vegapunk has always had an indescribable awkward feeling about the Nico fruit, and subconsciously did not regard it as a top level devil fruit. Moreover, the situation faced by this Nico fruit ability user this time is probably very different from that in the original work. Whether it can be as smooth as in the original work is also unknown. Not to mention other things, 2 of the 3 admirals of the navy are now down. Originally, after Akainu was finished, there was Green Bull to take the position. This time, Vegapunk captured Kizaru, and the navy did not get a new admiral in such a short time. In addition, the world government was hit 3 times by Vegapunk with one click, and now it is completely furious. The life of ordinary pirates today is not very good. It is precisely because of the continuous setbacks that both the navy and the world government need a venting channel, and also need a chance to restore their reputation. The hard bones of the new world are not easy to deal with. The small pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas have all become machines for them to brush their prestige. I heard that the chief officers in charge of the Four Seas have all become vice admirals of the naval headquarters, and many chiefs in the Four Seas naval bases have also been eliminated and exchanged, and their strength has been improved by at least 1 level. Chapter 191 Nami on the pirate ship. In the East China Sea, a huge merchant ship was sailing. On the sail, the red and white interwoven umbrella logo was extremely conspicuous and fluttering in the wind. Sister Stussy, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the East China Sea? I could pick you up when the time came. Amidst the laughter, a girl with orange hair, a hot body, and cool clothes came to Stussy with a smile on her face. Stussy smiled and patted the orange-haired girl's head and said, Nami, haven't you always wanted to meet our behind-the-scenes boss and join the Corps of the Umbrella? This time, our behind-the-scenes boss is here in person. Nami was slightly stunned, raised her head, and looked at the captain's room. Stussy smiled and took Nami's hand, pushed open the door and walked in. After entering the captain's room, Nami's expression was completely out of control. The captain's room, which originally looked only about 20 square meters, was discovered after walking, in that the entire room was at least the size of a football field. The interior was full of colorful grass and flowers, and there was a small villa in the center. Seeing Nami's silly expression, Stussy smiled slightly and said nothing, quietly waiting for Nami to come back to her senses. After a moment, Nami blinked her eyes. What's going on? Sister Stussy, have we left the ship? Of course not, little Nami. This is the captain's room, but it's just a folding space. When you really see the big boss and become his own, you will not be surprised anymore after seeing more. Stussy smiled and explained to the surprised Nami, and then took her to the villa in the middle. In front of the gate of the villa, a beautiful girl with white hair and a hot and tall figure was sleeping on the table. But as Stussy and the others approached, the girl suddenly opened her eyes and looked at them. What? It's Stussy. The white-haired woman yawned and shook her head. The 2 devil horns looked quite eye-catching. I thought it was someone else. Well, this is the new member you want to introduce? Yamato, you fell asleep again. Be careful or I'll tell the boss. Stussy said with a smile, and Yamato's face immediately turned red. He kept muttering that he was a dragon, not a guard dog, which made Stussy laugh. Nami lowered her head and didn't say much. Although Yamato seemed to have no airs and was very kind to people, with her outstanding observation haki, she could still sense the terrifying power hidden under the cute appearance of the white-haired woman in front of her. Stussy and Yamato chatted for a few words and soon separated. After the two entered the gate of the villa, they saw a small living room. In the reception room, a beautiful woman with long straight black hair and a quiet temperament wearing a black leather jacket felt someone coming, closed the large book in her hand, looked up at the two people. Stussy, is the person next to you the talented navigator and financial officer you introduced? Yes, it's this little Nami. Robin, you should meet her too. If she joins us in the future, she will probably have to be your deputy. Stussy walked over with a smile on her face, holding Nami's hand, and at the same time, introduced Nami. Little Nami, the beauty in front of you is Nico Robin. She is the exclusive secretary and deputy of the big boss. The money for the operation of the entire Umbrella Corporation basically flows from her hands. Obviously, Stussy knew very well how to mobilize Nami's enthusiasm. After hearing this, Nami's eyes turned into Bailey shapes. She held Nico Robin's hands with both hands, with an excited expression on her face. Sister Robin, my name is Nami, and I'm the financial officer of the East China Sea Umbrella Corporation branch. I'm not bragging, but I'm very talented in financial management. From now on, you can just let me manage the funds. Robin chuckled and glanced at Nami. Her soft and hoarse voice was filled with a bit of mockery. Little thief. Nami was suddenly stuck, her mouth wide open for a while, and then she forced a smile and said, What, little thief? Sister Robin, don't believe other people's rumors. Since the fall of Aaron and his gang, I have retired, and have not been in that business a long time ago. Okay, I'm not interested in your personal hobbies. At least you're doing a good job as the financial officer of Umbrella, and you've never embezzled funds. As for the fact that you took advantage of your job to secretly steal from those unkind rich people and some pirates, no one will pursue it. Nicole Robin explained with a smile, which made Nami, who was sweating profusely, come back to her senses and laugh dryly. Fortunately, I didn't do anything suicidal. I did my job well, and I didn't have any bad thoughts about Umbrella's funds. Otherwise it would be too late to resign now. Well, it's not a problem for ordinary employees to resign from Umbrella, but if those who signed the contract dare to run away, or leak the secrets of Umbrella, or damage the interests of Umbrella, those employees usually die miserably. Do you really think Umbrella is a conscientious company? Even if he is not as cruel as the original Umbrella, the Andrilla in the pirate world is definitely not a good guy. Stussy smiled and looked at Nico Robin. These two women were also very scheming. They completed the task of beating Nami silently. Although Nami was also smart and alert, she was still far behind these two in terms of sophistication. Even in terms of her scheming, the current Nami may be slightly worse than the original. In the original, she stayed in the Arlan Pirates for nearly 8 years, but now, she has only stayed in the Arlan Pirates for about 3 years. Nami's experience has changed, which is also the butterfly effect caused by Vegapunk. When Vegapunk secretly established the Umbrella Company, it was based on the 4 seas, especially the East China Sea. Because of Garb, a full-level big account who often comes to block the small accounts, the East China Sea is truly peaceful and stable. Pirates who dare to stand out are basically crushed to death. Not to mention pirates, even among the forces of these countries, there is no domineering strongman, which shows how peaceful the East China Sea is. Therefore, the Umbrella Company has also put a lot of effort here. Among them, the Arlan Pirates became the chicken that killed the chicken and scared the monkey in the development of the Umbrella Company because they jumped too hard. At that time, Nami played a big role in the demise of the Arlan Pirates because of her intelligence and alertness and hatred for the Arlan Pirates. She was favored by the Umbrella Company and absorbed, and Nami is worthy of the talent of the original heroine. Whether in finance or in understanding ocean currents, she has played an important role in the entire Umbrella East China Sea branch. Soon, she became an important supervisor of the branch. Because she is beautiful, capable, and sweet-mouthed. Nami soon got in touch with Stussy, the behind-the-scenes boss with lesbian tendencies. This time Stussy brought her here to visit Vegapunk. Of course, the knocking along the way is also indispensable, so as not to let this little thief cat get too arrogant and do something daring. Nico Robin is worthy of the title of the Devil's Child, and she and Stussy tacitly completed this task. With Nami's mood fluctuating, Stussy finally came to the innermost layer of the villa. When Nami opened the door, the first thing she saw was two beautiful maids with light green hair, who looked like sisters, standing on the left and right of the sofa. Their delicate appearance and gentle and submissive expressions made Nami, who was very confident in her appearance, feel pity for them. This big boss of the umbrella company seemed to be a little lustful. Nami thought to herself that, since she entered here, she seemed to have seen only great beauties, both in temperament and appearance. She didn't know where this boss collected them from. Nami didn't care much about her boss's lust. Well, judging from the moral integrity of charging 100,000 baileys when she took a bath in the original book, it was hard to say how high her bottom line could be. As long as she was not forced, it would be easy for Nami to use her beauty a little, which would be a bit good for her. While thinking, Nami also saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa, and then her breath was slightly choked. So pretty, so handsome. On the sofa, a beautiful lady with a cold and arrogant temperament was lying lazily on the handsome blonde young man. She seemed to have no bones, and her two big soft breasts squeezed out an attractive arc. The blonde young man half closed his eyes and was fiddling with something like a laptop. After hearing Nami's voice, he raised his head. The look he gave Nami was quite strange, making Nami feel that he was not looking at a beautiful woman, but rather at something strange. "You are Nami, the head of the East China Sea branch of the Umbrella." Yes, it's me." Nodding, Vegapunk felt a little strange in his heart. This was the first time he felt the power of the butterfly effect. The others were the result of Vegapunk's initiative, but Nami did nothing. As a result, the original little thief has now become the head of the Umbrella branch. Well, of course, she didn't seem to give up her little thief job, but just turned it into a side job. As for Nami, she was a little embarrassed, mainly because she didn't expect that her boss would be such a young handsome guy. "Let me take a look at your resume. You were introduced by Stussy. Are you going to join our core team?" Although it felt a little strange, Vegapunk obviously didn't mean to push Nami out directly. Given Nami's current situation, even if she was asked to join the Straw Hat Pirates, I'm afraid she wouldn't be willing. As for Luffy, after losing Nami as a navigator, would he be wiped out as soon as he entered the Grand Line? Well, what does that have to do with Vegapunk? Yes, big boss, give me a chance. Nami showed a smile like a lucky cat and said to Vegapunk in a flattering manner, "There is a chance. I'm just afraid you're not brave enough." Vegapunk tilted his head and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, I'm always brave enough." Nami patted her chest and said firmly in a wave, "Although Umbrella is not a completely legitimate company, it is a company with a bottom line in the overall environment of the world. In Nami's opinion, it is at most some grey business, such as smuggling, arms trading, mercenary business and the like. This kind of thing is indeed not legal, but it is much better than slave trading, certain banned narcotics, and human organ trading. Very good. The company needs young, energetic and enterprising employees like you." Vegapunk nodded with approval, picked up a watch on the table, and handed it to Nami. "Take this watch. You are the core staff of our umbrella company." Nami blinked, picked up the watch, and put it on her hand, and then she felt a slight pain in her wrist, as if a needle stretched out of the watch and pierced her wrist. Then a large amount of electronic information was transmitted from the watch and directly entered her brain. After a dizzy spell, Nami looked at Vegapunk with a stunned face. "Good news, the core layer of Umbrella Company does not need to manage those grey transactions, let alone those black transactions. Bad news, the ultimate goal of the Umbrella Corporation is to overthrow the world government and rule the entire world. Old boss, I want to go back to be the head of the East China Sea now. Do I still have a chance?" Seeing Nami's sad face, Vegapunk shrugged. "Of course there is a chance, don't worry. We won't force anyone." Really? At most we need to erase your current memory." "Erase memory? Not murder? How is that possible?" Even if we erase people's memories, it's easy to turn them into idiots, but we still won't do such things as murder. Nami's face fell. Becoming an idiot is not much better than murder. I'm really on the pirate ship now. Well, I'd better send the 300 million baileys I saved back to Orange Village. At least I can make some contributions to my village before I die, and it will also make Kino better. As for turning against the water, let alone Nami still has some moral bottom line. The umbrella company has also done a great favor to her, and she can't do such a thing. Not to mention, the information transmitted by the bracelet has long been shown, and there is a special confidentiality program. Although Nami doesn't know whether the confidentiality program is a bomb installed in the bracelet, or there is some electronic pulse inside, and how the program determines whether it has leaked the information, she doesn't want to try it anyway. Chapter 192, The Straw Hat Failed. Boss, are there any new business opportunities in Windmill Village? Nami asked with a puzzled expression, looking at the quiet village on the coast in the distance. Although the village in front of her was peaceful and tranquil, it didn't look like there was any money. In Nami's opinion, there was no money to be made. After all, Umbrella Corporation was a commercial company, not a pirate. Pirates could rob Windmill Village directly by plundering, but a commercial company would lose a lot of money if it did business in a village that was closer to self-sufficiency and had little spare money. Here in the Kingdom of Goa, only the royal city has some purchasing power. I remember that our company already has a branch in the royal city. The market should be saturated, right? Vegapunk, who was standing aside, had a smile on his face and said lightly, Nami, you should change your vision and goals now. We are not here to make money. You probably don't know that Windmill Village is the hometown of the Navy hero Garp. Today is the time for the grandson of the Navy hero Garp to go to sea. Nami's body stiffened slightly, and a crying expression appeared on her face. Okay, boss, can't you let me buffer first? You have to remind me that I have now joined a terrorist organization that wants to overthrow the world government. What are we going to do next? Are we going to kidnap the grandson of this Navy hero and use it to threaten that Navy hero? I don't think you need a buffer, and I don't need to kidnap Garp's grandson to threaten him. I guess this trick won't have any effect on their family members. Vegapunk smiled and explained to Nami, although Garp himself is a naval hero, his son is one of the most vicious criminals on the sea, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and his grandson Luffy has always aimed to become the Pirate King. Today is the day he goes out to sea and becomes a pirate. Nami blinked her eyes, with a sleepwalking expression on her face. Is this a new annual joke? The son of a naval hero went to join the Revolutionary Army, and the grandson went to become a pirate. This family is really lively. Then, why are we looking for this pirate? Do we want to contact Dragon through him? No, not to contact anyone through him, just to see what he is like now, and draw some blood, and do some experiments on him. Vegapunk waved his hand, leaving Nami confused, although Nami now also knows the name of Vegapunk from the information on the bracelet. For Nami, who has been staying in a small place like the East China Sea, Vegapunk, a scientist who has been away from the sea for a long time, really has not left any impression. Therefore, in Nami's heart, she always regarded Vegapunk as an ambitious and wealthy boss, but she never thought that her boss was actually a scientist. Naturally, she was also a little curious about the blood test that suddenly popped up in Vegapunk's mouth. Okay, that kid should be going out to sea soon. Turn on the ship's stealth system. Got it, boss. Nico Robin, who was sitting on the side reading a book, responded, but did not stand up at all. Under the control of the flower fruit, an arm stretched out from the captain's room and pressed a button. Soon, the whole space was distorted, and the ship disappeared without a trace. Nami opened her mouth and looked around. Although the ship was still fine, it always gave people a feeling of phantom, and even the shadow of the ship and the depressed sea level were restored. This ship also has a stealth function. Umbrella is really worthy of being a super company with the highest technology. Looking at Nami, who was touching the ship here and there with a curious look on her face, Vegapunk couldn't help shaking his head. Don't touch it. There's nothing wrong with the boat. It just has an optical protective film on the surface, so it looks invisible to the outside world. The level of this invisible ship is not very high. compared with the fantasy star that can directly escape into the illusory dream world, or the use of the distorted virtuality of the god's power. It is a million miles away, but it is definitely enough in the East China Sea. Unless people like Garp and Dragon suddenly return to Windmill Village, ordinary people will definitely not see the problem. The invisible ship gradually drove to the coast of Windmill Village. At this time, with a noisy sound, a boy wearing a straw hat on his head and a red waistcoat on his body, with a big and cheerful smile on his face, pushed a small boat to the port. Then, he waved to the villagers at the port and said excitedly, "Everyone, I'm going to go out to sea and become the Pirate King. Don't send me off anymore. Who wants to send you off? Get out of here. We in Windmill Village don't want people like you who want to be pirates." The village chief with a white beard was so excited that he spit all over the boy's face. The boy wiped his face with a giggle and didn't care. The white-bearded village chief was obviously just talking. Although the villagers were also talking and making sarcastic remarks, they were mostly joking. Some villagers sent some food and put it on the small boat with only a bucket of water. Then it was eaten up by the Straw Hat Boy. A group of villagers looked helpless. Wouldn't this guy starve to death, thirst or drown when he went out to sea? It seems that he has no common sense at all. Who goes out to sea without food? However, the people in the pirate world are careless by nature. In addition, Garp, Luffy, Ace and others did a lot of things without common sense in the past, but they still lived well and became healthier and more energetic. These villagers were no longer surprised. Going to sea without food, compared with falling off a cliff at the age of 5 or 6, being pulled high into the sky by a balloon, and being thrown into a group of wild beasts, does not seem to be a big deal. I'm full, ready to go to sea. After eating the food, the Straw Hat Boy patted his belly, waved his hands with the villagers, and pushed the oars. The boat soon drifted towards the shallow sea. Just about a few hundred meters away from the coast, a splashing sound sounded under the sea, and a huge black shadow suddenly ejected, with sharp teeth, like a fusion of an eel and a long snake, and a length of nearly 100 meters. This is the legendary King of the Near Sea. The powerful King of the Near Sea even took one of the arms of the 4 emperors' red hair Shanks. Well, probably when Oda started to draw the comics, he didn't think of arranging Shanks as one of the 4 emperors, so later on, there was the saying that Shanks put his arm on the Straw Hat Boy, which was a barely patched up. Although no one may understand, what is the point of putting such an arm on Luffy? Anyway, this small sea king, that is nearly 100 meters long, can indeed be called a tyrant on the sea in the East China Sea. There are very few strong men who can rival it. But obviously, Luffy was waiting for this opportunity. After nearly 10 years of training, he could just use this King of the Sea to make a conclusion. Rubber gun. The waving rubber fist turned into a spear and hit the King of the Sea directly on the cheek. After hitting the Sea King with a devilish expression, it also made this huge beast that was dominating the Windmill Village fall into the sea with its eyes rolled up and teeth spitting out. Wahahaha, a mere Sea King can't stop my determination to yearn for the sea. Luffy had a smug expression on his face, but he didn't chase the Sea King that had fallen into the sea. With the barrier of the sea, Luffy might be able to defeat the Sea King, but it would be difficult to really kill it. Looking at the beautiful Luffy, Vegapunk smiled and took out a small red and white ball from his arms. A mere Sea King, how can it be considered the enemy of the sun god? Let me add some spice to you. The red light entered the sea, and a strange pressure spread. On the looming slender and huge body, only scales and claws were vaguely visible. What is that? Nami's face showed a bit of fear. She was standing by the boat and retreated again and again until she came to Vegapunk's side, and then she said tremblingly, although Nami in the original work is in the Straw Hat Pirates and forms a timid trio with the reserve food in the long nose, and their strength does not seem to be very good. But in fact, this girl is still quite capable, and her courage is definitely not less than that of ordinary people. Even when she first appeared, she was much stronger than the average fish pirates. It's just that the Straw Hat Pirates are full of elites and perverts, so she looks timid and weak. In fact, the weak ones in the Straw Hat Pirates are only relative to those main perverts. Whether it is Usopp, Nami, or Chopper, their talents and potential are far beyond ordinary people. After Nami joined the Umbrella Corporation early, although she did not develop combat skills, based on the weather stick, Her pure physical body and domineering cultivation are much stronger than 2 years later in the original work, and she can be regarded as the number one strong in the entire East China Sea. However, with Nami's current strength, she was still frightened by the breath of Pokemon just released by Vegapunk, which shows that this is definitely not a simple thing. That is a replica experiment I made when I was trying to strengthen Steel Sidramon. It was created by extracting the blue dragon blood from Kado's body and creating a pure dragon shape seeking. It's really strange. The dragon-like creature created by the bloodline factor extracted from Kado's body has no fear of seawater. It seems that there are still many secrets in the devil fruit that I don't know. Nami was confused. Devil fruit? Bloodline factor? Dragon-shaped creature? What are these things? As for Kado, Nami knew a little about his identity. Isn't he one of the 4 pirates with the highest bounty in the New World? But there is one thing Nami is very clear about. That is, the combat power of this thing released by Vegapunk is definitely much stronger than that of the King of the Sea. Roar, roar, roar. A terrifying roar sounded on the sea. Huge waves were surging, and even a large number of dark clouds appeared in the sky. A huge dragon head slowly emerged from the water. Luffy, who had originally looked proud, had a stiff expression on his face. The body, which is 10 times bigger than the King of the Sea, has already set off a violent 10-meter high wave, just by floating on the surface. The villagers of Windmill Village screamed and scattered like birds and beasts to avoid being hit by the huge waves. Luffy's boat jumped up and down in the waves. Even this carefree rubber boy subconsciously wrapped his arms tightly around the mast to avoid being thrown directly into the sea by the boat and drowned. Hey, big guy, are you the father of the King of the Sea? You look so much alike. But even so, Luffy still opened his mouth and shouted loudly. His originally stiff face has now turned into a curious look, and his eyes even revealed a bit of excitement. I have to admit that some people are born without knowing what fear is. As the protagonist, Luffy obviously has all the characteristics of a newborn calf. This doesn't look like a father and son, right? One is obviously a dragon, and the other looks like an eel. On the invisible ship, Nami started to complain. The head is like a camel, the horns are like a deer, the eyes are like a rabbit, the ears are like a cow, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a mirage, the scales are like a carp, the claws are like an eagle, and the paws are like a tiger. The dragon that emerged from the sea is indeed a giant dragon created by Vegapunk with a separated blue dragon bloodline factor. Although this castrated version of the dragon does not have the ability to fly with flame clouds, nor does it have the ability to summon thunder and lightning winds, it still retains the dragon's tough scales, terrible physique, and the ability to spit dragon flames. For the current Straw Hat Boy, it is undoubtedly a too much opponent. The giant dragon's huge eyes stared at the Straw Hat Boy in front of him. Although it is just a castrated clone, its intelligence is still much stronger than those ordinary versions of sea beasts, maybe even a little smarter than the Straw Hat Boy. Naturally, it also understood what the Straw Hat Boy said, grinned slightly, revealing white dragon teeth, and a faint smoke came out of its mouth. Then the dragon seemed to snort, and hot flames suddenly shot out from his nostrils, turning into a cylindrical flame. With a bang, the boat was blown into ashes. The unlucky Straw Hat Boy only had time to let out a cry before he was roasted to half done and fell into the sea. Well, it seems that the protagonist doesn't have much halo. Vegapunk shook his head and took out the pokeball again and directly took the dragon back. Then he stretched out his hand and saw the seawater gushing out, and soon the still smoking Straw Hat Boy was sprayed out and fell on the deck. Well, let's draw some blood first, and then heal this Straw Hat Boy. I wonder if I can force the Straw Hat Boy's Nika fruit to awaken. Muttering to himself, Vegapunk felt that this kind of thing was very interesting. The world government was so afraid of the Nika fruit, it was definitely not groundless. I think the power of the Nika fruit is definitely not just what is shown in the current comics. Chapter 193 Overeating. Luffy opened his eyes in a daze, looked at the light blue sky above, and shook his head. Huh? Am I not dead yet? You're awake, Straw Hat Boy. Hearing the voice beside him, Luffy immediately raised his head, only to find that he was lying on the deck of a large ship, and next to him, a lively girl with orange hair was looking at him curiously. Hello. Who are you? Where is this place? Where is the dragon? Luffy stood up directly, leaving Nami stunned. You know, when he just got on the ship, this guy was still in a state of 30% maturity, but now he has been lying for a few hours, and injected with a few nutrient solutions, and this guy has completely recovered? Is this guy really a human? Not a reincarnated creature like an earthworm or a starfish? After hearing Luffy's question, the surprised Nami came back to her senses, then reacted and said with a smile, that dragon. It's gone. It seems it's just passing by here. As for me, my name is Nami. This is my boss's ship. Luffy blinked, and there was obvious disappointment on his face. So it's gone. Really, I was looking for a dragon as a partner. Nami looked at Luffy with strange eyes. Partner? Do you want to be the dragon's food reserve partner? Food reserve partner, ha 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 ha. So interesting. I'm talking about you. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by the dragon? Ah? Question mark? Luffy paused with a smile and showed a surprised look on his face. So the reserve food is me. Nami complained with a sullen face. What do you think? Do you still want to use that giant dragon as reserve food? As soon as the voice fell, Nami looked at the saliva flowing out of Luffy's mouth like a waterfall and immediately covered her head with a face full of speechlessness. Dragon meat. It must be delicious. My stomach is a little hungry. Is there any food on the ship? Although he said it with a question, Luffy's actions were not polite at all. He stood up directly and walked towards the kitchen. He sniffed while walking, as if he smelled the fragrance of food. Hey, you. Be polite. Nami grabbed Luffy's hand and tried to pull him back, but the hand stretched longer and longer, stretching for more than 10 meters. Luffy walked towards the kitchen like a zombie. Seeing that the kitchen door was locked, the guy blinked his eyes, stretched his head, and reached directly through the window. This guy, what kind of starving ghost reincarnation is he? Looking at the scene in front of her, Nami couldn't help but laugh and cry. As soon as her hand loosened, Luffy's originally stretched arm suddenly bounced back, and with a snap, he bounced his whole body towards the window, just stuck in the middle. What's going on? A faint question came, and Vegapunk walked over with a big syringe in his hand, looking at Luffy's, but stuck in the window with a strange look on his face. Originally, with the ability of the rubber fruit, being stuck was not a big deal. He could just stretch and deform it, and it would come out. However, in Vegapunk's eyes, Luffy's stomach was expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the sound of snapping, the entire window was squeezed and made a sound that was almost broken. Pushing open the door of the kitchen, Vegapunk was speechless, looking at the mess inside, which made people's sanity value drop wildly. Luffy's head stretched out like a long snake, and he was eating the bread, sausages, and canned food stored in the kitchen. He looked like he wanted to clear them all out. A large amount of food flowed directly from his neck into his stomach, which was the reason why his stomach was expanding rapidly. From childhood to adulthood, although Garp's training of Luffy was very unreliable, the effect was indeed good. Even though Luffy himself had not learned the Navy 6 styles, he still had the basic ability to return life. Even if he was seriously injured, he could recover quickly. The price is that the nutrients in the body are greatly consumed. Even though Vegapunk gave him a nutritional injection at the beginning, it could not really make up for the material deficiency. This is also one of the reasons why Luffy has become a demon now. Ignoring Luffy, who was reincarnated as a starving ghost, Vegapunk directly closed the door, walked to Luffy's butt, found a blood vessel on his thigh, and stabbed it with a needle. Ouch. With Luffy's scream, Vegapunk quickly collected the blood, flicked the huge needle tube, and put it into the space bubble he opened with a wave of his hand. It hurts so much. What's going on? He forcibly pulled himself off the window, revealing a big hole in the entire wall. The window was like a swimming ring on Luffy's body, making him look quite funny. Luffy turned his head, looked at Nami, and then looked at Vegapunk. What happened just now? It seems like something stung me. It's okay. It's just a big wasp that stung you. Vegapunk waved his hand and said perfunctorily, I see. Where is the wasp? That wasp. I have driven it away. Is that so? Thank you so much. Nami slapped her forehead. This idiot was sold and had to help count the money. He was completely played around. Can't he use his rubber head to think about where the wasp came from in the sea? However, Nami is not Luffy's crew member now, so she just thinks Luffy's idiocy is a little funny, and she doesn't have any idea of getting angry. By the way, who are you? Only then did Luffy react, and looked at Vegapunk and asked, "Idiot, didn't I tell you? This is our boss's ship." "Of course he is my boss, Dr. Vegapunk." Nami pulled Luffy's ear and shouted twice, scaring Luffy so much that he quickly rubbed his ear. Then, Luffy looked around again. This big ship was much better than Luffy's small boat, which made Luffy suddenly think, "So you are the boss. In that case, are you willing to be my partner and go with me to find the great treasure? I'm the man who wants to be the Pirate King." Giloo. Although Luffy's words were very powerful, if you consider that he had a chicken leg in his mouth, no matter how powerful his words were, they would only feel funny. Vegapunk raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "I can be your partner and go looking for the great secret treasure. But, Straw Hat Boy, whose ship is this?" "Well, it's yours." "Whose food are you eating?" "Ah, yours too." "Then do you know how to sail?" "Ah, I don't know." "Then who do you think should be the captain between the two of us?" "Of course it's me. I'm the man who wants to be the Pirate King." "How can the Pirate King not be the captain?" Vegapunk opened his mouth and laughed. "Okay, I'm really too stupid to want to debate with your rubberhead. But forget it. Although I'm also interested in the so-called great secret treasure of One Piece, in comparison, scientific experiments are more suitable for me. Rubber Boy, since I saved your life, it should be okay to let you do an experiment to repay me." Looking at Vegapunk's glowing eyes, Luffy shuddered. He looked left and right in confusion, but found nothing. Afterwards, the carefree Straw Hat Boy put this feeling behind him, patted his chest, and said with a big promise, "Don't worry, no matter what kind of experiment it is, I will cooperate with you." "No, help, I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore." In the laboratory in the cabin, Vegapunk looked at the spherical object that was almost 10 meters high in front of him with a smile on his face. "How can you not eat it? I have calculated that with your devil fruit development ability and life return ability, you should be able to eat about 200 kilograms of high energy food. Don't worry, I have made a special training cabin for you. Your digestion speed will be very fast, and I will feed you full every day for the next half month. If you want to awaken the devil fruit, physical fitness is also an important level. Thanks to the rubber properties of your body, you can carry out this kind of extreme nutritional supplements and high intensity exercise. You must cherish it. Help, someone is going to die." Vegapunk, with a smile on his face, once again forced a lot of high energy food into Luffy, and then dragged the 10-meter tall spherical Luffy to a huge pit, and then kicked the giant Luffy brand bull down. Luffy fell directly to the bottom and bounced twice. Vegapunk activated his electromagnetic ability, and a huge lid suddenly dropped from the top of the pit. Then the whole pit was filled with a strong shockwave, which began to vibrate Luffy's skin, flesh, bones, and the food in his body. "It hurts so much. What's going on? My bones are about to break. My internal organs are about to melt." The strong shockwave broke Luffy's rubberized muscles, bones, and nerves, causing Luffy to scream. However, the high energy food made by Vegapunk in Luffy's stomach was also transformed into pure nutrition and recovery energy under the vibration of the shockwave, and began to rapidly recover his body. So in the midst of the severe pain, there was also an unbearable itching, which was the feedback effect of Luffy's body cells on the nerves when they were rapidly recovering. "It's so itchy, so itchy. Why is it so itchy? My bones and internal organs are itching." Compared to the pain, this itching feeling is obviously more unbearable. Luffy, who had turned into a ball, rolled on the spot for more than 10 rounds. The whole Luffy ball became smaller and smaller. After more than an hour, the Luffy ball shrank back to its original shape, revealing a much stronger Luffy. However, Luffy's whole body turned red, which was the result of the waste blood and tissue in his body being discharged from his pores. With a click, the cover above the hole returned to its original position, revealing Luffy, who was absent-minded and about to die. However, Vegapunk had no sympathy at all, and directly poured a basin of cold water on his head, which made Luffy come back to his senses instantly. "What are you doing, you guy?" Luffy shouted angrily, and jumped up, but to his great surprise, he hit the ceiling above his head directly, and even knocked a small dent in the ceiling. "It hurts." "Hey, it doesn't hurt that much. I feel like my body has become much lighter, and my strength has increased. Luffy clenched his fists, and showed an extremely surprised expression on his face, after noticing the changes in his physical fitness. What's going on? I've become much stronger. Don't worry, you will continue to become stronger. Vegapunk said with a smile on his face, and at the same time, opened the space bubble, and various high energy foods, that could be counted by tons were piled in front of Luffy again. Even for a person as thick-skinned as Luffy, looking at the food in front of him, he was scared to the point of his legs going weak. Wait a minute. I'm not hungry at all now. Whether you are hungry or not is not up to you. Come and continue eating. Vegapunk smiled and stretched out his hand. The powerful attraction immediately pulled Luffy over. Then he took out a small ball from his hand and put it into Luffy's mouth. The small ball immediately turned into a circle and continued to expand to the size of a basketball hoop, making it impossible for Luffy to close his mouth. He could only make a sound of "ah" as the sea-stone waves released by the circle in his mouth. Luffy, who was originally trying to escape, immediately collapsed to the ground, watching Vegapunk take out a shovel and shovel it towards the pile of food that was more than 10 meters high. You. After hearing Luffy's complaint, Vegapunk smiled. Of course, as your physique improves, the amount of food will naturally increase. Theoretically, after half a month, the amount of food you eat each time should increase by more than 5 times compared to now. 5 times. Help. Luffy cried with snot and tears. This was the first time in his life that he felt so scared about eating. He was going to starve himself to death. Okay, the next round of exercise is about to begin. Let's go, Luffy. Pulling Luffy's ball, Vegapunk walked towards the exercise machine with a smile on his face. Luffy, who was being pulled, had a look of being beaten up on his face, and his eyes had lost their luster. Chapter 194 Nika Fruit Awakening. Finally alive. Standing on the deck, Luffy roared at the sea, feeling the abundant energy in his body. He felt that, even if he met the dragon again, he could punch it and beat it. In the past half month, under Vegapunk's intensive training, Luffy's own physical strength has almost skyrocketed 3 or 5 times, which is not inferior to the level before he entered the new world after 2 years of training. It's just that Luffy has not developed skills such as Gear 2 and Gear 3, nor has he learned the armament haki and observation haki. In addition, his physical body has only become stronger, and his combat skills have not improved, so there is still a big gap in strength. However, even if it is a current blank Luffy, relying on the enhanced physique, he can fight a weaker Navy Vice Admiral. Of course, with this kind of strength, it is simply a dream to want to hammer away the dragon created by Vegapunk. The current Luffy just has an illusion of his own strength because of the sudden surge in strength. Very good, you look quite energetic. It seems that we can finally proceed to the second step of the experiment. With his arms folded across his chest, Vegapunk looked at Luffy, who was smug and only cared about food, and a smile appeared on his face. When choosing experimental subjects, you have to choose someone like Luffy. No matter how you make him, he will not leave any psychological shadows. On the contrary, once there is any progress, he will be excited to work hard for the next experiment. This is the best experimental talent. With a hoarse chuckle, Nico Robin, who was standing next to Vegapunk, whispered, "Boss, I always feel that your behavior is very suspicious of bullying fools." That's right, the Straw Hat Boy has never offended the boss, right? No, it is impossible for him to offend the boss with his personality. Nami, with her orange hair flying in the sea breeze, was dressed coolly and had a puzzled look on her face. Vegapunk shrugged. "You think too much. Even though he is just an experiment now, if he can become stronger just by suffering this little bit, the pirates on the sea who are willing to be my experiment can line up from here to the Grand Line. The only reason I chose Luffy is that his devil fruit ability is very interesting. Even in the entire pirate world, it should be considered unique. Devil fruit ability? Isn't he just a rubber fruit? This ability shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Nami asked with some doubts. The rubber fruit is not bad in the parahuman system, but it is certainly not strong. It can only be said to be average. If there is no fruit awakening, and it becomes an Eka fruit, it can probably only be regarded as an upper middle level devil fruit. Luffy can fight all the way to the new world because he has this potential. The devil fruit cannot be said to have no effect, but it can be developed to that level and have skills such as second gear, third gear, and fourth gear, which is also a reflection of his potential. Of course, the later Nika fruit is a complete mechanical deity, forced to open, but since this is a complete pirate world, Luffy's body is indeed the Nika fruit, not the ordinary rubber fruit. In fact, Luffy has the animal type human fruit, the mythical beast type Nika fruit form. This devil fruit even makes the world government afraid of it, and its essence is a little strange. Well, you can understand it as a funny comic-like ability. Vegapunk casually explained the actual situation twice, which changed the expressions on Nico, Robin and Nami's faces. They didn't doubt whether the Nika fruit in Vegapunk's mouth was real, but they were a little surprised by the ability of the Nika fruit. How to say the ability of the Nika fruit? It seems that the lethality is not too great, but to some extent, it is indeed like a funny comic-like ability that can be done at will. People who often read comics know that the truly unsolvable abilities are all in children's comics and funny comics. After yelling twice, Luffy approached Vegapunk triumphantly. "Doctor, thank you for your experiment. I feel much stronger. Where is the boat you promised me? I'm ready to go out to sea." Vegapunk glanced at Luffy lightly, with a smile on his face. "Straw Hat Boy, who told you that the experiment is done? This is just the first step of the experiment. Next, we are going to carry out the second step of the experiment." "Wait, what does the second step of the experiment mean?" Luffy's face showed a vigilant look. Even if it is a so-called rubberhead, it will form a conditioned reflex after being cheated for a whole half a month. Luffy now feels a chill in his heart and has a bad premonition. "Soon, you will understand." With a faint smile, Vegapunk disdained Luffy's vigilant look and gently pressed the button in his hand. The devil fruit interference field on the entire ship was immediately activated, and a large amount of sea stun factors instantly made Luffy collapse on the ground. "Very good. In the last round of experiments, your physical fitness has reached the standard. Next is your haki training. It just so happens that I have prepared the most advanced limited Tsukuyomi illusion training chamber, so work hard." "Wait, what is haki training? Explain it to me." "You will soon know after you enter the training chamber. Work hard, Luffy. Unleash the potential of your haki. In order to make up for the problem of insufficient life and death pressure in the subconscious of the virtual world, I have designed hundreds of different desperate situations for you. I think it's better to forget it. Hey, help. I don't want to conduct any more experiments." Vegapunk threw Luffy directly into the experimental chamber, closed the cabin door, clapped his hands, and then saw Luffy was fixed up directly, and a helmet connected to many wires was lowered from above. There was also a spike inside the helmet, which directly pierced into Luffy's brain. "Very good. Start intervening chakra and mixed electromagnetic waves. Limited moon reading. Training begins. Time flow rate tentatively set at 1:100 exclamation point." After the setting was completed, with the influx of electromagnetic waves and chakra energy, Luffy's face suddenly showed a devilish expression. The plots set by Vegapunk for Luffy were basically those of desperate situations, where one was on the verge of death, and occasionally interspersed with a few sacrifices. For example, Ace, Sabo, Rayleigh, or the companions on the ship, in order to cover Luffy, were killed by the admirals of the navy, the emperor of the sea, and other characters, in order to stimulate the outbreak of the domineering color domineering in Luffy's body. In the middle, there is also a training process of laying the foundation for the armed color in the observation color domineering. Unlike the training methods such as internal strength, which require years of polishing, the domineering mostly comes from one's own spiritual will and spirit, and part of it is related to one's own physical strength. When Luffy's physical strength has reached the standard, even if it is just virtual domineering training, as long as the experience and spirit are up to standard, when he returns to reality, he can practice again in a very short time. 10 days later, when the nutrient solution in the training cabin was drained, and Luffy walked out, his eyes and spirit were completely different. The surging domineering burst out instantly, but it was only a moment before Luffy restrained it back, which is even more rare than the outbreak of domineering. It is true that domineering is the talent of a king among millions of people, but as long as someone has this qualification, it is actually very easy to burst out, but there are not necessarily 10 people in the entire sea who can restrain it. And being able to do this step can basically be regarded as a prelude to the entanglement of domineering. The domineering is extremely violent, and being able to restrain it is already considered an entry. It can be said that now Luffy only needs to get familiar with his body and domineering twice, and he will be almost close to the state before the decisive battle with Teacher K. At this point, Luffy's body and spirit can basically withstand the test of awakening the mythical beast Devil Fruit. The Nika fruit is definitely at the ceiling level among the mythical beasts, but the human fruit has its own rationality buff, so the difficulty of mental shock after awakening is far less than that of the mythical beast Devil Fruit of the same level. As long as the basic conditions are met, there will basically be no problems due to awakening. Of course, the difficulty of mental shock after awakening is small, which does not mean that the difficulty of awakening the Devil Fruit is small. In fact, perhaps for the sake of balance, the human fruit, which lacks some wild impulses, has the most difficult awakening difficulty among the devil fruits of the same level. Fortunately, Vegapunk now has a unique awakening technique. The serum extracted from Luffy's body from the beginning has also been used to create an artificial Nika fruit. The next step is the final awakening project. Compared with the physical training experiment at the beginning, after the end of this domineering training experiment, Luffy's entire personality has changed a little. Although he is still so optimistic and offline, he occasionally gives people a sense of reliability, which is a bit close to his idol Shanks. So the next step is the Devil Fruit Awakening experiment. The initial experiments are all to increase the possibility of Devil Fruit Awakening. Luffy had a calm expression on his face, as if he had matured a lot in a short period of time, and spoke to Vegapunk lightly. "Hey, you are really the Straw Hat Boy, weren't you impersonated by someone?" Looking at the calm Luffy, Nami showed a look of surprise on her face, stretched out her hand, and grabbed one side of his face, and then pulled it hard. Luffy's whole face was stretched 1 or 2 meters, revealing a devilish expression. Woo 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 woo. This made Luffy lose his concentration and mumble. He finally managed to save his face, but he could no longer look calm, like he did at the beginning. Instead, he smiled like a fool. "Then I'll leave it to you, Doctor. I also want to try the power of the awakened rubber fruit." After experiencing so many illusionary scenes of the limited moon reading, Luffy not only gained his mental perseverance, but also gained various knowledge, including 3-color domineering, fruit awakening, ancient species, mythical beast species, natural system, admiral, sea emperor, world government. At least now Luffy's common sense has been almost filled, and he naturally knows that with his original strength, wanting to become the Pirate King is not much different from dreaming. But after being strengthened by Vegapunk, Luffy now has the capital to compete with the gold medalists on the sea. If the Devil Fruit Awakening can also be successful this time, then his dream of becoming the Pirate King will be a little hopeful. In the original work, when Luffy first went to sea, he was indeed a fool. It was not until he was first disbanded by Kuma and then saw the big scene during the war at the top that he concentrated on basic training for 2 years. Otherwise, with the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates at that time, it is estimated that they would not even be able to get through Dressrosa and would be annihilated. Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, is not as easy to deal with as Sacrecfall and Gecko Moria at the beginning. Now that Luffy has gained experience in the limited moon reading space, he naturally has a certain pursuit and desire for strength. Although he is not a martial arts fanatic like Zoro, he also knows that the most important thing to become the Pirate King is fists. His current strength is not enough. Lying in the coffin-like instrument, Luffy soon fell into a state of suspended death, and the power of the Devil Fruit in his body immediately became active. It was soon drawn away by the power in the instrument, and entered an artificial Devil Fruit above. That was the artificial Nika fruit. With the influx of the power of the Devil Fruit, the original artificial fruit gradually mutated in pattern, becoming more delicate, and the color turned into lavender. Soon, the original Nika fruit reappeared. After a while, the blood-red liquid in the coffin board was drained. Luffy struggled a few times, pushed open the coffin board and walked out. he turned his head and saw the rubber fruit he had eaten. Luffy now doesn't know the truth about his rubber fruit and still thinks it's just an ordinary rubber fruit. With the appearance of the rubber fruit, this kind of superhuman devil fruit may be more difficult to awaken than the animal type, but basically there will not be too much danger. Luffy didn't think he couldn't stand it, so he took it and took a bite. Vegapunk, who was standing aside, didn't remind him a word, but just smiled and watched Luffy eat the rubber fruit. Then, the violent power of the animal type mythical beasts immediately erupted in an instant. Luffy, who had originally twisted his face because of the taste of the devil fruit, suddenly showed a big smile, and milky white flames appeared all over his body, and even his hair turned into white hair that soared into the sky. The sound of his heartbeat was as loud as a drum, and the smile on Luffy's face became wider and wider, full of a cheerful meaning, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a cute version of a cartoon. Chapter 195 News about the lucky fruit. Don't stop him. Is it really okay to go on like this? Normal people will die socially. Nico Robin seemed to be sympathetic, but with a sinister smile on her face, she held the tea in her hand and looked at Luffy, who had awakened his devil fruit, with a very interesting look. At this moment, Luffy was completely letting himself go, wrapping his forelimbs and the third leg around the mast of the ship, swinging back and forth with laughter. Ah, this guy is so disgusting. Did he eat something bad? Looking at Luffy, who was peeing in the sea and turned into rain under the cartoon ability of the devil fruit, Nami also complained helplessly. It's okay. Ordinary people may feel very embarrassed or socially dead, but do you think this kid is an ordinary person? Vegapunk shrugged, took a sip of tea, and spoke. People in the pirate world are originally more unconventional and bold, not to mention the Straw Hat Boy. Even the entire Straw Hat Pirates in the pirate world belong to the type of extremely individual. A skeleton who likes to look at girls' panties, a perverted cook, a perverted cyborg, a swordsman who is mysteriously confident in his ability to find directions, and a sniper with an extremely negative personality. With Luffy's personality, this kind of thing is just a casual thing. Even Nami and Robin only talk about it and don't really care. Well, after all, Nami is a woman who can ask for 100,000 baileys for just one look at a naked body, and Nicole and Robin have used the explosive egg attack on a perverted cyborg. These two are obviously not shy people. By the way, when will the side effects of this devil fruit end? He has been making trouble for half an hour, right? Stussy seemed to be disgusted by Luffy's behavior of urinating anywhere, and put down the cup of black tea helplessly, and asked with his eyes rolled up. It should be over soon. Even after my experimental enhancement, coupled with this rampage, the energy is mostly provided by the devil fruit, but with the consumption of the Nika fruit, it is the limit now. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, Luffy, who was laughing in the sky, suddenly shrank. The milky white flames were extinguished instantly, the thumping heartbeat was barely audible, and the whole person fell to the deck with a plop, and turned into a puddle of mud. Wow. Boss, come and see, this guy has become so old. Nami looked at Luffy, who had turned into a ball, pulled out a telescopic stick for self-defense, and poked the puddle of plasticine. Luffy's face was full of wrinkles, and he stuck out his tongue. After a while, he made two aha sounds, and his reaction was as slow as an old man. That's the side effect of the Nika fruit. After all, the effect of that thing is a bit abnormal, so naturally it requires more physical strength. Several people looked up at the entire mast that was tied with a knot, and it was molded into a strange figurehead like plasticine. Thinking about Luffy, who could just grow bigger or smaller, longer or shorter at will, they quite agreed with what Vegapunk said about the abnormal effect of the Nika fruit. Then he won't always be like this, right? Does the awakening of the Nika fruit require the consumption of life? After all, Nami, who has the kindest character, asked a question, and her expression was a little worried. The affinity of the Straw Hat Boy is not to be underestimated. Over this period of time, he and Nami have become friends. Of course it's not permanent. If that were the case, wouldn't the Nika fruit become a suicide fruit? Vegapunk shook his head and looked at Luffy. With Luffy's current physical strength, he should be able to use it again after less than half an hour of rest, and there won't be many sequelae. But whether he can completely control the awakening state is hard to say. The situation just now can actually be regarded as a kind of rampage. Fortunately, even if the Nika fruit is awakened, it doesn't have any wild impulses, and before the host's physical strength is consumed to the limit of sequelae, it will automatically shut down the awakening ability, so it can be tried many times. Vegapunk is still very confident that Luffy can control the Nika fruit. After all, the Straw Hat Boy himself and this devil fruit are in perfect harmony, so the mental impact of the Nika fruit on the Straw Hat Boy is not strong. Just now, it was just because of the forced awakening, coupled with the mistaken perception of the devil fruit he ate as the rubber fruit, that Luffy had no psychological preparation at all. Even so, in the later period, Luffy's self-awareness has begun to wake up. It is estimated that, as long as he gets familiar with this state a few more times, Luffy can put this fruit awakening ability into the regular skill library. At that time, during the fruit awakening period, Luffy will be the top powerhouse on the sea. Even in the normal state, Luffy's strength can be said to be second only to the Emperor of the Sea and the Admiral of the Navy. Only with this level of strength can he be competitive for the title of Pirate King. Finally alive. Wiping his mouth, Luffy, who had just finished a big meal, looked energetic again, as if nothing had happened, which made Nami look at him twice more. Doctor, this experiment should be considered a success, right? I think I can completely control my awakening. Almost. Vegapunk looked at Luffy, who had been drained of more than a dozen tubes of blood by him, and shrugged his shoulders slightly. The experiment is over, and the effect is very good. I think you can go on your journey now. It just so happens that I have a small boat here, and it has an intelligent navigation system that can directly replace the existence of the navigator, and it also saves you from encountering a storm one day and having to drift in a barrel. In the world of pirates, there are really some things about luck. A certain lucky fruit ability user is the most direct proof. People like Luffy must have extremely high luck, and their luck is probably second only to funny characters like Buggy the Clown. So even though Luffy himself has no common sense and ended up with only a barrel left when he went out to sea, he never directly typed GG because of these problems. If it were any ordinary person, he would have been fed to the bottom of the sea long ago. But no matter what, luck is not omnipotent. Without Nami, with Luffy's poor sailing skills, they would have to sink to the bottom of the sea before they even reach the new world. Therefore, the artificial intelligence in Vegapunk's hand that can directly sense the magnetic field for navigation is a replacement for Nami, so that Luffy will not die before he succeeds. He is still counting on the Straw Hat Boy to stir up the situation and let him see more of the world government's cards. Otherwise, Vegapunk would not have been so careful to ripen Luffy and make him so much stronger in advance, just to let him explore the bushes. In addition, a series of enhancements have been carried out on Luffy's boat, including space folding technology, with a higher level of body strengthening training cabin and a limited moon reading training cabin inside. It is not very helpful for Luffy at this level, but it has a great strengthening effect on the partners that Luffy will collect later. In this way, Luffy and others do not need to undergo 2 years of intensive training at all, and can directly rush into the new world, which can greatly accelerate the progress of the world. It is estimated that in about half a year, it will pose a threat to the world government. Watching Luffy leaving in a small boat, Vegapunk silently wished that this guy could make a bigger fuss, and then turned his head and looked at Nami. Nami, how credible is the information you got about the lucky fruit? Nami pressed one hand on her lips and chuckled awkwardly. Well, actually, the credibility is not too high. After all, the one who provided the information was that female fox. Karina? Stussy, who was standing aside, immediately thought of something and said a name. Nami's expression became even more embarrassed. Karina and Nami used to be partners who often cooperated and sabotaged each other. As for what they cooperated for, of course, it was to carry out the side business of a thief. The relationship between the two is both enemy and friend. At critical moments, they can still have some trust, but they also dig holes for each other in normal times. So Nami doesn't know whether the information about the lucky fruit ability user this time is true. However, when he heard the name of Karina, Vegapunk was cheered up. Very good, then our next target is the Golden City. Let's get ready. Regarding the lucky fruit user, perhaps because of her own fruit ability, Vegapunk has been looking for this fruit user for a long time, but has not found any trace of her. According to the trajectory of the original work, she should appear on the golden ship, but Vegapunk has inquired for a long time and has not heard any news about her on the golden ship. Occasionally, there is some news about this lucky fruit user, but when Vegapunk goes to look for her, he either finds that the person has disappeared without a trace, or finds that it is actually just a mistake. Obviously, the strong luck of this lucky fruit user is protecting her and avoiding Vegapunk's capture. Even if she herself may not realize her crisis, the unimaginable luck still makes Vegapunk return empty-handed every time he takes action. So 2 days ago, when Nami told him the information, Vegapunk was not too excited, but just learned about it by the way. However, according to other information later, the information that Nami mentioned casually seemed to have really found the right person. So today Vegapunk asked Nami casually. When Vegapunk heard that this information came from the fox, Karina, instead of being depressed, he gained more confidence. Karina is a character in the Golden Emperor movie. Her personality is similar to Nami, but her intelligence and means are even better. In the original play, she finally took away the largest share of the Golden Emperor's treasure and became the final winner. Now, if you say that this fox is really trying to make some intelligence fees, that is definitely nonsense, but she must have a lot of thoughts about muddying the waters with this information. Therefore, if this is the case, the accuracy of this information can actually be guaranteed. As for what Karina is thinking, Vegapunk doesn't really care. Karina may have taken a fancy to Nami's identity as the head of the East China Sea branch of the Umbrella Company and wants to use the power of the umbrella to muddy the waters, but she would never have thought that a prehistoric giant crocodile like Vegapunk would appear. If this Karina is very sensible, it would be fine to give her a little soup, but if she is not, then she can be swallowed up as well. Well, although the main target is the lucky fruit ability user, as the saying goes, since we are here, it is not surprising to get the Golden City by catching rabbits by robbing grass. On the blue sea, a huge ship as magnificent as a city is sailing slowly on the sea. The noisy sound came from the sea city. Under the sunshine, the whole city on the ship was shining with golden brilliance, and the faint gold powder was floating vaguely, giving people a feeling of being drunk and dazzled. Not far from this sea city, on a cruise ship that looked quite advanced, Nami was excited, looking at the Golden City at the end of the horizon, and her joy was beyond words. The legendary Golden City. It's a wealthy force comparable to the Umbrella Corporation, especially in terms of entertainment and gambling. It's much more powerful than our Umbrella Corporation. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing this time. I can go to the Golden City for a trip directly. And they directly provided 100 million baileys in funds. Stussy took a sip of black tea, looked at the excited Nami, and sighed. What a little money grubber. It's a bit embarrassing. Robin shrugged and said, who asked little Nami to just join the Corps? You can't blame her for her lack of experience. She probably doesn't know that with the technology we have now, whether it's making counterfeit banknotes that are more real than real banknotes, or directly mining gold and diamonds from the universe, it is enough to cause the economy of the entire pirate world to collapse in an instant. Things like Bailey are just waste paper to Vegapunk and his men. They are not even soft enough to wipe their butts. If Vegapunk wanted to, he could create more than 10 times the amount of Bailey in circulation in the entire pirate world within a few days, and he could guarantee that no matter what kind of money detector he used, he would not be able to detect it. It was more real than the real Bailey. Given the chaotic economic situation in the pirate world, the world government would not be able to detect it. Even if they wanted to, it would be enough to destroy the economy of the entire pirate world in an instant. For example, golden gems in the universe that has been explored by Fantasy Star. Such things are not only everywhere, but also hundreds of times more than in the entire pirate world. As long as destructive mining is carried out, these valuables can be turned into cabbage prices. Chapter 196. Baccarat is blocked. In the glamorous and luxurious casino, Baccarat gently shuffled a handful of chips in his hand and looked at the sweaty gamblers opposite him. But, damn it, I don't believe that I can't beat you this time. I'll keep following. With a clatter, the fat and sweaty gambler pushed all his chips directly onto the table. This action seemed to be a signal The expressions of the other two gamblers changed, and one of them stood up directly. "I won't follow. I just came here to play. I don't want to lose everything like this. I'll follow too. If I win, my assets can triple." Looking at the various postures of the gamblers in front of him, Baccarat smiled and directly revealed his own cards. "Oh, straight flush. It seems that I won again this time. I'm so embarrassed." "No. Impossible." The two gamblers staggered, with disbelief on their faces. The only gambler who withdrew breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at the distorted, almost zombie-like expressions of the remaining two people, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps. There are many people who have lost their fortunes in the Golden City, and there are definitely many guys in the pirate world who will cut people down at the slightest disagreement. The combination of the two has led to a constant flow of violent incidents in the Golden City. Although the owner of the Golden City, the Golden Emperor Tizag, has also made great efforts to maintain the law and order of the Golden City. Anyone who violates the rules of the Golden City and directly attacks others will be chopped up and thrown out to feed the fish. But for some gamblers who have completely lost their fortunes, this does not scare them at all. Anyway, it's a dead end, and it's a very normal choice to go crazy before dying. So the normal gambler naturally stepped back several steps. First, to prevent the two guys who have lost their fortunes from attacking him in a frenzy, and second, to avoid being splashed with blood. Looking at the two crazy gamblers in front of her, Baccarat still had a smile on her face, and flicked up the chips casually, and after a circle, they fell into her hands again. "What's wrong? You two? You look uncomfortable. Do you need help? Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Go to hell." Looking at the two people rushing over, Baccarat sighed leisurely, flicked the chips in his hand, and dropped them directly at the feet of one of them. The man stepped on the upright chips, lost his balance, and hit his head on the corner of the table. His head was bleeding and he fainted. Before he fainted, he kept waving his open hands and grabbed the ankle of another person, causing him to fall to the ground. Just when the man wanted to stand up, he heard a creaking sound, and the huge chandelier above the luxurious casino suddenly fell down for some reason and hit him. With a miserable groan, the gambler died on the spot, and one of the flying parts of the chandelier hit the head of the more rational gambler, also causing his head to bleed. "It hurts. I should have stayed further away." Seeing the gambler with a bloody head, Baccarat shrugged slightly. These three dared to come and gamble with her, so naturally they all had a lot of luck sucked out of them. So although the rational gambler was not like the two who lost their fortunes and were directly crushed to death by her lucky crushing attack, he was also left with only bad luck, so he suffered such a blow. Fortunately, Baccarat's lucky collection was only temporary, and the gambler's luck would slowly recover in a short time. Otherwise the gambler would have to consider how to write a suicide note. Of course, the injured gambler was also scared now. Although he couldn't see why the two people died so strangely, he knew very well that this was definitely Baccarat's doing, and his eyes looking at Baccarat were full of fear. Baccarat stretched lightly and ignored the gambler's weird eyes and counted his chips by himself. "It seems that I have made a lot of money this time." As expected, this kind of big casino still makes a lot of money. At the same time, I can absorb enough luck. As a user of the lucky fruit, Baccarat is not a subordinate of the Golden Emperor. The reason why she came to this golden city is just because she likes the appearance of gold, and also to earn more Bailey and absorb more luck. Over the years, according to Baccarat's research, luck is not completely sourceless water or rootless wood. It can often be seen from the outside. Not to mention the extreme examples of a certain lucky color domineering owner, the most watery 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors in history. Generally speaking, the stronger the strength, the more wealth, and the higher the status of a person, the luckier the person is. Baccarat does not want to study whether these people have become stronger, richer, and higher in status because they have enough luck, or because of the changes in strength, wealth, and status that they have strong luck. She just wants to collect more luck. The more luck you have, the more things you can do. To some extent, luck is also a hard currency for Baccarat. Those scoundrels in ordinary casinos can only squeeze out a little luck, no matter how hard they try. Even if a little accumulates into a lot, it is difficult for Baccarat's luck to improve too much. and those who can come to the Golden City, a place of money, must be at least a small rich man. It can be said that everyone here has better luck than normal people. For Baccarat, it is much better to just pick up 2 big sheep here than to work hard for a day or 2 in those ordinary casinos. Of course, luck comes quickly, but it is not slow to spend. In this Golden City, where money is spent like water, Baccarat's collected luck is exchanged for Bailey through gambling. In fact, there are already rumors of the red-haired goddess of luck in the Golden City. It's a pity. If you don't want to offend the Golden Emperor, you should stop at this level. Shouldn't you just join the Golden Emperor's men? The thought in his mind turned for a moment, and Baccarat finally gave up this idea. As a lucky fruit ability user, Baccarat also has his own set of selection methods, which is to directly flip a coin, to choose the front and back. As long as she is lucky, Baccarat can always make the most favorable choice for herself. Even if both choices are unfavorable to her, the coin will stand up. It is because of this choice that Baccarat, who is mediocre, can get to where she is now without any danger. Otherwise, with her rare devil fruit ability, she would have been captured long ago. And no matter how Baccarat flips the coin, the option of joining the Golden Emperor does not appear in her hand. Obviously, the Golden Emperor either does not value her as a devil fruit user, or the Golden Emperor is likely to be in trouble recently. It's time to leave. It won't be easy to find such a place next time. Baccarat looked at this luxurious casino with some nostalgia and decisively prepared to leave. At this time, because of the accident, several casino security guards have approached here. Baccarat did not want to entangle with these casino security guards. Although she was the one who was right, if certain things happened too much, it would also arouse the vigilance of people in the casino. In many cases, people in the pirate world only care about free conviction. Being caught killing someone by accident is not a problem, but the key is that people associate it with one's extraordinary luck, which is not good. With a slight sway like a swimming fish, Baccarat disappeared among the gamblers around. Obviously, she, a red-haired beauty, should be very conspicuous in the entire casino, but the security guards ignored such a living person for different reasons. Female fox. Little thief. Nami blew her nose and glared, looking angry, and looked at the purple-haired girl opposite. The purple-haired girl opposite, smiling, also looked at Nami, stretched out a hand, and rubbed her fingers. Where is my intelligence fee? 5 million Baileys. You are not going to embezzle it, you little thief. Damn it. I won't give you the intelligence fee before I find the person with the ability of the lucky fruit. Little thief, is this your last stubbornness? Hehe. Damn vixen, be careful or I will beat you up. Seeing Nami clenched her fist and a faint black light on her fist, Kalina, who was called the vixen, couldn't help but take 2 steps back, restrained her smile, shrank her neck, and waved her hands. Don't be so rude. We girls should use wisdom to protect ourselves instead of fists. Stop talking nonsense. The last time everyone divided the money, you took all the money. You only left a little for me. Don't try to change the subject this time. Ha, what are you talking about? Little thief. You obviously didn't find the interlayer in the treasure chest at that time. Even if I wasn't there, you would never have been able to get the real essence of the treasure. The Vegapunk standing aside just listened and understood the current situation. It was probably a situation where the 2 sides divided the spoils unevenly. Kalina was a little smarter than Nami. She found that there was an interlayer in the treasure chest that was found, but she didn't tell Nami. Instead, she only divided some of the superficial wealth and took the real essence of the treasure chest into her own hands. As for Nami, although her wisdom and means are not bad, she is a little worse than Kalina. However, compared with the original work, Nami, who joined the Umbrella Company, has made great progress in both knowledge and strength. She has even learned to color domineering now, and her strength is undoubtedly crushing Kalina. So once Nami gets angry and is ready to speak with her fists, Kalina is a little afraid. No matter how much she claims that girls should speak with wisdom, if Nami is determined to beat her up, Kalina will only end up being beaten into a pig's head. However, whether it is Nami or Kalina, the relationship between the 2 is actually quite complicated. It is the kind of relationship that is almost like a bad friend or an enemy. Although they may not get along with each other, in fact, the relationship between the 2 is still pretty good. Therefore, after the two sides quarreled for a few times, Nami did not hit anyone in the end, and Kalina also wisely revealed the problem just now. The red-haired goddess of luck? Is that this woman? Looking at the photo in Kalina's hand, Vegapunk nodded and asked. Although Vegapunk knew what Baccara looked like in the original work, there must be a huge difference between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional. In the world of pirates, unless there are some guys with obvious features, it is not easy for ordinary people to distinguish them. Although Baccara is a beauty, she obviously doesn't have very obvious features. Therefore, from the photos alone, Vegapunk didn't dare to confirm it completely. He could only say that she looked very similar. Yes, it's her. It is said that no matter what kind of gambling method, even if it is a gambling machine that relies entirely on luck, she can rely on incredible luck to win. So far, the funds earned have exceeded 500 million baileys, so she is called the goddess of luck. Karina spoke with an expression of envy and jealousy. Even Nami drooled after hearing about Bacara's deeds. This is much better than cheating by yourself. You can get hundreds of millions of baileys by just going to the casino casually. You work hard, work for Umbrella, and look for treasures to cheat pirates, but in the end you can only make 100 or 200 million at most. Vegapunk nodded and didn't care why Baccara didn't join the Golden City this time. He just closed his eyes slightly, released his electromagnetic waves, and began to search throughout the Golden City. Just a moment later, Vegapunk opened his eyes. The electromagnetic waves merged with his observation haki. Although he couldn't see everyone as clearly as his eyes, he could still distinguish the approximate shapes. At that moment, Vegapunk had already found more than a dozen suspected targets. Looking at the city full of gold, he couldn't help but smile. Baccara, who was ready to leave at this time, had just walked to the gate of the Golden City. According to the normal time calculation, when Vegapunk had checked the suspects one by one, Baccara would have left the Golden City. But Vegapunk didn't use the normal search method, Thunder Clone technique. In an instant, more than a dozen Thunder Clones appeared beside Vegapunk. Then, all the Thunder Clones were elementalized at the same time and wandered in the Golden City made of a lot of gold. Gold is a good conductor second only to silver and copper. With Vegapunk's elemental ability, the speed of electricity in this conductor is almost the same as that of the genuine electric current, which is infinitely close to the speed of light. Therefore, in an instant, Vegapunk's clone appeared beside a dozen women who looked like Baccara. Baccara, who was originally ready to leave the Golden City, looked at the figure formed by the electric light emerging from the gold, and her face suddenly changed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Baccara joins the gang. Miss Baccara, do you have the power of the lucky fruit? Please come with me. Vegapunk smiled, looked at Baccara, stretched out a hand, and said lightly. Baccara took a step back, and the hand holding the coin was sweating. You are the user of the natural thunder fruit. Although Bacara's lucky fruit seems to be very powerful, it can easily frame the external environment and play with the opponent. But in fact, the stronger the person, the worse the effect of this ability is. As mentioned at the beginning, the stronger the strength, the higher the status, and the more wealth, the luck will often be far beyond ordinary people. In this case, even if Baccara absorbs a lot of luck, it is difficult to crush the opponent. Not to mention, if the strength is strong, the interference from the external environment will be reduced to the limit. For monsters like Kato and Charlotte Linlin, even if there is a volcanic eruption and a meteorite falls from the sky, it is hard to say whether they can really pose a threat to them. This is why Baccara held the coin in her hand, but was hesitant to throw it out. As a user of the lucky fruit, Baccara felt that she was still very valuable. Even if she was blocked, she could just surrender. But if she launched an attack directly and failed, it would be really miserable. Especially for natural ability users. Not only can they definitely have strong luck, but they are basically immune to most environmental factors, and it is even more difficult for them to exert the power of the lucky fruit. Yes, Miss Baccarat, you can also try your lucky fruit ability, although I don't want to use force. As he spoke, the lightning clone of Vegapunk's hand was already wrapped with lightning, turning into a lightning sword. Under the bright lightning, Baccarat's expression was uncertain. After a moment, Baccarat breathed a sigh of relief, took back the coin in her hand, and raised her hands. I surrender. I'm just a devil fruit user with little combat power. I don't need to be so defensive against the top natural thunder fruit user. A lucky fruit user, no matter how weak his combat power is, can't be underestimated. Vegapunk said with a faint smile, and the whole person suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Baccarat was startled. Before she could react, the real Vegapunk had torn open the space and appeared in front of her with other people. This time, because they came to the Golden City, in addition to looking for lucky fruit users, this place is also a holy place for entertainment, so there are quite a lot of people coming here. Vegapunk, Nami, Nico Robin, Stussy and others are not bad, even Hancock and Kazuki mother and daughter, and Yamato have also come here. Baccarat squinted her eyes, looking at the large group of people coming out. Her expression was a little confused, especially when she saw Vegapunk's method of tearing space. This thunder fruit, does it have this effect? Just when she was still confused, Vegapunk reached out and took out a bracelet-style watch directly, and with a click, buckled it on her hand. Her wrist hurt slightly, and then a large amount of information entered her brain. After a moment of dizziness, Baccarat looked up and looked at Vegapunk with a completely changed look. Drive, Vegapunk? I didn't expect you to be alive. And the umbrella company is still your subordinate. Compared to Nami, Baccarat had undoubtedly heard of Vegapunk's name, and therefore knew the terrible ability of the blonde young man in front of her. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he killed a Navy admiral was enough to prove his ability. Even the reason why Vegapunk is not well known now is precisely because what he did was too terrifying, and the world government had to destroy all the deeds about him. But after all, the time is too short. People like Baccarat who debuted earlier have actually heard of Vegapunk's reputation. After knowing that he had embraced such a thigh, Baccarat was undoubtedly extremely excited and overjoyed. Although he has the ability of the fruit that defies the heavens, Baccarat himself does not have any great ambitions. His hobbies are also relatively vulgar. He just enjoys eating, drinking and having fun. His favorite is Golden Bailey. In this case, it is naturally the best thing to be able to embrace a thigh to ensure his safety. And even if Vegapunk wants to deal with the world government, since he has been able to fake his death for so many years under the pressure of the world government, he is obviously not a brainless person. In this regard, Baccarat, who has seen the world, is not as worried as Nami. What's wrong with wanting to overthrow the world government? Basically, almost all forces that are large enough have the idea of overthrowing the world government, including the Golden City under her feet, the 4 emperors of the New World, and several 7 warlords of the sea. These people must have hidden rebellion against the world government in their hearts, but they are not strong enough, so they restrain themselves. Yes, Baccarat, right? It seems that you are well informed. Vegapunk nodded, looked at the lucky fruit user in front of him, and was quite happy. Even with Vegapunk's research, he had not expanded to the aspect of luck. Baccarat was not only the top research object, but also relied on the bonus of luck to greatly help his own research. Do you want to occupy the Golden City? You have a big appetite, Baccarat. Of course, Lord Vegapunk. Not to mention that I'm very satisfied with the Golden City, but there is a lot of luck waiting for me to harvest here. Only in this place can I really exert my ability and help you better in the future. After hearing this, Vegapunk smiled and glanced at the red-haired beauty in front of him, and was quite satisfied. A big appetite is good. Especially Baccarat's own lucky fruit ability, which itself requires many people with luck to come and fill it. In the original book, the reason why Baccarat hangs out in the Golden City, in addition to her own enjoyment and desire for money, is that it has the most channels to fill her luck. Otherwise, go to a place like the Kingdom of Bridges in the East China Sea, and see how much luck a bunch of slaves can have. It is very likely that a random guest in the Golden City can be equivalent to the luck of tens of thousands of slaves combined. Vegapunk certainly won't let his own people fill Baccarat's luck, so the luck channel of the Golden City is also very useful to Baccarat. Vegapunk and Bakura were chatting here. At this time, Kalina, who had been standing at the outermost edge, changed her face slightly. What's going on? The boss of the umbrella company and the lucky fruit ability user have also set their sights on the Golden City? Isn't this stealing business from me? Kalina has joined the Golden City and become a singer, but her main purpose is naturally for the treasure of the Golden City. Her original idea was to attract the external force of the umbrella and take advantage of the opportunity of the umbrella to find the lucky fruit ability user, to attract the Golden City to confront each other and take advantage of the chaos to steal the treasure of the Golden City. Although the plan was rough, it was originally the idea of trying it out. If it succeeded, it would be the best, but if it failed, there would be no loss. But she didn't expect that the powerful dragon from the umbrella side would also take a fancy to the Golden City. At this time, Kalina's eyes rolled, and she began to think secretly in her heart. Now she didn't need to cause a conflict between them, but could the Golden City withstand it? Although the Golden City is also a first-class force on the sea, a force engaged in entertainment and casino activities, and another force selling arms and playing with human body modification, even a fool knows which one is stronger. However, the Golden City has the celestial dragons as its backer. If they knew the information from the beginning, the Umbrella Corporation would also be in a passive position. While thinking, Kalina had already had the idea of provoking, and at this moment, Vegapunk suddenly turned his head and looked at Kalina. Seeing Vegapunk's half smile, Kalina was startled and hurriedly wanted to lower her head, but Vegapunk pulled her with a strong suction force, sucking Kalina directly over. What are you doing? Sir? Please respect yourself. Kalina looked flustered, as if she wanted to break free from Vegapunk's hand, but Vegapunk didn't give her any time to perform. He took a bracelet and stuck it on Kalina's wrist with a click. A large amount of information rushed in, and Kalina's eyes rolled back, and she felt dizzy for a moment before she reacted. Then her face showed an expression, as if she had boarded a pirate ship. What are these? Kalina looked at Vegapunk with a confused expression, and was almost angry like a pufferfish, which made Nami standing on the side feel very upset. It's your turn. You fox girl, you have met your match now, right? Your boss is not so easy to mess with, and you are trapped now, right? Damn it, you bastard, pervert. Get rid of this damn thing for me. Kalina, who finally reacted after completely digesting the information in her mind, couldn't help but yell, but suddenly felt a chill in her heart, and someone gently pressed her neck from behind. Turning her head tremblingly, Kalina only saw a beautiful woman with a cold and noble temperament, looking at her with an indifferent expression. Even though Kalina had seen many beauties in the Golden City, and was a great beauty herself, she had to admit that the woman in front of her was stunning beyond imagination, and all the beauty she had seen before could not compare to her. However, compared to her beauty, that terrifying aura made Kalina's legs weak, especially when the opponent's hand was covered with a faint black lightning, just like a volcano about to erupt, pressing against Kalina's neck. What did you call dear just now? Do you want to die? No, nothing. It was just a slip of the tongue. No. I said I'm a bastard, a pervert, not Lord Vegapunk. Kalina just said a sentence and felt the power of the hand behind her burst out. She was so scared that she quickly changed her words and put the words bastard pervert on her head. When Hancock's hand behind her loosened, she showed a tearful expression. It was too hard for her to be bullied and not be able to talk back. Okay, the irrelevant people have also been controlled. The only problem now is how to get the Golden City. Vegapunk ignored the extremely frustrated Kalina. In fact, the reason why Vegapunk controlled this female fox singer was just to avoid complications in this operation. He didn't care about her ability. Now it seems more important to find a way to solve the problem of the Golden City as soon as possible. If Vegapunk really wants to attack the Golden City, the Golden Emperor Tesoro is of course no match. However, if he does so, the noise will be too big and the Golden City will be almost ruined by then. The reason why this den of gold has so many people and income every year is largely because of the connivance of the world government. The entire casino is reasonable and legal. If Vegapunk occupied the Golden City, he would only be attacked by the world government in the end. In this case, Vegapunk naturally couldn't take action or even use violence. Fortunately, there happened to be a devil fruit ability user who could be called the nemesis of the casino and could make any casino owner go bankrupt. The pirate world is not like the modern world. Because of the imperfect laws, the people who can open casinos here are generally no different from the underworld. There is no such thing as quitting when you are ahead. In the modern society with perfect rules, the real big casinos will never play any cheating tricks, nor will they take action against gamblers who make a lot of money. On the contrary, they will promote them to a certain extent and spread their reputation. As for those who are really good at gambling, or those who are so good at cheating that the casino can't see it, the casino will be very polite to win them over first to see if they can become guests of the casino. If not, they will refuse him to come next time, but they will never do anything to recover the gambling money. Formal casinos rely on reputation and signs. Anyway, in terms of probability theory, the casino, as the dealer, will make a steady profit. It is nothing more than a matter of how much money they make, so they never take risks. But in the pirate world, even if the Golden City can be called the largest casino in the entire ocean, the rules are still very simple and crude. It's okay to win a little money, but if you win a lot of money and don't have any status or strength, the casino will not let you go. This is of course leaving no room for gamblers, but it is also leaving no room for oneself. Because this means that the casino has no right to refuse gamblers. In theory, if the gambler's level is high enough, he can win the entire casino. Baccarat's gambling skills are mediocre, but relying on the power of the lucky fruit, he is absolutely sure to win the entire Golden City. Of course, if it really comes to that, Golden Emperor Tesoro will almost certainly turn against him, and then it depends on their respective strengths. And with the strength of Vegapunk and his group, it is obvious that they can suppress the Golden Emperor. Chapter 198 Lucky Fruit Awakening. Win the entire Golden City? That's a crazy idea. After hearing the task assigned by Vegapunk, Baccarat licked the corner of his mouth and showed an extremely excited look. In the past, no one backed him up, and even if Baccarat's devil fruit ability was amazing, he didn't dare to really play big. But now, the Golden City is already in his pocket. But before that, you should strengthen your lucky fruit ability first. Vegapunk looked at the excited Baccarat, and his face showed an interested look after seeing an excellent experimental product, which made Baccarat shudder slightly, and inexplicably felt a strange feeling. For Vegapunk, who now has experience, it is not too difficult for Baccarat's lucky fruit to awaken. Especially this kind of superhuman devil fruit basically has no backlash. Although it is difficult to awaken, once it begins to awaken, it can basically succeed. Of course, it is not easy to create an artificial version of the superhuman devil fruit, especially this kind of superhuman devil fruit with amazing effects. Fortunately, it is much simpler to just extract the power from it and then strengthen the devil fruit itself. The awakening of the lucky fruit itself does not require any strength, physique, or willpower. Baccarat does not need to learn from Luffy to exercise his body and mind before conducting the awakening experiment. On the contrary, during the more than 1 month that Vegapunk extracted some blood from Baccarat's body, separated the power of the devil fruit, and cultivated artificial devil fruits, Baccarat became a tour guide and led a group of people directly to the Golden City for fun. According to Nami, although the Golden City is about to be attacked, it is not a waste to play in the Golden City twice before that. Even Vegapunk, after separating the devil fruit energy, was directly pulled out by Hancock and Stussy and went to the Golden City for fun. Anyway, everything about artificial devil fruits has already formed an assembly line. In the process of stabilizing the devil fruit energy, it basically depends on machines. It doesn't matter if Vegapunk himself is not there. Besides, even if Vegapunk is not what it used to be, it would be easy for Hancock to force him to pull him in. On the beach, Vegapunk was lying on a lounge chair, looking lazy, watching a group of women playing volleyball there. Of course, the main players were Kalina, Nami, Baccarat, and Kazuki Toki. As for the rest, their fighting power was a little bit supermodal. Not to mention a monster like Hancock, even Stussy and Nico Robin could turn the volleyball game into a murderous volleyball. How is it, boss? Does it look good? Can you tell which one has the best figure? Stussy, who was wearing a white swimsuit, sat next to Vegapunk and asked with a smile. While laughing, Stussy squeezed next to Vegapunk and pointed at the figures of the women who were playing with the ball unscrupulously. The figure of Mrs. She is the most voluptuous, probably because she is already a mother, but it is also fortunate that you, boss, let her dormant for nearly 20 years. She is still in her best period now. Well, the new members Kalina and Bakura are already very good, but Nami is the youngest and her figure is improving very fast. In 2 or 3 years, Nami should have the best figure. As the women were active on the beach, sweating and shaking, Stussy's eyes were a little straight. Vegapunk looked at Stussy beside him helplessly. He could now fully see that this Queen of Fun Street was a lesbian except for himself. It's no wonder that Stussy secretly became the Queen of Fun Street. Logically speaking, the identity of the boss of Umbrella Corporation is much stronger than that of the Queen of Fun Street. In the past Vegapunk thought that Stussy was doing it for intelligence, but now it seems that she is just doing it for her hobby. So what do you think of my figure? A cold voice with a bit of arrogance sounded in Stussy's ears. Stussy's face froze slightly, and she looked up and saw Hancock in a swimsuit. Queen Hancock's figure is of course the best among all women. How can others compare with you? Stussy said nothing and began to flatter without any scruples. Even this lesbian with a rather strong personality knew that she, the Queen of Fun Street, was nothing in front of Hancock, the real queen. Hancock snorted lightly and looked up. You don't need to tell me this. Everyone should know it. How can my beauty be compared to you mortals? After hearing Hancock's words, Stussy was not angry, but looked at the arrogant Hancock with a bit of intoxication. However, Hancock did not react much. After all, there were too many people who looked at her with such eyes, both men and women, and Stussy was no different. However, Stussy was obviously different from those admirers of Hancock. Her soft and boneless body wrapped around Vegapunk. She gently leaned close to Vegapunk's ear, exhaled a faint sweet fragrance, and whispered, "Boss, when you play with Hancock, can you take me with you?" Vegapunk almost rolled his eyes and patted Stussy. "You really don't want your life. If Hancock wants to kill you, I can't stop you. But if you, boss, are willing, Hancock will definitely be willing." Stussy had an alluring smile on her face, and she gently whispered at Vegapunk's earlobe, temptingly, "By the way, boss, don't you have any thoughts about these new members? If you are willing to take me to play, I can be responsible for sending them to your room for you." Vegapunk's breathing suddenly quickened. Which Carter can resist this temptation? The hand that was originally on Stussy's back gently stroked it, making the smile on Stussy's face even sweeter. In short, after enjoying the life of luxury and debauchery for more than half a month, Vegapunk finally broke free with perseverance and returned to the laboratory again. At this time, the energy of the lucky devil fruit separated from Bakura's blood and body tissue has stabilized. What remains is to extract the lucky fruit in Bakura's body and input this energy into the lucky fruit, so that the lucky fruit that can directly awaken people can be produced. After several experiments, there were no accidents in this experiment. It took a few hours for Bakura to completely awaken his own lucky fruit ability. The effect of the completely awakened lucky fruit ability is that it can extract the luck of others on a large scale, but the speed is far less fast than direct physical contact. If there is direct physical contact, no matter how much luck the opponent has, it can be drained instantly. However, long distance extraction requires a process. Under Bakura's full operation, it takes about 1 minute for an ordinary person. The stronger the strength, the higher the resistance. For a Navy admiral, it is estimated that it will take a day to drain all the luck. But this is already a very scary ability. Just after awakening, Bakura's extraction range has already reached thousands of meters. In other words, Bakura can randomly extract anyone's luck within 1,000 meters centered on himself, or even directly extract everyone's luck, which is almost a small domain. This is just awakening, and there should be a lot of room for development. According to Vegapunk's estimation, at least before this domain develops to cover the entire Golden City, there should be no bottleneck problem. At that time, even if Bakura does nothing and sits in the Golden City every day, he can directly extract the luck of everyone in the Golden City. Of course, in order to maintain a steady flow of luck, it is definitely impossible to directly drain the opponent's luck like now. It is almost enough to extract half of the luck of those gamblers and other people in one day. With a lot of luck to help, Vegapunk already had a premonition that many of his research would have breakthroughs. Although Baccarat had been living like a duck in water in the Golden City with the power of the lucky fruit, she had always been very low-key. At most, there were rumors about her being the red-haired goddess of luck in the entire Golden City. Although the Golden Emperor Tesoro had perfect control over the Golden City, with Baccarat's ability, if he really wanted to cover it up, just like Vegapunk had difficulty finding Baccarat before, Tesoro naturally could not discover the essence of Baccarat's ability. Of course, the lucky fruit was not omnipotent. When Baccarat began to really exert his strength and prepared to bet on the Golden City, he naturally no longer concealed his edge. At this time, if Tesoro could not find it again, then the lucky fruit should be called the fruit of reduced intelligence. The largest casino in the Golden City, the crystal chandeliers on the ceiling, the magnificent sculptures, the fountains sprinkled with gold powder, the pretty dealers in cool clothes, and the large number of gamblers coming and going in bright and beautiful clothes, constituted a luxurious and lively scene. Baccarat swayed and walked in slowly, with a proud smile like a queen on her face. When the gamblers in the casino saw Baccarat, they all made way for her and looked at the red-haired beauty with admiration. There are many beauties in the Golden City. Unless they reach the level of Hancock, ordinary beauties will receive a little attention here, but they will definitely not have the effect of clearing the place. Vegapunk and his group of beauties have been wandering around the Golden City for so many days without attracting any attention. Although it is due to the influence of Baccarat's lucky fruit, it can also be seen that the customers in the Golden City are used to seeing beauties. The reason why these customers now look at Baccarat with such admiration is naturally because Baccarat, who no longer hides herself, has easily earned tens of billions of baileys in the Golden City with her incredible and terrible luck. Miss Baccarat, please come this way. Several waiters with stiff faces and sweat on their foreheads walked directly to Baccarat and guided her to the VIP seats in the center. It seems that there are some new tricks today. Who is going to bet with me again? By the way, the one who bet with me last time seems to have become the best gambler in the Golden City. Baccarat spoke casually with a smile on his face, but the waiters walked a little stiffly. After finally completing the last section of the journey, they came to the largest gambling table. Baccarat sat down easily and glanced around. When she saw a tall and domineering man covered in gold jewelry, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. I didn't expect that it was the Golden Emperor himself who came out. I'm really honored. Yes, the man with fashionable clothes, and who seemed to be emitting golden light all over his body, was a user of the gold fruit, the master of the Golden City, the Golden Emperor Tesoro. Miss Baccarat is not some little woman. There is no way for a little woman to make tens of billions of berries from the Golden City. Even yesterday, Miss Baccarat forced the gambling master I hired at a high price to have a heart attack and die of vomiting blood. Baccarat has already made tens of billions from the entire Golden City. Tesoro is not a fool. Naturally, he has seen that the other party is coming for him. It would be strange if he didn't show up. After hearing what Tesoro said, Baccarat covered her mouth and smiled softly. So, the gambling master is dead. What a pity. He is too narrow-minded. He just lost more than a dozen times and lost more than 7 billion baileys. Then today, is Mr. Tesoro going to come out in person and gamble with me? Tesoro waved his hand and said lightly, forget it. I won't make myself unhappy. I'm not good at gambling and can't compare with Miss Baccarat. I came here this time to discuss other things with Miss Baccarat. I wonder if Miss Baccarat is interested in joining the Golden City? Join the Golden City? It sounds good. How about the benefits? Baccarat looked at the Golden Emperor Tesoro with a smile on his face. Moreover, I have added tens of billions of baileys from the Golden City, but I don't know how to calculate these baileys after joining the Golden City. Miss Baccarat, you are joking. A grim smile appeared on Tesoro's originally serious face, and his voice was a bit cold. You don't really think that, after taking tens of billions of baileys, you can leave the Golden City without any worries, do you? There are many pirates on the sea, and the Golden City is a place where all kinds of people gather. Miss Baccarat may have been targeted for a long time. If she is robbed by pirates right after she leaves, the loss will not only be baileys, Really? I thought the Golden City didn't want me to leave. However, if it's just pirates, please rest assured, Mr. Tesoro, I still have a little self-protection ability. If it really doesn't work, wait until I win the entire Golden City. Then I don't have to leave, right? Chapter 199. The Celestial Dragons Become Toys. After hearing what Bakura said, Tizulo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, Miss Bakura, you have a good appetite. It seems that you have been eyeing me from the beginning. No, Mr. Tizulo has never thought about paying the 10 billion baileys, right? Bakura said with a smile, pointing around, and saw that the central casino, which was originally bustling with people, was now silent. It had been cleared silently by Tizulo's men. This was exactly why Tizulo dared to threaten at the beginning. Even the Golden Emperor had to do some face-saving work. If Miss Bakura is willing to join the Golden City, then it won't be a problem to give you 10 billion out of the 10 billion baileys. After joining, in addition to the fixed annual salary, Miss Bakura can also directly take 10% of it every time she represents the Golden City to gamble with others. This is my greatest sincerity, Miss Bakura, please don't make a mistake. As soon as Tesoro finished speaking, a faint domineering aura had already oppressed Bakura. Bakura just felt her whole body sink, and her eyes went black. Then, a strange power in her brain isolated the influence of the domineering aura. Vegapunk's nanoparticle robot is not just an effect of controlling others. If you don't care about those control abilities, it has a series of functions such as strengthening the brain, isolating mental attacks, repairing cell damage, and slowing down aging. It can even be called an excellent benefit. Seeing that his domineering aura had no effect, Tesoro was also a little surprised. Under his observation aura, Bakura herself was just an ordinary woman, and her strength was almost negligible. This is exactly why Tesoro was not worried at all when facing Bakura. However, the effect of the Conqueror's Haki this time was like a drop in the ocean, which made Tesoro a little apprehensive. It seems that even the Golden Emperor can't afford to lose. He directly threatens customers. I don't know if your Golden City can still be opened after this news spreads. I have no interest in joining your Golden City. If you are willing to join my men with the Golden City, I will give you another chance. Bakura played with the chips in her hand and looked at Tesoro with a calm look, but her palms were slightly sweaty. After all, her strength was too weak, and she had never seen the true strength of Vegapunk, so she was quite nervous now. What if this guy gets angry and embarrassed? Will the boss be able to save me in time? Whether the Golden City can be opened is not a problem that you should care about, Miss Bakura. As for Miss Bakura wanting to be my boss, let's talk about it after we pass the next level first. After saying that, Tesoro reached out and pressed the table, turned around and left. Bakura was slightly stunned. Tesoro's behavior made her a little puzzled. Just when she was about to get up and leave, several black-clad agents in suits and with cold temperaments appeared in the hall of this casino, as if they were teleporting. Bakura, right? Camille Saint wants to see you and play a game with you. Come with us. Camille Saint? Exclamation mark. Bakura was slightly shocked and immediately thought of the trump card of Golden Land Tesoro, that is, the Celestial Dragons. Tesoro, who opened the Golden City, needs to care about the reputation of the casino, but the Celestial Dragons don't need to care. If she was captured by the Celestial Dragons and became a slave, then naturally there would be no way to threaten the Golden City. As for whether the Celestial Dragons would capture her as a slave, according to Bakura's understanding, that was almost a matter of course. The slaves that the Celestial Dragons like to collect the most are extremely outstanding talents in certain aspects. Whether it is her appearance or the gambling skills she showed this time, Bakura has undoubtedly far exceeded the standard. Not to mention that there is also Tesoro stirring up trouble in the middle. Tesoro may not be able to control the Celestial Dragons, but with their intelligence, it is very easy to manipulate them. Don't look at what he said. If Bakura wins, the Celestial Dragons will probably turn against him, and if Bakura loses, he will probably lose himself. It can be said that this easy move of Tesoro is enough to make ordinary gambling masters sit in the dark. Even Bakura looked very ugly and flustered. Even though she knew that Vegapunk was going to deal with the world government, she still had a huge psychological shadow when she faced the celestial dragons herself. Don't worry, let's go with them. At this moment, Bakura heard the subtle voice of Vegapunk in her ears. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she stood up and waved to several CP organization agents. Lead the way. The agents didn't say much, but walked to the front to lead the way honestly. Bakura, who was behind, wanted to look left and right while walking, but heard a voice in her ears again. This is the sound transmitted through vibration near your ear bone. You can't see us. We are hiding in the space layer and following you. Don't worry, he's just a celestial dragon. We have slaughtered countless fat pigs like this. In the space layer, that was like divine power. Vegapunk comforted Bakura and looked at Stussy. Stussy, go through the teleportation array now and help me call Sucrose and Charlotte Browley. After hearing what Vegapunk said, Stussy seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up and nodded. Another celestial dragon. Last time, when you attacked the world government, you were a little impulsive and forgot to call out those cloned celestial dragons. Now they are dead and can't be contacted. It seems that we have to make up for it this time. If you want to find out the news about the world government, let these so-called world nobles do it. It's the most worry-free. At this time, Hancock, who was standing next to Vegapunk, also spoke coldly after replacing those idiots. Leave it to me. Humph, celestial dragons. Vegapunk nodded. Although the psychological shadow at the beginning no longer hindered Hancock, her hatred for celestial dragons was almost forever inherited. The celestial dragons who were replaced before were also executed by Hancock personally. Several people here have already thought of countermeasures, and even the fate of several celestial dragons has been discussed. On the other side, Bakura, led by a group of black-clad agents and bodyguards, came to a huge palace. With a sound like a woodpecker, a celestial dragon dressed like an astronaut rode a beast like the legendary iron-eating beast and slowly came over. He had chains on his hands, tying several lifeless slaves with their heads drooping. He was surrounded by a large number of guards and bodyguards. Oh, what a nice little beauty. Are you the red-haired lucky goddess who won 10 billion in the Golden City? It looks like a perfect collection. I didn't expect that there is such a thing in the Golden City. This celestial dragon should be the camel saint. He shook his head while talking. It was just because his nose was too long, and he wore a transparent bubble helmet on his head, so he looked like a woodpecker. His nose kept hitting the helmet, making a clacking sound. Is this a celestial dragon? Question mark? Bakura wanted to laugh, but after the camel saint looked at Bakura, he said directly to the bodyguard beside him, why doesn't this woman kneel down when she sees me? Bakura was slightly stunned and quickly explained, Camel Saint, didn't you ask me to bet with you? That's not a reason for you to stand. Can't you kneel down and bet with me? Go, break her legs for me so that she can kneel down and bet with me all the time. After hearing the words of the celestial dragon, Bakura's face was shocked and angry, and she couldn't help but step back 2 steps. Seeing that the bodyguards were about to take action, she didn't care so much and directly activated her devil fruit ability to the limit. In an instant, within a radius of more than 1000 meters, the luck of everyone was forced to be absorbed by Bakura, which instantly increased Bakura's luck to a limit, and the luck of the opposite people began to rapidly drain. Although the celestial dragons were not smart and had no strength, they were lucky to be born into a good family, so their luck was much better than that of ordinary people. However, the luck of the bodyguards around the celestial dragons was much worse. As for the slaves of the celestial dragons, they had almost no luck at all. Therefore, when Bakura was fully engaged, various unexpected situations occurred immediately. First, several slaves tamed by the celestial dragons screamed twice and then suddenly fell to the ground and died of illness and hidden injuries, which immediately shocked the bodyguards and celestial dragons. The celestial dragons took out a pistol in a panic and then heard the sound of misfires and shot several of his bodyguards full of bullet holes. Although the bodyguards around the celestial dragons basically knew some of the Navy 6 styles, such as iron blocks, they certainly had the ability to defend against bullets, but even iron blocks needed to be mentally prepared. If they were shot without any preparation, those bodyguards would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, with their strength, as long as they were not shot at the eyes or other vital parts, they would only be injured but not fatal. Even if they were shot in the chest, they could use their strong muscles to block the bullet and prevent it from penetrating into the internal organs. Damn it, it was that woman who did it. Hurry up. The bodyguards were well informed. This strange situation was obviously the opponent's devil fruit ability being activated. Although they didn't know what devil fruit it was, as long as they could knock the ability user down, they didn't need to consider other things. Baccarat let out a long breath and slowly picked up a coin. What happened just now was just a side effect of her absorbing luck. She hadn't really used her luck to crush her opponent yet. But at this moment, a black space hole appeared next to Baccarat, and a hand stretched out and grasped Baccarat's wrist. Leave these guys to me. After all, they are celestial dragons, so they are still useful. You. Who are you? Baccarat, do you know what you are doing? Several special agent bodyguards, as well as the guards wearing full body armor, all looked alert at this moment. In this situation, it seems that the other party has been planning for a long time. Unfortunately, Vegapunk didn't have the heart to talk to them. He saw the shadow under his feet suddenly sprang out like a venomous snake, connecting to all the shadows of the opposite group of people, and instantly fixed all the people on the opposite side. Sugar, these people are in your hands. Brulee. After Sugar turns people into toys, you will adjust their memories one by one. Following Vegapunk's instructions, Sugar, with green hair and a red hat, like a child in a fairy tale, walked out of the space door behind him with a smile. Then, Charlotte Brulee, wearing a princess dress with an almost sinister smile on her face, also walked out in the same way, staring at the celestial dragons with ill intentions. What do you want to do? Why can't I move? Bastards, do you know what you are doing? Camille Saint yelled, looking at the smiling Sugar who walked in slowly, and somehow felt a chill in his heart, but before he could say anything more, Sugar had stretched out a hand and touched him. With a snap, the unlucky celestial dragon turned into a weird toy and fell to the ground, while the bodyguards, slaves, and guards were at a loss, not knowing what had happened. But soon, they didn't need to think about it. Sugar's little hand slapped over, and with a rustling sound, the ground was full of toys. Okay, Sugar, take these toys back first. Brulee, go and modify the memory of these toys. Vegapunk waved his hand, and Sugar immediately happily took the toys back to the space gate. Brulee saluted Vegapunk cautiously, and followed Sugar back. Baccarat's face looked a little strange, rubbing his brows, always feeling that his memory seemed to be a little broken. He remembered that he seemed to be here to have a bet with Tesoro, but Tesoro did it directly? Or did he find another gambling master to bet against him? The memory afterwards was a little confusing. Vegapunk has a quantum chip, and the memory blinded by the sugar childlike fruit can be awakened instantly with the memory stored in the quantum chip, but other people have basically forgotten all these celestial dragons and his guards. So Baccarat felt so confused. What on earth did he come here for? Not only Baccarat, in theory, Vegapunk's men were actually a little dazed, but although they forgot about the celestial dragons, they remembered the ability of the childlike fruit clearly, so they could guess the general situation. Chapter 200 Battle and Bet. Strange, what on earth was I thinking? How could I do such a strange thing? Tizulo covered his head, thinking back and forth, but he couldn't remember why he let Baccarat, who had taken away 10 billion berries, go and live in the most luxurious palace in the Golden City. However, it doesn't matter if he can't remember. At worst, he can just do it now. As long as he is in this Golden City, no one can be his opponent. The gold powder in the Golden City will penetrate into the bodies of all the passengers silently. With the ability of Ethazalo, he can completely manipulate these gold powders into expanding liquid gold and completely control those passengers. With this killer, unless the opponent has the corresponding devil fruit ability, or the domineering cultivation is strong enough to directly reject the devil fruit ability, otherwise he will be killed instantly. While thinking in his heart, Tizulo was ready to do it himself, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. The person knocking on the door seemed to be impatient. The door was kicked open. Tesoro was furious and stretched out his hand. The gold ornaments in the room began to change and turned into a huge golden snake, biting the person who kicked the door open. You are really violent. A faint voice came, and the golden snake controlled by Tesoro was nailed in the air. Looking at the blonde boy in front of him, and Bakura standing behind him with a respectful look, the expression on Tesoro's face suddenly became a little ugly. You are the one standing behind Bakura, the one who really wants to attack Golden City. Golden City has information about the navy, pirates and major forces, but has never seen someone like you. Could it be that you ate some powerful devil fruit and became so arrogant that you don't know your place? Vegapunk sneered and exposed Tesoro's bottom line without hesitation. Don't test it there, and don't use your clumsy gold fruit ability again. The gold powder has no effect on me at all. I have also eliminated the gold powder in Bakura's body. Taking advantage of the opportunity to speak, Tesoro, who had been activating the ability of the gold fruit, clenched his fists and looked at Vegapunk. It seems you are well prepared. You even know so much about the ability of my devil fruit. Could it be that Tanaka, the bastard, betrayed me? There is no need for any betrayal. It's just because your devil fruit ability is naturally countered by me. Vegapunk stretched out his hand, with lightning flashing on his fingers. It was just a matter of time to deal with Tesoro. If he still needed to investigate the intelligence, he would be overestimating him. In the original work, even though Enel stayed on Sky Island and was the most ignorant user of the nature fruit, he still developed the thunder fruit into the ability of lightning metallurgy, not to mention the extremely knowledgeable Vegapunk. It can be said that all devil fruits with abilities related to metal are naturally countered by the thunder fruit and the magnet fruit, and Tesoro is no exception. Seeing the lightning on Vegapunk's hand, Tesoro's eyes condensed slightly. Thunder fruit user? Damn it. Die. With Tesoro's roar, the black fist wrapped in armament haki had already smashed towards Vegapunk. After just 2 steps, Tesoro found that his body sank, as if he was entangled by something. Originally, the gold ornaments on Tesoro's body were his special weapons for dealing with emergencies, but this time they became the opponent's accomplices and directly entangled him all over. With Tesoro's strength, the interference of these gold on him was only less than a second, but this was enough for Vegapunk to kill him instantly. Electromagnetic pulse wave. A dazzling beam of light the size of an egg hit Tesoro's forehead. The strong electromagnetic wave almost made his brain boil, and instantly made Tesoro faint. You put all your energy into developing the fruit? Although your haki is not weak, it is obviously much worse than his devil fruit ability. You were knocked out so easily. Although Vegapunk called it a poor ability of the gold fruit, in fact, Tesoro's devil fruit ability was already very well developed. The added value of the gold fruit is great, but the actual combat power is not at all top in the superhuman system. Tesoro can use the gold fruit to play a role in the 7 warlords of the sea, which can be regarded as the second or third strength. The first Hawkeye is far behind the other 7 warlords of the sea, because he has developed the fruit to an extremely high level. But it is precisely because Tesoro puts all his energy into developing the fruit that he is obviously much worse in haki, and has almost no ability to fight back when his fruit ability is countered by the sky. What should we do next, Lord Vegapunk? Looking at the unconscious Tesoro, Bakura was a little embarrassed. It was not so easy to swallow the Golden City. After all, it was a legal city recognized by the world government. Its greatest value also lies in its own entertainment and tourism industries. It was meaningless to grab it like a pirate grabbing territory, unless Bakura won the entire Golden City legitimately, otherwise force would only destroy the city. Of course, if Bakura really won the Golden City, then force would be her backing. But now, Tesoro has been attacked and unconscious. Should I force Tesoro to pretend to gamble with me? Vegapunk shook his head. It's actually very simple. It's just Tesoro. Can't I just disguise myself as someone else? As he spoke, Vegapunk formed seals with his hands, and after a puff of smoke, the whole person transformed into the appearance of Tesoro through the transformation technique. This ability would definitely not be hidden from a master who is proficient in the observation haki, but a master of that level would not normally be idle to observe Tesoro. As long as he could hide the truth for a few days, Vegapunk could make a clone of Tesoro and let him lose the Golden City to Bakura. Tesoro's devil fruit had been developed to awakening, and the clone could not have his level of strength. There would definitely be problems if he took the blame for a long time, but he could basically take the Golden City into his hands by simply writing a script, losing to Baccarat, and then finally getting angry and flipping a table to be beaten to death and leaving the stage. Relying on the transformation technique and part of the memory directly read from Tesoro's brain, Vegapunk imitated Tesoro without any major problems. Some of Tesoro's men were a little suspicious, but when Vegapunk imitated the power of the gold fruit with his electromagnetic ability several times, those Tesoro's men immediately dispelled their doubts. During this period, Baccarat continued to sweep the Golden City, and the funds earned were also doubling crazily. In just 3 or 5 days, the entire Golden City had a shortage of working capital. Under such circumstances, Tesoro certainly could not sit still. In fact, at the beginning, Tesoro's men had already used various assassination methods to directly attack Baccarat. As a result, in addition to their own heavy losses, Baccarat did not even lose a hair. Now, after warnings and assassinations, both of which failed, the boss Tesoro had to do it himself. In the same magnificent casino, Baccarat, who appeared in the casino again this time, was fanatically worshipped by countless gamblers. She was no longer a red-haired goddess of luck, but the god of gambling in the minds of all gamblers. On the contrary, Tesoro, who came out from the other direction, looked like his eyes were full of bloodshot, and his breath was faintly violent. As he walked, a cold breath came to his face, which soon made most gamblers shut up. Although gamblers who can go to this kind of top-level casino are basically rich or noble, there are really few who can compare with Tesoro in terms of status. Most gamblers dare not play with their lives because of such things. Mr. Tesoro, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be a lot more irritable. Baccarat covered his mouth and smiled. Tesoro looked at Baccarat coldly and said, "Laugh. You can only laugh now. How could it be? I think I will keep laughing." After pretending to be tit for tat for a few words, Baccarat crossed his arms and continued, "I wonder how much liquid funds you have now, Lord Golden Emperor. Is it enough for our next bet? In the past week, you have lost more than 300 billion balers to us. Can you continue to gamble with me now?" Tesoro snorted coldly, his face was grim, and he gritted his teeth. "Don't you just want to increase the bet? Then use the entire Golden City and myself to bet a big game with you. If you win, the great Tesoro and I, the user of the gold fruit, will all be yours. Similarly, if you lose, the money you earn in the entire Golden City plus yourself will also belong to me. What do you think? Do you dare to play this game?" As he spoke, Tesoro threw out a pair of slave collars and placed them in the center of the gambling table. In theory, slave trading in the pirate world is naturally prohibited, but since there are things like celestial dragons, the laws and regulations of the pirate world can be used as a toilet paper. The Great Tesoro itself has a lot of privileges because it has paid enough money to the world government. So as long as Baccarat agrees, this gambling game can naturally include people. In fact, the previous Golden Emperor has done a lot of such things. Now many servants, waiters, and dealers in the Golden City have lost everything, and even bet on themselves. It's just that this time, because Baccarat won too much, and the capital was too large, the current Golden Emperor also bet on himself. Well, at least in the eyes of other gamblers, this is the situation. They don't know that the Tesoro in front of them is just a clone by Vegapunk. After processing and adding points, which took 3 days. Because of the short time of creation and the need to show sufficient strength, the lifespan of this clone Tesoro is estimated to be only 1 or 2 months. Fortunately, Vegapunk's plan does not require him to live too long. Despite the short lifespan, the clone Tesoro, who has integrated the artificial gold fruit and the ability of the magnetic sand gold, is not necessarily worse than the original clone in combat. It's just that his level of domineering is sparse, and he has almost no development of the devil fruit, so his real combat power must be much worse. Baccarat had a somewhat arrogant and sarcastic smile on his face, perfectly showing his temperament, and said lightly, "Since you are willing to fall into the trap, then I naturally won't object. Tell me, what are you betting on?" Dare to confront Baccarat, the god of gambling. Tesoro certainly has his own confidence. Among them, Baccarat himself agreed that all the bets were proposed by the other party, which is the biggest confidence of Tesoro. Of course, in reality, this was a deliberate condition to make the performance less awkward. Otherwise, Tesoro was not a fool who had been hit by a halo of intelligence reduction. If he really agreed, it would definitely arouse everyone's suspicion. Hehe. It's time to bet on our fists. Tesoro waved his hand, and the huge casino suddenly began to shake. The ground in the center turned into golden water, causing a group of gamblers to exclaim and retreat. After a while, a huge golden arena as big as a football field slowly rose from the golden water. Then, Tesoro jumped up directly, stepped into the arena, and looked at Baccarat coldly. Let's use the fight as the bet. I'm betting on myself to win. Will you go up, or will you find someone else to replace me? The final bet is a fight? What a rude man. Baccarat said with disdain, and waved his hand in disdain. However, the other people watching the scene were not surprised. After all, the pirate world is still a world where the strong prey on the weak and the size of the fist is more important. The final bet proposed by Tesoro is undoubtedly in line with the nature of this world. To put it bluntly, if Baccarat really won the entire Golden City by gambling, under normal circumstances, the final outcome would not be a great fortune, but a death without a burial place. Even the so-called lucky fruit is of little use in the face of an absolute gap in strength. So this strength competition is to make all the other people who are spying on the Golden City shut up. Stop talking nonsense. The essence of this world is supported by force. You don't really think that you can win the entire Golden City just by relying on your gambling skills. If you are so naive, your body would have sunk into the sea by now. TSK. Baccarat clicked his tongue unwillingly, but also looked like he had to admit that Tesoro was right. Don't worry, since I dared to come, of course I have made preparations. Boss, I leave this guy to you. As soon as Baccarat finished speaking, a flash of lightning flashed, and Vegapunk instantly appeared in the center of the venue. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.